Huge turnarounds in round 7 kept the tournament much tighter than it should be. Koneru and Zagnitze were poised to lose their games, but both of them valiantly fought and saved important half points against Krush and Ju Wenjun. Muzychuk emerged as the only victor of the day after a marathon game against Gonnina and keeps herself within striking distance of the leaders. It's anyone's tournament still in the Cairns Cup, and the last 2 days will be absolutely crucial. Round 8 coming up next.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the penultimate round of the Cairns Cup. I'm standing here in front of the chess facility of St. Louis University. The chess program of St. Louis University was founded in 2015 and has become one of the best in the country. As their students are getting ready to compete in the Final Four of college chess, their coach Alejandro Ramirez is in the chess club with Jen and Yasser getting ready to call all the action of this very important round.
Thank you, Tatev, and I do recognize that Chess King. It used to be the biggest chess piece in the world, but today it's all about crowning a queen. Here at the Cairns Cup, we have 2 rounds left, Yaz.
Absolutely, Jennifer. As always, a pleasure to call the action with you and Alejandro. Hello, everyone, and welcome to our championship weekend as we get ready for round 8. This tournament has had more plots and twists than an Agatha Christie murder novel. I tell you, yesterday's round, nobody could call it, and the standings, remarkably enough, remain unchanged. Let's have a look, Jen.
That's right. Well, yesterday it was about a lot of people not getting murdered. Yes,
exactly.
As we thought we were going to have a clear front runner with Ju Wenjun by a full point, but instead there's 5 people in the mix with 2 rounds to go. Nana Zagnitze, Maria Muzychuk, and Alexander Kostenyuk all a half a point behind. But then on top we have Humpy Koneru and a disappointed Ju Wenjun. Yep, she's at the top, but it could have been a lot hotter.
A lot hotter. Let's take a look at the format and the schedule.
Well, we have 2 rounds left. We are playing a 10-player round robin, so we are at the final distance. It's round 8 today. Tomorrow is round 9. High chances of sunny days and playoffs on Monday. And our coverage, of course, begins at 12:50 local time every day.
And we have Grandmaster Alejandro Ramirez to tell us about the marquee matchups for this round 8. Alejandro.
Thank you, Yasser. The last 2 rounds here at the Cairns Cup, it's all to play for, but we thought one of these ladies was going to go in with a commanding lead, a full point over her rival, but that was not the case. First, let's take a look at Humpy Koneru. She's one of the leaders with 4.5 points, a +2. She won against Carissa Yip in the first round, got annihilated by Maria Muzychuk in the next one. Then a very quiet event. Ju Wenjun and Lagno, those games basically didn't happen. All the pieces got traded within the next first 15 moves, and nothing happened. But then 2 wins. Long games against Nana Zagnitze and against Alexander Kostenyuk. She proved her endgame superiority against these players, and she sits on +2. Yesterday, she got lucky against Irina Krush, who's just not found her form in this event. That was an endgame which Irina, normal day in the office, she wins it every time. But yesterday, it was just not to be. Meanwhile, the world champion, Ju Wenjun, she's also on 4.5 points, but what a disappointing tournament from the quality of play of her, especially the games that she won. Against Gonnina, against Lagno, an incredible amount of trouble, but she was able to take those games essentially from defeat and pull victories. She's now on +2. Yesterday, she had the chance to go to +3, 2 extra pawns against Nana Zagnitze, just needed some basic conversion technique, and what happened? She blunders horribly and was lucky that the game didn't go worse than that. She had to give back a full exchange on that one as we see the players coming into round 8, and this woman is particularly happy about this. She's still in the running because of that result. A loss yesterday, wow, that would have put her really out of contention. Let's take a look at the matchups today. Koneru with the white pieces against Valentina Gunina, who again has not found her form at all in this event. Decisive games left and right, but she did not have to lose a lot of the games that she ended up in defeat. This is going to be a crucial match for Koneru with the white pieces against an ever dangerous opponent, but Gunina, she's at the last place, dead last at the moment. 5-3 is a lifetime score between these two players. Koneru favored, but it's not a wipeout by any means. Gunina still very dangerous. Meanwhile, the world champion, she also has the white pieces against a player that is now found her form. She started with 4 losses. That is Carissa Yip. And then 2.5 out of 3 points in the last 3 games. That must give her a huge confidence boost. On the other hand, Ju Wenjun, and she's white, and she's the world champion. Of course, she'll be the favorite in this game. And she knows that the pressure is on because she has a very tough matchup in the last round. Black pieces against Alexandra Costeño. She needs that separation between herself and Koneru. She needs to go for the victory. So today, Carissa is going to be under pressure from the get-go.
Thank you, Alejandro. 2 exciting marquee matchups to be sure, but also let's take a look at the full pairings for this round 8.
Yeah, as we saw, a lot of these could be critical. Yeah, as this particular one, Zagnizi versus Kostyuniuk, is very important, as both of those players are going to need a win, decisive results. That's all about it in that game. And then
a ray of sunshine for Maria too. If Maria can overcome Harika, she's right up there on the podium as well.
Yeah, Maria plays great with the white pieces, so she will seize any opportunity she has today, and I think she's still feeling good about yesterday. Yeah,
no question about it. Former women's world champion Maria getting ready for this round 8. I just want to also give a shout out to our commentary team across the hall, the Russian ladies do commentary each and every day, Jen.
Right, Almira Skripchenko and Anastasia Karlovich. If you speak Russian, you can watch that. It's also archived on our St. Louis Chess Club YouTube channel, where you can join 250,000 fans. So
Exactly.
It's a place to be.
Exactly. Also, I'm just going to want to put a teaser out there that today we're going to have a very, very special guest doing Skype with us.
That's right. As special as they get, the greatest female player of all time, Grandmaster Judit Polgár joins our show via Skype later in the hour.
Yes.
At 2 o'clock Central Time, approximately. So stay with us. That's a tremendous opportunity, as we know that many of the players in this tournament were inspired by Judit when they were growing up learning the pieces.
I was inspired by Judith when she was the Yay High. I played with her
many times.
Yeah, and her sister Susan as well.
That's right. Well, a great attacking player. As here we have our world champion, Ju Wenjun, stepping in the playing hall. She is at the top, but still disappointed, of course, yesterday being up 2 pawns and playing so valiantly before time control to get them, but not to get the point. Well, that's a tough.
Well, it's just as Alejandro was saying in his intro on the show, that yes, she's not really in her best form. When she's in her best form and she's clicking, she's fantastic, unassailable, and she's winning her 1 positions. And in this tournament, she hasn't, although she's tied for first, she hasn't been dominant, not even close. On the contrary, some of her victories, as Alejandro mentioned, she had to turn them around from lost positions, in fact. So she's looking for a world championship finish.
And it's kind of when we talk about Magnus Carlsen, when we say Magnus Carlsen having a horrible event, he's tied for first.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's very similar with Ju Wenjun. When you talk about a bad tournament for Ju Wenjun, she's always fighting for first, maybe she's second, on a terrible day she's third, and it just proves how strong she is compared to the rest of the field. Even though the rating difference it's not really that huge, right? It's 30, 40 points against, for example, Muzychuk.
Koneru.
Well, Koneru it's even less, right? That's what I'm talking about, 10 points. But she always ends up at the top of the field. You never see a tournament where Ju Wenjun is out or bottom half.
Right. How do you explain Valentina's result, the defending champion who played a great tournament last year, undefeated?
Well,
7 out of 9.
I asked her off camera, what's going on, and she's
right.
I mean, her answer was, sometimes my brain just stops working, and I think every chess player has felt that.
Right.
That at some point things stop clicking, and you just can't explain it. And so many of her games have been not even bad. No. They're not bad at all. They're just one moment where she loses concentration and everything falls apart. Her game against Carissa was like that. Her game against Ju Wenjun was like that.
Yesterday, however, was one of those really, really strange games where she was badly outplayed out of the opening, completely terrible position. She fought her way back to equality. Then it even seemed at a certain moment she wanted to try to win.
She did. She actually refused the threefold repetition.
Exactly. Only then to once again see it all collapse.
And it's just a terrible feeling when you fight so hard from a losing position. You got it. It's right there.
The draw,
and you let it
slips away. Yeah, those are the type of games I refer to as like you lose them twice.
Right.
You know, you just. I mean, it feels like you get 2 zeros instead of 1.
Now this is interesting that Humpy Koneru's most recent win against Valentina was in a more traditional start, d4 knight f6, c4 e6, knight f3, and then Valentina played c5, and it ended up being a very wild opening.
Right.
So Humpy Koneru chose to avoid those wild Benko Bloomingfield type positions by playing knight f3 in the first move, and that's something you see people do a lot when they're trying to get rid of a Benko, of a Grunfeld. The game had gone.
You're just saying that in their previous encounter, Valentina tried to slip in a Benoni on Humpy.
And it got really wild because it went d5, b5.
Oh my gosh, a Blumenfeld gambit. That's what you were referring to. And then it's chaos on the board. And that's why, for her opening move, Humpy said, okay, knight f3.
I assume
and only after d5, d4.
I mean, Humpy did win that game,
okay.
guys. But I think, she's looking at the psychology of it, and she knows that Valentina loves the complications. So she decided to go in a different direction.
Right. And there you have it, a Queen's Gambit declined.
No Queen's Gambit declined for you. Semi-Slav, of course, it's Valentina Gunina.
Oh, after knight c3, she threw out c6?
Of course, she's not going to play bishop e7 or knight b7. She might play a Vienna, she might play a Ragozin, she might play a Semi-Slav, but no Queen's Gambit declined.
But c7, c6, introducing the chaos from a potential... But no.
And of course not. Koneru, not the type of player to go for bishop g5 and try to have some kind of fight over who's the better theoretician. No.
And also Valentina's been getting some good positions out of the opening, and sometimes she's really struggling. But it seems like Humpy wants to take it in more strategic, long-winded waters. And that makes a lot of sense.
And to also try to keep things a little bit calm, if you will. Knight b8, d7 is the main move, and that's on the board. Bishop d3 has for decades the Murano variation been played, but also b3, queen c2, even bishop d2 has... and there we have bishop d3, the main line. But let's switch our attention to Ju Wenjun for a moment and to see how she is doing against Carissa. What do you have for us, Alejandro?
Well, it's a Spanish that both players have seen in this tournament. Let's remember the game between Ju Wenjun and Valentina Gunina that went with this interesting setup of g6. It seemed like neither player was really well prepared in that one. Ju Wenjun did get the better of Valentina from the opening, but within a couple of moves, she got outplayed very quickly. Perhaps not wanting to go into something similar, here Carissa plays the move g6, and it is part of the Carissa's repertoire, which I like having it as part of the repertoire. I really hate having this as your main Spanish. It's very easy to target, it's very risky, and it feels like you're just running into White's plans. So when you think about Grandmaster preparation, you see that players have a lot of tricky lines that they use only once in a while. It's like a weapon that they throw out. I've seen Mamedyarov use this even at the top level, but you're kind of expecting your opponent to have looked at some other variation. You don't do it when your opponent knows that you're going to be playing g6 lines, because you pretty much tend to run into some sort of trap. Here, Ju Wenjun decides, let's go d4, takes, and sacrifice a pawn with the move c3. Carissa said, I'm not interested in your pawn, thank you very much. It looks very tasty, but that's just too much development for the white side. In reality, you can take the pawn, and it goes into some sort of mess. I know that here you have to play h6 to prevent bishop g5, but it's some sort of weird theory. Also a little unpleasant for the black side, in my opinion. Instead, she reroutes to the normal variations by just playing bishop g7, pawn takes d4, b5, and this is the correct move order. We had seen knight g e7 being played by Valentina. Instead, b5 being thrown in first is considered to be stronger. Bishop b3 played right now, and here knight g e7 transposes more or less into the variations that we had looked at. Meanwhile, knight a5 is also possible immediately. Knight g e7 already played. So let's wait and see how the players exactly develop here, because Ju Wenjun must be prepared for this. She just had this against Gonnina. Obviously, she checked it. Obviously, her coach, who is Nihua, has looked at the position and be like, you could actually improve here and there. Meanwhile, Carissa, as I said, plays this variation very consistently. So it's a non-moving target. You will prepare against it, and I just want to see what they brought.
Oh, very good. And if you could outline why this particular position, because I'm an old classical guy, you know me, I like my pawns on d4, got the classical pawn setter if I'm white. What is it that the black player finds attractive? Are there some tactics that white could fall into? Because at the moment, it looks like white's for choice.
There's a couple of things. They're pretty tempo dependent. One is that after castles, black is going to play a very quick set of moves. d6, knight a5, just to move out of the way, then play a very quick c5 and target a d4 pawn. Notice that white, if they're going to play slowly, they're going to have to spend one move on castling, one move on knight c3. You probably want to throw in h3 so that the bishop doesn't come to g4. And by the time that you've done all this, black is fully mobilized, fully developed, and you play d6, c5, and you target the center here for white. There's a couple of ways to deal here for white in this position, and she's thrown what I consider to be the main line and still one of the more dangerous ways of playing. They're playing this very quickly. d5, knight a5, and again, this idea of bishop d2 that we had seen in the game between Ju Wenjun and Gonnina. Knight takes b3, and in the other game, we had considered taking with the pawn. Right. Here in this position specifically, you are supposed to take with the queen. There's a difference when the knight is on e7 and when the pawn is on d6. So she's taking quickly with the queen on b3. Still, as far as I'm concerned, pretty well-known theory. c5 was played. This move is also considered to be forced. If you don't play c5 here, there are some problems with both bishop a5 and bishop c3 coming into the position. So this, because of the tempo, is more or less not forced, but it's one of the lines that you can play as both sides. And after c5, what black is saying is, haha, I forced you to move your pawn up. Thanks for the diagonal. I'm going to re-emphasize this by playing the move c5. You don't have the time to take on c6 right now because you're so far behind in development. So I'm going to follow up with simply castles, d6, white's going to castle. And now white has the option of saying, I have more space. I'm just going to use that for my advantage. Play bishop c3, try to exchange this dark squared bishop and just play some sort of Benoni structure. Or she can say, well, I don't care about the fact that I don't have development. I'll take on c6 anyway, because it either forces you to take, giving you a backward pawn, or it forces you to take with the knight, and this pawn on the d file is obviously not great. We've seen this in the more or less in the Gonnina game, where she was able to successfully play d5 at some point. Had she played d6 and d takes c5, which eliminated her weakness on the d file. But all kinds of strategical complexities in this position. This is the current position after the move c5. It's an attractive option for both sides, I think. Theoretically, white's supposed to be doing just a little bit better, but this variation in specific, I think, is okay for black.
Fascinating tactical and strategical motifs going in a position that's just a few moves old. And bishop c3, as you've advised, has been played by the women's world champion.
And now there's only one move, which makes this very interesting, and Carissa's played it instantly, the move f6. It is ugly, but it is forced.
Right, otherwise the pawn on c5 would be too vulnerable after a move like castles, Jennifer. Black would just fall into a double attack. Bishop takes g7 and queen c3 check. So
and I have a feeling you like that pawn, yeah.
Oh, give me that pawn. Now let's turn our attention to the game between Maria and Harika, because what we have on the board is an open Sicilian and in fact a Najdorf. And you ask the Najdorf players today when they're white, what did they do in this specific position? And you'll get probably 6 different answers.
There's no more than 6, yeah.
I know.
I think there's more reasonable moves that have been played like 1,000+ times than there are moves
in this
that aren't.
position. Right,
yeah,
exactly. I mean, bishop g5 was the old mainline way of playing. Today, bishop e3 has become what we commonly refer to as the English attack. There's Bobby Fischer's move that the Soviets labeled the Sozin. There's F2, F4 as a move. Bishop E2, a quiet line. A4, a positional line.
There's F3, G3, Rook G1,
And yes,
H3.
Which was finally
So we have a lot of moves there.
the move played, which is a kind of a nice little.
I think it
irony.
actually
Knight B3.
becomes easier to think of the moves I haven't seen here. I haven't seen king moves.
Right, that's not on
Queen D2 and Queen D3 we haven't seen.
No,
I'm not
no,
100% sure
Queen
about
D3.
that. Just a
Queen
second.
D3.
I've seen Queen D3.
I think Queen
Okay.
D3 has actually been up there. Queen D2.
No, Queen D2 I've never seen.
B3 no.
B2,
B2, B4. Okay, so we
B3
got
I've seen.
We've got like 13 moves that have been played and like 6 that haven't.
Right. But there is a little twisted irony. When you see the move A7, A6, taking the square B5 under control, you understand that black wants to play B5 and B4. So when white plays the move H2, H3, it's kind of a mirror reverse of that. And you see that white wants to play G4 and G5 and kind of a Carissa attack.
By the way, I asked during one of the Grand Chess Tour Rapid and Blitz events, I asked Alejandro and Peter actually what they thought the most underrated line against the Najdorf was, because there's so many options to give people at home a chance. And actually, they both gave the same answer.
Wow.
It was F4 on the 6th move. Because that used to be more popular. And I think I saw some Judit Polgár games with that as well. Shout out to our guest who's coming on later.
Yes.
But it's kind of fallen out of fashion. So they gave that as a recommendation where not that many people play it, so it might be a little surprising, but it's pretty stingy.
Exactly. And there are so many trappy ways of playing. Now, with the move E7, E6, okay, Harika hasn't gone for a kind of a Boleslavsky type of variation with E7, E5. And after the move E6, she is inviting G4 as a possibility for Maria. Maria's thinking over on this move G4.
No, they have a lot more moves.
Do we? Sorry, what happened after H3, E6?
You probably want to refresh because there's a lot more moves.
There's that many more moves. Okay, typical. Okay, we did see G4. G4, G4, not waiting for G5, but knight D7 at once, G5, and now B5. Okay, so both players with their moves A6, B5, and H3, G4 have gotten in what they want to do. Now, my very, very limited understanding of what's going on here is that white should be playing to play F4, F5, and castle short. Now, having said that, I mean, boy, there's so many ways for black to treat this position. I am clueless as to what the best is, Alejandro.
It's a relatively new line when you think about the H3 Najdorf if it doesn't have the tradition, for example, of the other lines that even have a name, right? Like the English attack or the Sozin / Velimirovic attack. So in the case of this variation, there's a lot of ways to play for the white side. As you mentioned, F4, F5 is definitely one way. You could also solidify, just say I have an advantage of space here. Play short castle and play H4. Don't move too many of your pawns. Just at some point go A3 to solidify against the queen side. There are other ways of playing. Rarely do you see white long castle when they've already played bishop G2. Normally those variations which exist do not involve the bishop coming to G2. They usually play either F3 or something a little bit more solid in order to long castle. So usually here you can expect white to short castle. Meanwhile, black actually wants to play bishop E7, knight C6, and only short castle once white has done so herself. Otherwise, you do fall into kind of a strong attack. And even in many cases, black doesn't castle at all, keeping her options to either go to the king side or the queen side, depending on how dangerous white's attack is on one side or the other. It's a very complex strategical game because it's not a typical Sicilian in which one side goes here and the other side goes on the other, and let's see who wins first. It's more of a both sides are playing their game on both flanks. You'll see white very commonly counterattack on the queen side if given a good chance by playing a move like A4, provoking B4, moving the knight and playing C3. Meanwhile, black's also thinking if you do these kind of things, because I have a flexible pawn structure in the center, many times you see black trying to get in the move D5. And I've even seen positions in which white's focuses too much on the queen side, and suddenly black hits back with h6 and opens up the king side. So I've seen all kinds of plans in this position. It's strategically very rich and very, very complex. For me, it's one of my favorite positions to analyze. I don't have a lot of experience playing the Najdorf just because I don't play it as black, and as white I'm more of a d4 player. But when I see variations that my students have played in these lines, I love watching them.
It's inspiring, no question about it. In the game of Hompi, one of our tournament co-leaders, she's up against Valentina in a very theoretically very well-known position in this Murano. And trust me when I say some very, very thick books have been written about this position. In fact, about this position, for a while there's been a long controversy over which move is best. A7, A6 with the idea of getting in a quick C5, or the move played in the game by Valentina, bishop B7. In this case, black is trying to get in a quick B4 followed by C5. And white has E3, E4 as a main option. And again, I've seen a lot of theory in this. The 2008 World Championship match in Bonn between Vladimir Kramnik and Viswanathan Anand was basically won by Vichy on the black side in this semi-Slav. After castles, well, now we saw the move A7, A6 by Valentina. I'm more familiar with B4 and C5 as moves, but A6 on the board, E4 played by Valentina, and now, pardon me, by Hompi, and now we should be expecting a move like C6, C5. And again, my understanding of this position is that come extraordinarily well prepared, because the analysis goes 20 moves deep. Really, really tough.
It's Gelfand's pet line. I know that he uses this consistently. A6, as far as I'm concerned, it has taken over B4 as the main line, but again, not really a semi-Slav player myself.
Right.
Here C5 does seem kind of forced, because after playing A6, it doesn't make a lot of sense to waste the tempo and play B4. You didn't have to cover the B4 square, right?
Right.
So you just play C5 immediately. This is theoretically what's recommended. You break the center open.
Yeah.
And now, again, white has a lot of choices. E5 is one of them.
One thing you should avoid as black, you think you've got an active, your solid position. A move like bishop e7 is actually terrible. I once essayed it against world junior champion Mark Deason. E5, knight d5, knight takes d5, c takes d5. And when you look at the ramifications of the knight trade, well, it really is a French defense where blacks has no counterattack against the center. The only counterattack is f7, f6, and it's much easier for white to defend the e5 pawn than the d4 pawn. And the bishop on b7 is really, really bad. So you can't just sit back and say, okay, white, you've got your central pawn duo, go ahead and keep it, enjoy it, because actually it's the move e5 that's the threat, and that's why you're supposed to play c5. And once again, there are just so many sharp lines like the one I'm just putting on the board that just seem to go on forever and ever. Tons and tons of games at the highest level. And you, Alejandro, mentioned Boris Gelfand as one who likes the black side. And also, by the way, I think that c5, d5, queen c7 has also become a major line, as has, and C4 traditionally, remember games of Michael Tal as well, like this, that have gone takes. Oof. So let's see who's well prepared for this matchup, Jennifer.
I'm excited about the Ju Wenjun Carissa Yip game, because I think that we've seen Ju Wenjun get into a lot of time pressure, and in this battle, it's the Carissa Yip who's playing moves instantly. She's super well prepared.
Ju Wenjun got out prepared. That's the end of the day. I'm actually very surprised. Carissa plays g6 consistently.
Right.
Ju Wenjun already had this opening this tournament.
Right.
I'm shocked that she's getting outplayed out of the opening so early.
And in the tank already, thinking for 10 minutes and counting, guys, on this move.
Right. Which is really surprising, because of one of the things that you said in your presentation at the World Chess Hall of Fame. For Carissa, this position that she has as black after the move f7, f6 could be considered her tabia or starting position. Carissa's perfectly happy, and she's shown it in her practice, that she's ready to defend the black side of this position. This is not a position where you suddenly stop and think as white, because then it shows that your preparation for the tabia is not very good.
Not there. She might have gotten confused about the move order, or perhaps knight g7 instead of d6 threw her off a bit. I don't know. I don't know where Ju Wenjun's prep is different than what happened in the game.
Right.
But the truth is that this has been played before.
Right.
There is a game played last year in the Pro Chess League between the one and only chess bra, Eric Hansen, and Vassiv Durabaili from Azerbaijan, but lived a long time here in St. Louis as a Webster student.
Right.
And very strong 2,600 players. The game ended in a draw eventually, but it's not something that's new. It's not that the idea of c5 and f6 was something that Carissa just came up with. It is known.
Right.
And that word tabia, by the way, is an Arabic origin, and that kind of refers to the fact that in chess, before chess spread to Europe, the queen was a very weak piece.
That's right.
So
she
the
didn't
game
have
was
the power that she has now.
So the game was very slow and boring, and it took so many moves. I mean, can you imagine without being able to checkmate with the queen? Most games would be 100+ moves, right?
Easily, yeah.
So that's when tabias were very popular. So you basically sped up the game so that you were starting in some position where there was already some action in the center of the board.
Right.
Nowadays, we don't really need them, but we refer to it as an opening where both players have kind of memorized it so they get to that position quickly.
Exactly.
And we see the effects of this in elite chess very often, because if players get into a tabia type situation, a lot of the times it's easier for them to make time control, because if they can make 15, 20
Precisely,
moves,
you're right.
And
That's what your preparation is supposed to do, is to save you from time trouble and get you in a position that you're well prepped for.
And then sometimes your opponent just plays moves like b3 and g3, and even if they're not as testing for your lines, you might just completely get out of your opening prep and start thinking from move one. Then it's harder to make time control.
Yes.
And we were just flashing the phone number on the screen, as of course we are taking your comments and questions at 314-361-5465, and use that hashtag Cairns Cup and interact with Eric Rosen at St. Louis Chess Club. For those of you who are just joining us, we have awesome news that later in the show today, we're going to be joined by Grandmaster Judit Polgár, the top female player of all time and one of the best attacking players in history.
Yeah, I wonder what she would think about Ju Wenjun's position. By the way, what is Ju Wenjun thinking about? I mean, is d5, d6, is that what she could be studying? What are her
I think she's trying
moves?
to find a plan, if that's what I would guess, because you could just castle, but then black's clearly going to play d6. You can't castle first because d6 check is annoying. You don't want to have to play c4. So d6 is probably the move that she wants to play. Now the thing is, how do you arrange the rest of your pieces? You could play something like rook e1, knight d2, but where are you going? Knight d2, by the way, you have to watch out for b4, trapping your bishop. So you have to be a little bit careful on how you're proceeding here with your development. More importantly, if black just gets to play all of her moves, bishop d7, rook c8, she's very comfortable. She has the pair of bishops. If I can drive this bishop away from the diagonal, I'll play b4 and then f5, open up a lot of the diagonals for my two bishops, and I'll be very happy as black. So I think Ju Wenjun senses that she's in a little bit of danger if nothing happens, that she should be able to create pressure right now, avoiding black's direct development. So at this point, instead of castling, she has options. She could play a4, she can play d6 herself right away just to avoid the move d6 from black. She can just castle and go for the normal variations, but I think she's deciding which one of the many plans and many piece setups she wants to do at this point, because any move that she makes right now is relatively committal. If she castles, it's fine, she will develop normally, but that means that she's going away from more direct plans like d6 or a4 in this move specifically. So it is an interesting moment to think, because I think she has a lot of options, and they reduce very quickly once you play one of them. It's not the kind of position where you can go castle and at any point you can go a4. If you're going to go a4, you probably want to do it very, very soon so as to actually force black to react. If black already has the move d6 in and you play a4, I could even consider going bishop d7 and saying, I don't care that you're attacking my pawn on b5, I'll just defend it. Whereas if I play a4 immediately, you probably have to react. You probably have to play b4 against that move. And Ju Wenjun is considering, do I actually want to do this or not? An 18-minute thing so far for the world champion. Clearly out of her prep, the computers are saying Carissa is doing fine. Not a big surprise there. As far as I was concerned, this is not how white is supposed to really get the advantage in this position. Giving up the bishop needs to be done in very specific ways, and I didn't like doing it. There's a lot of subtleties that would take a long time to explain, just to say that in this specific move order, I don't particularly like bishop d2, bishop c3 lines. But that would be a whole topic on in itself.
Right.
Let's go to another game.
Sorry, I just got to interrupt you and say we've got a caller from Arizona. Jennifer.
Hello, welcome to the show.
Hello, how you doing?
Good.
Could the female champ, could she be tired from defending her crown, you know, just exhausted from all the work she put in? And if I have a dream tournament, it would be a commentators tournament, you guys playing other commentators. I think that'd be cool.
Oh, well, thank you for that. The commentators' dream tournament. Yes, indeed. I was actually really, really stunned. I was very delighted that Ju Wenjun took the challenge, and just shortly after defending her world title in a match that must have been absolutely exhausting, she journeyed all the way from Russia to America and is going to play one of the strongest tournaments, North American tournaments, women's tournaments ever held in North America. And she took the challenge, and, well, she's on top. But I know a lot of players, after playing a world championship match, said, that's it. I'm shutting down for 2 months. I'm going to restore my battery. It's too exhausting. Those world championship matches, they take a lot out of you, the energy you spend. I'll even ask Alejandro this question. Did Fabi lose weight during the London World Championship match?
Yeah, he did. And I remember when he came from London, he was a hermit. He just he wasn't leaving his apartment, much less traveling to another continent to play a top-level tournament. Right. So kudos to Ju Wenjun, really. She must be exhausted from the event, and she did have a few days in China between the World Championship. The last leg, of course, of that World Championship was held in Vladivostok, which is Russia. It's the very eastern part of Russia, so not terribly far away from Shanghai, which is her hometown, but still tiring to go from one place to the other, and then from Shanghai to here. That alone takes a day, and if you're lucky with connections, to get to St. Louis. So she must be terribly exhausted. But it's chess, and she's passionate, and she's working hard at it. Certainly not an easy tournament to play after the World Championship. As far as the commentators tournament, I'll play as long as Peter's busy doing something somewhere else.
Very good. Alejandro, you had another fight, talking about competitive fights that you wanted to share with us. What's going on in this game of Arena, Krush?
So we have this game, and Irina is just bringing in the firepower. She's saying, I'm going to play something risky. I know that the tournament hasn't gone well for me. Let's get out of our comfort zone and play some Sicilian that really brings the fight to the opponent. I've seen her have this approach once in a while, and it backfires sometimes. I remember last year's championship, she played the Dragon Sicilian against Tatev Abrahamian, which I thought was suicidal because Tatev's main motto in chess is kill the king.
Attack.
Yeah, attack. And what happened was, well, Tatev attacked a lot and she ended up winning. But against Lagno, she decides, okay, this is a more traditional chess player, not the most aggressive one of the bunch. Let's try to see if she wants to come after me with a little bit of a Sicilian that's a sideline, and it's a sideline for a reason. So let's take a look, especially at this position. Knight c6, d4, pawn takes, knight takes, and of course knight f6 goes into the Sveshnikov channels. g6 is an accelerated dragon. You can play e6, go into the Polsen, the way Zagnitsa did it. And then there's queen b6. And there's only a couple of reasons I know that queen b6 exists. One of them is because of our fellow commentator, Christian Kirilla. We were playing a tournament, and by this point, we had already worked with Fabi for a while. And we had to choose openings that we hadn't looked at with Fabi so as to not accidentally be during the tournament, hey,
surprise,
which one was the novelty, which one was theory. So we chose really random things to play. And at some point, he's like, oh, in my childhood, I played the queen b6. Why don't I take a look at that before the tournament, check it out, how it goes. And he looked at me before the first round. He's like, this is the worst opening for black I have ever seen. It's not that bad. And black has a lot of resources, but it is very, 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 very risky. Basically, black gives up a tempo by forcing this knight to b3. And why do I say gives up a tempo? Because this queen will have to retreat to c7. This bishop will indubitably go to e3, pick up the free tempo against the queen. So you're saying that the knight is worse placed on b3 and on d4. That's a little bit of an argument. I'm not entirely sure the knight is worse placed on b3. But that is what the variation wants to say. And it tries to develop like this with the bishop on e7, the pawn on d6, very quick castling. And as opposed to a lot of Sicilians, you're basically forcing this move a3 early, either because you play a6, b5, or because this bishop's coming to b4. So a couple of concessions from the white side. But on the other hand, the tempi really count for a lot. After bishop e7, bishop e3, queen c7, f4, d6, I know that in this position, current theory has a lot of problems with both the move g4 immediately and queen f3, g4 in the next move. And I haven't really been able to solve black's position after looking at that. Now, that being said, the more traditional approach is to just play bishop d3 and short castle, and that's actually what Lagno has chosen to do. So as I was saying, a more traditional approach to a problem in the opening that she surely hasn't seen before the game, just saying, let me play bishop d3 and castle, let's not go g4, crazy positions, probably Irina will be well prepared in those. I haven't looked at them in a while and they're extremely risky. Even if they're theoretically really good for you, well, you will be going basically into the lion's den. It's not everybody's cup of tea to just grab the sharpest position possible and say, this is good for me, let's go. But instead, Lagno wants to develop the bishop to d3, castle, get a more playable position for both sides with less risk.
All right. Thank you, Alejandro.
Well,
for
the world champion is still in a deep 20-minute plus think, and as she puzzles out her position against the young Carissa, we have a phone call from New York. Welcome to the show.
Hello, Larry from New York calling. Let me thank you again so much for your just absolutely amazing coverage of all these events.
Thank you, Larry.
And yes, and my question is about the age of the best chess players. If you took, say, the top 10 or 20 today and compared them, the top, and took their average age and compared that to the top 10 or 20 10 years ago or even 40 years ago, do you think they're much younger, and if so, why?
Well, thank you, Larry, for that question. Go ahead, Jennifer, give it a shot.
I mean, I don't have the data right in front of me, but I'm not sure because there's some of the top 10 today are the similar, like, so some of the same people, like Levan Aronian and Carlsen.
They're just older.
So they're older. So I'm not sure they're actually. You would think that chess is getting younger, and it's.
I think chess
you would
is
think
getting
so, but I
younger.
think at the top 10 that might not follow.
Yeah, some of the, I wouldn't call them seniors by any means, but some of the more traditional 2700s have gotten kicked out of that list. 10 years ago, you were looking at Vichy in the list, Topalov was in the list. I think there were a lot of...
That's true, but 10 years ago, Vichy, I mean, Topalov was younger than Levan is now, so... And Grishuk. So I don't know. The data's out there, so we can figure it out.
It probably needs to be mathed out. I actually don't know the answer to this.
Probably pretty close.
I would be surprised if there was a big change in the last 10 years. I'm more interested to see in the last 40. How it compares.
40.
Not comparing playing strength at all. This doesn't interest me. But how does the age average compare of the top 10 right now as a list 40 years ago? That one I actually want to see.
For me, that would be very clear. Like if you go back to, say, Bobby Fischer's time in 1972, I mean, Bobby's like 29, becoming world champion. And today, Garry Kasparov was the youngest world champion, and then Magnus Carlsen's younger. And it feels to me like it's a younger man's game. And just watching, for example, the rise of Firouzja, all of 16 years old at the 27-20 level, Duda and others, it feels like, yes, chess is getting younger. But just as you both say, it's We'll have to take a data dump.
And then maybe not
dig
as
through it
much
all.
as you would think, at least at the very elite level. Like the average age is 30 now, so.
The top 10, you think the average age
Well,
is
I'm
30
looking at it right now. Yeah, it's 30 because
30.
yeah.
30.
I mean,
So you have Magnus Carlsen. Do you have a birth year on that? No.
yeah, no, I'm looking at the ages right now in
Oh,
the
cool.
2700. So
29.
So it's like minus.
Fabi's
It's minus
27.
7.
Dingler in 27. Alexander Grishuk, the oldest at
36,
36.
yeah.
He's really bringing up the average. Jan Nepo at 29. Levon Aronian, 37. Wesley So, 26.
Yeah, I think it's
So
a little.
Grishuk's not the old.
MVL is 29, and Timur Rajabov.
Yeah, so I think it's about
as,
30. Maybe it's a tiny fraction over 30. Yeah, the average. And
I
we've
think
just
we-
about described the candidates. Actually, not quite. There's a couple of unexpected
Anish
customers in there as
Giri, yeah, Wang
Wang Hao. We got his spot from the Grand Swiss.
That's right.
And then we also have the wild card Alexenko. And that actually would bring down the average age quite a bit, right?
So
Wang Hao's
is
30.
quite young.
Wang Hao is 30.
Yeah, but
Alexenko
must be 22.
3?
Yeah, so that brings it down. Yeah.
Yeah, those inclusions of those two.
And the coverage for Today in Chess will conclude the end of March, so it'll start midway through the tournament as we see
The second half
who
of
will
that.
get that ticket to play Magnus.
Exactly. That, of course, is...
And Ju Wenjun has just moved, Yaz.
Okay.
And I like your approach. I've never seen it before in this structure ever. But let's go. She needs a win. So she plays a3, just as I'm bothered by this idea of b4 because this bishop needs to stay on c3, according to her, to harass this bishop on g7, prevent the ideas of f5. Carissa very quickly played the move d6. We had mentioned that you can't go without it because castling d6 looks dangerous. And before Carissa has even had time to castle, Ju Wenjun says, let's go, h4, h5. She's going to be attacking on the king side. Don't be surprised that at some point this knight goes out and you castle queen side. This is going to be a wild one. Strategically, is h4 the strongest move that I've ever seen? Probably not, but it's going to make the game a lot more topsy-turvy. It's definitely going to get Carissa out of her pre-made plans. A lot of the times when you have good preparation, you don't only find the moves that you need to play, but you know where the ball is rolling. You know which direction your pieces are going. You know which strategical elements to watch out for. h4, completely different approach to anything Carissa must have prepared.
No question about that. That is definitely a challenge. Whether it's a good move, ooh, that's a question. Because one of the things you always have to ask yourself when you're playing chess and you're in an opening, question number one, where is your king going? Where are you going to put your king? Not talking about your opponent. So when you play the move h2, h4, Ju Wenjun has to have an answer for that key question. Where is her king going? After h4, it's probably not going king side. Likely what Alejandro says is going queen side. But when you put your king over on c1, you can see that black is already set up for an attack on the queen side. So a very, very double-edged move.
Yeah.
To my mind, the move h4, I wouldn't have chosen it myself, but we'll see if it pays off. As Alejandro says, sometimes, you got to sharpen things up if you want to win.
That's right, and I think that's what it's about now. I mean, true, Ju Wenjun could probably win the tournament or get a tie for first with 1.5 out of 2 points, but it's not clear. And in the last round, she does have the black pieces against Kostyanyuk. So in her mind,
a very difficult
it's kind of like a
opponent,
must-win game.
It could be
Yeah,
very
because
well
she came
for
here
her.
to win. She didn't
Of
come
course.
here after the Women's World Championship to, just have a fun tournament. Like,
No.
she wants to win that 45K first prize and the title. And we see Humpy Koneru with 4.5. I mean, somebody's going to get to 6, and somebody might get to 6.5. So when you're playing with the white pieces against the lowest rated player in the game, it's going to feel like a must-win situation.
Okay, fair enough. Well, she's definitely taking a risk, and we'll see if it pays off for her or not. I just wanted to turn to Alejandro. You have it on the board, so take it away.
Sharp line here in this semi-slot between Humpy Koneru and Valentina Gunina. This is going to be an important one for the standings. They're playing very slowly, though. This is all well-known theory. It's been a theme of the event, getting to known positions, but spending a lot of time on it, especially for Koneru, because she's had this position 3 times with the white pieces, including a victory over Anatoly Karpov in Cap d'Agde Rapid Tournament a few years ago in France. So she's obviously familiar with this position. She's just taking her sweet time getting to it. Valentina herself is thinking for quite a bit, even though 95% of the time black does go the best move, knight c5. So very slow, the players, perhaps not in their preparation. They know, they have a vague idea that this is in their repertoire, but they must not have prepared this specific variation today, judging by the amount of time that they're spending on the moves, just making sure which variations they want to play, what games they've done, what the theory said. So they're taking, if you want to look at it, quite a bit of time to get to something that they've already had over the board.
Absolutely, and again, as you mentioned, Boris Gelfand, one of the key players for this line, so studying his games would certainly, and we have seen the move Queen C7
which
to
is
C6.
actually Karpov's choice against Koneru.
Was Queen C6.
Queen C6. And I think it's close to losing.
Wow, because knight C5 was the move I always thought was
Automatic?
Yeah.
Yes.
I didn't even realize there was another move.
Yes.
Sorry. Okay, so Queen C6.
Right.
Okay, hold on. Now I have to.
It has a very specific refutation. First of all, let me
let's say
see if Koneru found it in the other game. Yes, she found it the previous time she had it. So, and that was a rapid game against Karpov. So if she finds it again, which
She
is kind
could
of a
get
funny
2
thing
points,
to say so.
right?
Well,
Yeah.
Valentina should have. Okay, so you think Valentina wasn't aware of that?
No, we think that Valentina was, but go ahead.
Yeah, so she must have something prepared then.
No,
right?
so.
no.
You
Queen
think-
C6 is just a bad move. Queen F3 is, I mean, the thing is, Knight C5 has been seen in so many top-level Grandmaster games that if you came up to me right now and it's like, yeah, Queen C6 suddenly a good move, I would have heard about it. This would shake up the entire variation. It would give black another resource.
Right.
Knight C5 has been considered forced for decades, I think.
700 times.
700 games in Grandmaster play that they play Knight C5, and Queen C6 has what, a couple dozen?
Right.
And the problem is that after Queen F3, the threat is this. I'm going to play Queen H3, and I'm going to attack this pawn. And now I'm simply going to ask you how you're going to defend it. This seems like a silly question. There must be some way to defend the pawn on E6. But it's not so easy. My next move will be Queen H3, and I'm going to be hitting this pawn on E6.
Knight C5.
Sorry?
Yeah, so Knight C5, yes.
Yeah, Knight C5 is a very nice move, but the edges are saying here you go, Queen H3, you don't get to kick out this knight, and this is kind of crucial. So in the lines with Knight C5, the next move is usually going to be H6 and kick out the knight from G5, but the queen gets to H3. I'm pinning you down on the H file, so H6 doesn't actually do anything.
So if I reverse the move order and start with H6, you also play Queen H3.
Correct. After Queen F3, H6, I play Queen H3 anyway because of the pin. I force you to play Knight C5.
So that transposes.
It transposes basically, and I'm going to hit your knight. I'm going to play Bishop E3, and I'm going to target this when E4 is sufficiently defended by my pieces. And again, I'm taking here, and I'm taking on E6.
And I can't play like Knight D7 because you have Queen H5 check.
Knight D7 to reinforce the knight. Yeah, Queen H5 is absolutely devastating. Valentina here has to find a good move. Koneru's, last time she had this position, Koneru played Queen F3. And she won against Karpov. When you win against Karpov,
Yeah.
it stays with you, right?
Right? Yeah.
That's not a memory that goes anywhere. Right?
Yeah, that lingers.
That lingers. So I'm sure that she must remember that game.
Right.
Does Karpov remember it is the question.
Well, here's the question. When Koneru is saying, hey, wait a minute, this is one of my best victories ever. I'm going to go Queen F3, Queen H3. I'm figuring the only thing that's going through her mind is, what on earth could Valentina have prepared against me?
If she spends 30 minutes in this move,
That's shocking.
No, but that would be what she's thinking.
Right.
She would be thinking, what has Valentina and her engines prepared
I
in
mean,
this
yeah,
position?
but I mean, she was probably suspicious because I'm sure after playing Karpov and winning a nice game, she analyzed it with her engines and saw that White was just doing well, right?
Exactly.
So what about Queen F3? Let's see what other moves there are. So if Knight E5 again, you just have Queen H3. Do I have to like try to huddle up and move my bishop back to C8? I mean, that just looks awful.
Well, again, if you're provoked to play Knight C5, the whole point is, why did you include Queen C6 to begin with, because that is a waste of tempo.
Oh, I said knight e5.
And worse than a waste of
Knight
tempo is that e5 will always be on tap for white.
Right.
And now bishop, my pawn's in taken. I mean, I have to make a move like bishop c8. That just looks terrible.
Well, again, why did you play bishop b7? This is not what you want to do.
I mean, what if I play knight g4 there? Like, how? Like, at least let's keep trying something. So let's say I play knight e5 and then knight g4, but you can't play. You can probably just play f3 right over.
Which one? Which
and knight on e to g4. I'm just hoping that you can't play f3 because of bishop c5 check.
Well, I couldn't help but notice my chess barometer went up like 600%, Jen. Yeah. I think we can safely assume that Black is doing terribly. He went knight d7 to e5. No, maybe. I mean, maybe bishop d1.
Just a simple bishop d1, yeah.
Is one issue you might regret having.
No, I have no plan here. That's the problem, right?
So it's a typical sharp position in which every move is crucial.
Well, that's the thing. In these very, very sharp lines, every move is absolutely crucial. And that's why, you really have to, really work that every tempo that you're making, a move like queen c7 to c6 is the best move. The only other thing I can think about is
she's done it. Queen f3.
Queen f3 was played. By the way, okay, let me try again.
Sure.
What if I try to like sacrifice the e pawn somehow, like get my pieces out? Bishop b4 and castle.
Okay, so sorry, queen f3. Right now, bishop b4.
Yeah, I just want a bishop b4 and castle, and maybe like somehow if the queens are traded, I can like. Get a rook e8 in or something.
Which way would you like to castle?
Please castle queen.
Please
castle king side because this pawn on e6 is not in my target.
Right.
Yeah. Oh, I see. You're gonna
e5.
You're gonna mate me with e5. Yeah, and then bishop h7 mating. Oh, but if I castle queen side, then you have the immediate knight f7.
Sorry,
right?
just to put that on the board so our viewers can understand and appreciate why Alejandro was, warming up to the task. That's a check, and this is going to be a discovered check. So yes, putting the king on the queen on the king side walks into imminent danger.
But I can't castle queenside either, so...
Yeah, castling queenside. Now, an exchange loss isn't the end of the world. Knight f7, I mean, you still have to justify it, but I'm not really too sure what you would have even after queen takes e6. So again, queen c6 might just have been a... Wow, I don't know what that is other than to say poor prep. By the way, this would really shake up the tournament.
It's huge.
For Humpy,
it's huge.
After losing game 2 to suddenly be in first all by herself, it forces us to take a closer look at h4 in the Ju Wenjun game, Alejandro.
It's Carissa's turn to think, and very natural reaction when you see Ju Wenjun play h4 going after you and you don't have it in your prep. You kind of sit back, well, what do I do now? Because the engines are saying just castle, no problems, h5's not an issue. But humans don't think like that. They think h4, h5, I'd rather not castle into it. But of course, the engines are cold-blooded. They see the queen on b3. They think it can't really be rerouted, and they're not worried at all. Even giving black a little bit of an edge after the move castles. But it's just a practical game where anything can happen. I like the way that Ju Wenjun is playing again, simply because from the practical point of view, she's not falling into her opponent's preparation. Meanwhile, Gonnina, I just don't understand her prep.
No. A game... It's not because we don't want to pay attention to it. Unfortunately, it's just a game that hasn't brought us a lot of joy. And looking at the game between Nana and her Kostenyuk, it was a very, very tepid Nimzo Indian with bishop d2, an old idea of Vasily Smyslov's. And you can imagine that after these trades of pieces, it's kind of similar to the game of Arena yesterday, but Arena had a much better version of this position. And
well, she had the pair of bishops to begin with.
That's the start right there. There was she had the imbalance of the dark square bishop. Did Arena. And here, just like I've always been taught, that you just put your rooks in the center of the board, you play knight f6, and you call it the day. Yep. No advantage for either player, so sorry to
Black's played
Nana.
a5, just... Put that in. Knight BD7.
Knight BD7.
I believe Knight D2.
Knight D2, because what else?
And A5 was played.
And A5.
And I have to agree completely with your evaluation, Yasser. It's also what I've been told. White has a little bit of space, but when you trade two pairs of minor pieces, the advantage is insignificant.
Right.
You put everybody in the center,
Yep.
and you make a draw. I actually don't know the move A5, but it seems decent enough.
Yeah, playable. But again, not a game that's really moving the hearts and minds of our American public.
Well, guys, we got a really exciting hour in front of us as we will have
the break.
Judit Polgár on the show. So stay with us. She's going to be joining us via Skype. That's going to be so exciting. And then we also have a fireside chat, and that's with Tatev Abrahamian, who is a live commentator over at the Kingside with Christian Karilla, and she's talking with Russian commentator Almira Skripchenko about some of the Soviet influences in their chess culture and upbringing.
Okay.
So Almira, as you know, I grew up in Armenia, and you also have some Armenian roots. And chess in Armenia is just so big, even as a child. Now, of course, they won so many Olympiads. Levon Aronian has been #2 in the world for as long as I can remember until recently. And can you tell us a little something about your childhood?
Yes, actually, I was born in Moldova, but my mom is Armenian, and she played for the Armenian team. So I've spent a lot of summers and a lot of time in Armenia. And what struck me most, even when I was a child, is that chess is really a part of a culture. So when you would go on the streets, everyone would play chess and backgammon. Well, I have to. So actually, I loved both. So that's, well, I picked up the game with my parents, of course. My mom is a women's grandmaster as well, so she played a lot of Olympiads. And also she's a chess teacher, so she dedicated her life to teaching chess to kids. And that's actually how I grew up. You know, I was sitting there at the chess club, even though I really didn't know what to do with those pieces. You know, they were absolutely magical to me. And then, for example, when I would go back to Armenia or Georgia, I would always play, some strange games. And then I would see people on the streets, playing against each other, and then I said, okay, I want to do this myself.
Yeah, the way I learned chess was accidentally. I was at my dad's workplace, and he was cleaning his desk, and I saw this small chess set. So I just asked him, what is this? And he told me, oh, it's a chess game. It's a game. And then he thought the best way for me to learn is to watch him play with his friends. So I just learned by watching him play. But it was so easy for me to get into it. Soon after, I went to coaching and, of course, started playing. I learned when I was 8, started playing in tournaments when I was 9, won the Armenian Youth Championship, and then qualified for World Youth. And it just, for me, the culture in Armenia is so different because, as you said, everyone plays chess. It's so hard to find, a family where someone doesn't play chess. And I also feel the big difference is the main emphasis is to become a strong chess player, not to just learn chess to have fun or do some activity. Maybe it has changed now because they have chess in the schools. Armenia is the only country that has chess in the schools as a subject. But for me, growing up, chess was almost like a job.
Of course, and I can understand that, especially with such a historical figure like Tigran Petrosyan. Actually, my mom played in a team with him.
That's amazing.
So that was also very inspiring for me. And if we talk about, for example, chess in Caucasus, we can talk about Georgian chess school. Mm-hmm. And I think such historical figures like Nona Gaprindashvili and Maya Chiburdanidze, they've contributed so much, actually, to inspire the whole generation. Sometimes I think that it's just a matter of chance that they had such a champion like Nona Gaprindashvili, and then a plethora of chess players and chess champions came out of it, like Maya Chiburdanidze and Anna Iselyanin, then who was this, Nino Gurieli, and so many others. So Nana Alexandre, they've played so many matches as well. And as we know, Georgian chess school is still very strong, and Nana Jagnidze is playing this tournament, so she will defend,
honor.
Yes, the honor of
our region.
of our chess history.
Yeah, it's amazing that, as you said, the tradition continues, and they have so many grandmasters who are women: Khotenashvili, Zagnidze, Batsiashvili, and I believe their entire team is just grandmasters, and they, correct me if I'm wrong, they won 3rd place in the Olympiad last year.
Yes, and also when I had a look at the lineup of this tournament, almost all of the players are having grandmaster title. Only, I think one player, she will actually have a chance to make a norm in this tournament.
This tournament is very impressive. But going back to where we came from, so what would you say is the difference between chess in Armenia and maybe chess in Moldova?
Well, the main difference, it's a very interesting question, because as a kid, I really didn't see it, because there was also such a passion for chess, because at that time it was, of course, part of the Soviet Union, and of the general, chess was a general element of our culture, so Soviet culture, and which worshipped chess, actually, so there was so much respect. So basically, I was playing chess in Armenia, in Moldova, all over the Soviet Union, and actually as a kid it brought me a lot of joy.
Yeah, but I also feel like that when I was growing up and I still lived in Armenia, chess didn't have the same kind of support it does now. We didn't have, the federation didn't pay for anything. If we qualified to World Youth, it was on each parent to find some kind of money to send their kids to these international championships. I remember in my first World Youth, when we went to France, we had 4 people on our team, and I was the only girl because the others couldn't find any money. And we had one coach, and then I think we were renting an apartment, and everyone was staying together. And this is one of my big differences when I came to the US. There were so many culture shocks for me, but when I played in World Youth, each kid had a parent, and it was this journey to go and represent your country. And for us, it was, whoever could find any kind of money to send their kids, then that's what they did.
Well, it reminds me of this proverb, per aspera ad astra, so even if the road is difficult, you were aiming for the stars. So I think that we lived through the same period, and it was actually very difficult, because our countries were undergoing through such dramatic changes. But I think that no matter what, we all kept our love for chess and the motivation actually to participate in all of these tournaments, because I think there's this there's something inside us that forces us to go on, and I think that's part of also of our culture.
It's the human spirit that keeps you going. Yes. Yeah, I mean, chess in Armenia has actually improved so much right now. They got so much government sponsorships, and we had the chess house, the Tigran Petrosyan house, of course, with the school, and they also got funding for a chess academy, where the talented kids would go to. Now they have chess in the schools, and I've actually looked at those books. They look really challenging, and I talked to Sambat Laputian about it. He's one of the founders, the founder, and he said that the main point is to introduce logic and critical thinking to children. The point of it is not to create strong players, which is a little different from how I grew up. But now they're just introducing chess to everyone, so maybe next generation, everyone in Armenia is going to be playing chess.
Well, actually, I agree with this point of view, because chess develops not only logical reasoning, but critical thinking, also to consider every situation as unique. I think it's very important to be able to analyze things, and I think it only, makes us stronger and better as individuals. So, we hopefully chess will be taught in schools soon, everywhere. I hope so, if it will be taken. But the same kind of initiative has been taken in France. So there are a lot of schools, and even sometimes the universities, which have chess as a subject, and you can even take it as a subject for baccalaureate. So I think it's a very interesting approach.
Yeah, there are some schools in the U.S. who also do that, but I think to do it in the U.S. as a country, maybe state by state, would be more reasonable, or district by district, because there's so many schools. But growing up in this chess culture, what was it like for you when you moved to France?
Well, well, at some point it was not easy, because when you're moving to another country, you have to assimilate with another culture and also learn a new language. But what struck me the most is chess is just everywhere. So I was not alone. So I was surrounded by friends. So French players are actually very passionate. So I think they just, I don't even know, they feel the void, So I've never felt that it was different.
Yeah, and I think I had a similar thing, because when I moved to the US, I was 13, so that was a very difficult age, because I was a teenager, and that's such a hard age to make such a big transition. But also, I also had chess, so at least if I couldn't speak English, I couldn't do anything. At least I had chess, and that really helped me through that period.
Hello and welcome back to our coverage of the Cairns Cup, as we have 5 thrilling games underway, and shortly we're going to have our special guest, Grandmaster Judit Polgár. So stay with us as this game between Koneru and Gonnina, just a couple of moves have been played, yes.
Yeah, but they're following the line of play that we've been looking at, Jennifer, and unfortunately for Valentina, she's got the issue that Alejandro was stating before we go on break. How is she going to defend her pawn on e6? It's not that easy.
We're not going to?
And they're going down exactly the same gate that Koneru must have such great memories of. This
so weird.
Is still Koneru Karpov from 2006. Yes, it's a rapid game, but
how did Anatoly hang on? I mean,
he didn't.
I know he lost, but how did he? What move did he make against this bishop e3 capture c5 idea that White's about to execute?
Well, the game went like this: knight c5 was played. Koneru played bishop e3, attacking the knight. The rook came to c8 in this position. Sorry, the bishop came to c8 in this position, defending the pawn. And after e5. Karpov's position was so bad, bishop g6 is coming, that he shed the exchange and lost very soon afterwards.
With takes and queen takes h8.
Queen takes h8. Right. I mean, you're down material. Bishop g6 still coming on the board.
And you're getting attacked.
And you're getting attacked. Yeah, he didn't survive very long. I think the game was a few moves long. He did manage to survive a little bit, but the result was never in question.
Exactly. Well, we certainly hope for Valentina's sake, at least, that she had better preparation and then did.
Yeah, this is mysterious. If she didn't look at this game before the game, what do you think the explanation is? That she's just trying to clear her head, so she stopped preparing, and then this just happened?
I simply don't have an explanation. No, I mean, at this level, your openings really should be airtight. Like, you should know, and especially a game you're playing against Humpi. And who has she beaten? Oh, there's an Anatoly Karpov victory. Oh, let me study that game and let me not do the same thing that Anatoly Karpov did.
It's something that when you prepare your opponents, the game list always comes sorted by rating first.
Exactly.
I mean, the very first thing you look at is, oh, she beat a 2680 Grandmaster. Oh, it's Karpov.
Wow.
Let's just take a look at very quickly at what happened in that game.
Right.
You take 5 seconds, even if it's a completely irrelevant game to your openings, to see what happened in that game, right?
Right.
And it must be such a strange feeling for Humpi. I don't know if it's ever happened to you, Yasser, that you win more than one game with the exact same opening trick.
Probably more for you, right?
Absolutely.
Because of the
No,
database
I was,
updates.
yeah, I was really, really lucky because I was playing before the database came. And like I would make an opening novelty that scored a victory, and I could carry that with me to the next tournament, and it's not on the internet, there's no database. And so I actually scored a lot of victories in some of my favorite openings before the Chess Informator and everybody else started saying, okay, well, here's the database. So today, unfortunately, there's really no excuse because, again, if I'm playing, for example, Alejandro or yourself, and I look at your games and I see that you beat Garry Kasparov, and just as Alejandro said, even if it wasn't an opening that I didn't play, and I'm not planning to play against you, I want to see how you beat Garry Kasparov, because that's a great achievement, right?
I also want to see how I beat Garry Kasparov.
I want to see
Yeah.
how you beat
That was
Anatoly
it.
Karpov.
Yeah, get us that game from the database so we can look over it.
Sounds great, guys.
Okay,
Your
put it-
hypotheticals are getting better and better. Yeah.
I'll put them in the database. And so for me, this is a real shock that, I mean, if Humpy can get a second victory and a very big scalp with the same, plan of attack, I mean, boy,
And so
That would
and
be amazing.
that would shake up our list as
Big
we would
time.
also have Humpy Koneru at 5.5 points, meaning that the pressure would be on Ju Wenjun to try to win today. Of course,
Right.
we know she went into today trying to win, but that really amps up the pressure as, sure, Humpy Koneru, Ju Wenjun, white pieces, two of the players who are struggling in the event. Of course, they're favorites in the game, but are they both favorites to win? I don't think so. I still think 1.5 is more likely than 2, just because it's, difficult to win a game of chess.
course,
These
of
are
course. You're-
strong 2,400 plus players who know how to defend.
the draw is a more natural result, to be sure. Alejandro, over to you. What do you have? What are you looking at here?
Let's update some of the other games. Of course, we've been heavily focused on this one and the one with Ju Wenjun. So let's take a look at how that one has developed. Not a huge fan of how Carissa is putting her pieces, but let's take a look more or less on what she's done. After h4, she did decide castle. I don't care about h5. Ju Wenjun decided, okay, h5 maybe a little bit too early. Let's put the knight on d2 first, keep our options a bit open. And then this kind of weird move, queen e8. It does threaten some tactics down on the e file. It does prepare h5 in the sense that the queen is guarding some squares there, but I'm not very convinced about the queen being on e8. It seemed like such a natural spot for the rook unless you get f5 in quickly. But with the bishops like this and without the resource of b4, I don't think that you want to play f5 as black anytime soon. You mostly want to play f5 when this bishop is not going to get traded for the other one. So I don't think the queen belongs on e8. I thought the rook was going to go there. Anyway, after castles, bishop d7, queen c2, rook c8, b3, we had a few natural moves. The bishop came to d7, which is a better diagonal than b7, because this is a very awkward setup for the light squared bishop. Rook c8 has been played, b3 has been played, and I like the position that Ju Wenjun's gotten herself into. She's provoking this b4 idea and just wants to retreat the bishop to b2 and then stick a knight on c4. So I don't see black expanding any further on the queen side anytime soon. The move c4 basically weakens your structure. I can be happy to take this pawn on c4 and use the open file for myself. So again, I don't think that Carissa is in any position to expand on this side of the board. These pieces, they lack squares, especially the knight on e7 is particularly bad at this position. And I think that's why the engine is saying, look, you have all these problems with your position. You could play queen f7 and rook e8 and slowly maneuver out of it. There's no problems with that. Or you could go a little bit crazy, go g5, open up the position, and say after takes, I can't take back because bishop takes g7, knight takes h5. It just wants to go queen h5 and say, I have compensation, I have an attack, knight g6, knight f4 coming almost out of nowhere, taking advantage of the weakness on h4. Very computer-esque. I think Carlsen would love such a type of position. This is the kind of sacrifice that he likes to make, just one pawn, but gets all the compensation in terms of activity, but it's a difficult one to make. It is a full pawn. There's also no direct attack against the king. You just have a couple good squares for your pieces. So queen f7 is one possibility, g5 is another. In either case, black will be trying to improve some of the pieces that she's currently not playing with. I think one of the big advantages of g5, and perhaps one of the reasons that Ju Wenjun herself played h4, is to not allow this knight to e5. If the knight on e7 magically jumps to e5, that's such a great square. Now you have to deal with so many problems in the center. f5 will be easier for black, and I think black would just be better. So in this case, you're preventing the move g5, or you're at least making it more difficult for black. And rerouting the pieces is not going to be as easy. A tense game, very strategical, both sides with chances in this one.
Well, thank you, Alejandro. I thought of the move Queen E8 that Carissa played as a trappy kind of move. That is to say that when she played the move Queen E8, I thought she had two ideas in mind. The first idea was to take this pawn on D5, thanks to the fact that the pawn is in a pin, so that if you made some wasteful move like this, then I go C4, ha ha ha, and there you have it. So it was a pawn trap. Pawn capture, and she was trying to provoke her opponent to castle, which she did. And then I thought, well, gee, now that the pawn is cute, defended, I thought her plan was to try to get in this move A5, so that what you try to do in a Benoni, I want to say, is to play for the move B4, trapping the bishop. So when she played bishop d7 and then rook c8 and started slow playing it as black, I was kind of like...
And she played h6, by the way, after b3.
Thrown back, because bishop d7, rook c8, are those really like the most
but it does,
consequent moves?
The thing is, if you go back just a couple of moves, the move a5 doesn't come with a threat, right?
Right. There's no... I was just saying that the pawn is defended and that you're ready to play bishop g4, b4.
I think I'll do the same. I'll play queen c2 and b3. I don't think it changes too much.
No trickies?
B4.
Oh, b4 by yourself.
Right.
Okay.
This starts to look dangerous strategically again. You don't want to give up the d4 square to the knight, especially with e6 undefended, bishop on a6 a bit awkward.
So you think that we might be more or less transposing to something
and
akin
I like the
to
rook
the
on
game.
c8 because this idea of b4 is typical for the structure by both black and white.
Right.
So white trying to play b4 at some point might be, I'm not going to say dangerous, but it might be an idea. And rook c8 is playing against it. h6 played by Carissa.
By the way, a move I like, because
yes.
I like that g5 idea you mentioned. I didn't know if it was worth a pawn, but get the knight to g6.
And they're playing in completely different styles, and now we're going to see a real clash between the players, because a4 has been played very quickly by Ju Wenjun, finally snapping out of it, playing a couple of quick moves. She's actually made up her time completely, even on time are Ju Wenjun and Carissa, and now she can play g5. I'm not going to take this time, or you could throw in the take, but I'm not going to take a full pawn on g5 anymore. So instead I'm going to be focusing on some resources here down on the queen side. I think I'll be happy to throw a rook to a7 at some point. Meanwhile, Carissa is going to be attacking on the king side, and we're going to have a full-fledged fight on this one with both sides counterattacking on different flanks. This one's going to be a lot of fun, guys. It's crucial for the standings. And Ju Wenjun saying, I'm going to play h4. I'm going to provoke you to come after my king on the king side. And meanwhile, I'm going to counterattack.
And meanwhile, Carissa Yip's fans are glad that she's playing the world champion now, because she looks so locked in right now, guys.
Right,
so focused. And here we have our very special guest we've been plugging all day, Grandmaster Judit Polgár. Welcome to the show.
Hi, how are you?
Fine, Judy. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
We're so happy to have you on the show. Judit, tell us what you think of this tournament, the Cairns Cup.
Well, I didn't have too much time to follow it, but just before now I came on air, I saw quite a few games. I think there are quite a few very entertaining games, so probably the public can be very happy, especially with your commentaries. You give all the insights and all the details. So I think it's a nice event. It's a real professional event from all sides.
Well, wonderful. Thank you for joining us. And what we were talking about, Judy, on our break is that you've had such an illustrious career yourself. We couldn't decide what was your greatest achievement, so we're going to throw it at you. What, to your mind, was the thing that you're most proud of in what you achieved in your career?
Well, actually, I'm very fortunate that during my 3 decades of career, I had quite a few impressive, nice results. And in one hand, one of the nicest results I had the first Olympiad, which we won with my sisters and model, because it was a very special, unique event. I was just 12 years old at the time, and crushed everybody on the event, and we won the gold medal, so that was very exceptional. But obviously in my life, as I was raised to be going for the real crown for men and women included, for me, the biggest result is that I was in top 10 in the world for quite a long time. And for example, my tournament in Vejkanze being second in 2003, it is something unique and special when we were head-to-head with Anand. He won the event, but all the rest of the field was behind us. But obviously, I have many nice games and memories from many different events, and it's not necessarily the same from my point of view and from the public's point of view.
Exactly.
Good point. Judit, you wrote a phenomenal trilogy of books about your career. When you were asked to speak about chess, give us some highlights of which games you might show. You have, like you say, I like to show the one from the Thessaloniki with Queen F8 to newcomers, and Magnus, Gary Kasparov wins. But what about you? What are your top picks?
Well, one of my most memorable victory was against Vichy Anand in 1999. I beat him in game 1. After that, it was a horror tournament for me, but that specific game I'm very proud of, because it was something very unique style, and it was very unusual for Anand to lose a game like that. Also, my game against Alexei Shirov from 94, where I made some great tactical moves, preparation, and then very spectacular checkmating pattern. So those two are very memorable, but of course I have others too.
The one against Shirov, I tell my students about that sometimes. Is that the one where he famously jumped out of his chair?
Remind me more about that story.
You played knight e3, right? Is that the one where you had the knight a3 line?
Yes, knight e3, and then he was back far in the end of the corridor, and he was like looking the screens, and he didn't really understand what kind of move is there. And it was not a pleasant surprise when he came back to the board and really saw what's going on.
Judith, you have turned from a great chess player into a great chess organizer. Each and every year you have a festival in Budapest that features literally thousands of children. Tell us about your work and what you're doing for your foundation.
Well, I have my foundation since 2012, and we are focusing on 2 things, mainly on chess in education for schools. We have teaching programs where teachers are taking our courses, and we had about 1,300 teachers who took the course, and they are teaching the kids with the Chess Palace and the Chess Playground program for kindergarteners as well. And the other thing is the Global Chess Festival, which this year is going to be the 6th year that we are going to organize it. Yeah, this is something very special for me, as during my career I had the pleasure to experience a lot of different occasions where chess was related to life, to art, to sport, to education. And this is what I want to show at the festival. And last year we had at the National Gallery the festival, and there was more than 7,000 visitors on that day. So we are very happy to have all kinds of programs for people who play already chess, but also for those who just want to get familiar or just start their first move. So it's a family event with giving opportunities for talented kids from all over the world to have some special prizes, but also for those kids who play maybe the first event in their life. Obviously, we have the simultaneous exhibition. That's always something spectacular for the audience. But last year we had the Chess Connects conference where we are touching everything which is chess and art, chess and sport, chess is education. So we have a lot of topics which we want to show to the audience which is related to chess, because I believe chess is much more than just a board game.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Alejandro, would you like to get in here with a question to Judith?
No, I'm a bit starstruck. Actually, I have a memory.
I like that what you have on the board. Is this the game?
Yes, this
HG5?
is the game between Koneru and Gonnina. We were actually mentioning that Koneru had this before in her game against Natalie Karpov. Karpov wasn't able to defend. He pretty much plummeted from this position. Gonnina, she's not faring any better. Queen takes h8, 95, and the engines are saying, and I don't think you need an engine for this one. Just give me another pawn. And that's an exchange and an extra pawn with no compensation whatsoever for Gonnina. We're looking at a completely hopeless position already, guys. I don't see any plan or how to muddy the waters here. You're probably going to castle or play knight s7 and take this bishop, but you're fighting for survival, and only then are you thinking, wait, I'm still an exchange and a pawn behind. It seems like this is easy cruising for Koneru. Well, I'm glad you like it, Judith, but I hope you like it from the white side.
No, actually, I was checking your analysis before I was on show, and I was seeing this line, and I thought actually HG5 probably is the only reasonable try to survive the game, but it doesn't look good.
HG, even the computers were saying after HG, queen takes h8. Well, yeah, you're down the exchange. This looks horrible, but at least play g4, queen c5, save this poor guy. She doesn't like her pawn, and I think Koneru is going to take it.
Absolutely.
Can't you go b4?
You can go b4 in this position specifically, yes. But after knight e2, the engines are not finding a way to continue. I think you would love to play something like knight takes e4, but queen h5 comes a little bit too powerful. You always have knight d4 to diffuse the diagonal. So even this, though, it's still better than the game continuation because at least you get some kind of tricks. I think the game is
but that white bar on the side is very disturbing.
Yes.
And it goes all the way up to the 7th rank. That's a danger.
Yeah. 7th rank bar. That's a good expression.
I agree, Judith. It is intimidating when that white bar just goes all the way up the board to the 7th, maybe the 8th rank.
Playing a game and you see on the side that this thing goes up and you're absolutely lost.
Oh, no.
Right.
What do you think of the other games today, Judith? Anything else strike your eye?
I don't know if you can show me the other game, what's going on.
Ju Wenjun game, maybe?
Yeah, the other key battle we have is the game between Ju Wenjun, the women's world champion, and Carissa Yip. This is kind of that Benoni-like looking position, and early in the opening, Ju Wenjun went h4, and Bent Larson would be sitting there rolling in his grave saying, how can you play h4 and never play h5? But we don't see h5 on the board, and it's a little bit of a challenge for the world champion. She's currently tied for first, Judith.
Yeah. I see she's doing fine. I don't know, somehow it looks kind of strange, these pawns on h4, but also on the other side, on the 6th rank, this f6, g6, h6.
Right. Yeah, it's not normal to see the pawn on f6, that is for sure. But
probably b4 can come shortly, no? Maybe possibly the next move.
Yeah. No, for white, Yasser.
Yeah, so we're expecting queen b7, b4.
b4.
The idea is that if you could provoke d4, at least you've got a nice square for this knight to jump. Yeah.
Well, I believe white should have a huge advantage, no?
Huge advantage. Wow.
I agree.
Really? Oh, I was thinking that a lot depends on whether or not f5 would ever work. I like the move g5. I'm not quite sure what
But you're falling apart there, no? I don't know.
What are we talking about? We're talking about the king side, or my tummy?
Yeah, the food really is great here in St. Louis. Judith, your sister, Grandmaster Susan Polgár, lives in this area. She is, of course, the coach of Webster University. And we almost had Judith here for the Kings vs. Queens battle many years ago.
Are you
planning any trips?
Planning any trips to St. Louis?
Well, not in the near future. I will be quite busy. I'm going to be on the commentator on the candidates tournament.
Oh, very nice.
Just very shortly, and also at Norway Chess in the summer. And I have other obligations.
Okay.
Actually, I've never been in the club yet, you know?
How's
it's
it
unbelievable.
possible?
One of the greatest
Because-
sins of the club.
I know, you almost came, but
You
then you...
shame us by not having visited our holy grounds.
You did
Yes,
so well in the
because
World Cup the year that you were supposed to come.
Yeah, but in 2011, I had no idea that I would reach the quarterfinal.
You know, I was supposed to play Judit, and she did so well I couldn't. I was the alternate for the team if Judit made it, so the average would be more or less equal.
Right.
But she made it so far that she wasn't able to come to the tournament, and I was just on the sidelines. I went from playing Judit Polgár to not playing at all.
Everybody was disturbed by your absence.
No, well, it's really amazing to have you here on Skype. Got to take this opportunity to ask you, I mean, you had such a famous upbringing, becoming the youngest grandmaster of all time, starting chess seriously at the age of 5. Can you tell us how different do you think it would have been if your parents had the same idea, but it was in today's chess world?
Well, today's chess is very different. Like when I started to play chess, first of all, I was very fortunate that my both sisters have been playing. Susan had already great results, international results. So it was a clear road ahead of me, kind of. But actually technology, computers changed our sport a lot. So it is very different. But one thing is for sure that the way we were raised, that we were focusing so much on one thing, and this was chess, that I think it is pretty obvious that you have serious results in this case. And this worked then, and I think it works nowadays too. It's only that you have to work in a different way and using different tools, and you have different opportunities. But generally, I believe that work pays off.
Yes, absolutely. Judith, by the way, just for me, and on that note, when I was coming up in chess, Bobby Fischer's record to me was sacrosanct. This was like ridiculous. This was such an outlier. No one, and I mean no one, would ever become a grandmaster before 15. It was even ridiculous to try. And the fact that his record was broken, and broken by a lady, made it all the more memorable. And so for me, whenever I think about your success, I always associate you as the youngest grandmaster, as the person who beat Bobby Fischer's record, and that says something. Did you ever get a chance to meet Bobby Fischer?
Yes, I had a chance, and actually he was living in Hungary for a short time. And actually we visited him after his match against Spassky in Svetistefan after his match. And we were telling him, my father specifically, why did you come over to Hungary to live? It's a fantastic place, great place, you will love it. And then he moved here, and he was a frequent guest in our house. And, well, it was an amazing experience. I was 16 at the time. And
well,
but
everybody wants to ask in this case, did you ever play Bobby Fischer blitz chess?
No, because there were talks about a potential match that we are going to be playing, and then he said that, well, if we are going to play and we are going to say that it's the first time ever that we are going to be sitting opposite to each other on a chessboard, it has to be true.
Oh, you were probably anxious to play him as well.
I bet.
Yeah, he was very interesting, but it was also very sad. But as I was 16, it was also, I think I would see him differently if I would meet him now. At the time, it was kind of, some situations were bizarre with his ideas, and I mean, it was mixed feelings, especially afterwards and later on, when he left Hungary and when you heard the news how his life was progressing, and he went to Iceland and so on. it was a pity, but it was very interesting to meet him.
So you were 16, so you had just recently broken his record for the youngest grandmaster of all time. Was he upset about that?
I don't remember talking about that at all. I think he was always busy taking his topics. Busy with his own thoughts.
Wow.
But he enjoyed a lot in Budapest. He loved the thermal bath, the food, the atmosphere. He was hiding and nobody was really bothering him, so he had a great time. He was here, I think, quite a few years, actually.
Wow.
Judit, I recently saw a speech that you gave at the London Chess Conference, which dealt with women's empowerment. Can you tell us a little bit about that event and what your main point was?
I think actually these conferences makes a lot of sense and it's interesting. The only thing I think that it would be nice to hear more summaries of such an event and more discussions and debates. Well, my point generally is that, first of all, it is something that you have to discuss and talk about it. But I think it's very important to have male participants to discuss this question as well, not only ladies, and sharing experiences, for example, for parents, how they see the situation when their talented girl is competing. I believe generally that, of course, it's a question for all of us, not for me necessarily. Obviously, I was raised the way that my parents were always telling me and supporting me in that as a girl I can achieve the same heights as any other talented boy. And this is how I raise my kids. I have a daughter and a son, and I don't really make a difference. They should reach their maximum potentials. And I do believe that some of the problems for girls is that how a teacher, for example, looks at her. So my goal would be, for example, if a teacher sees a 7-year-old talented girl, then the teacher would say that, wow, you can be a world champion and beat Magnus Carlsen. And not to say that, wow, you're so talented that you can become a women world champion. Because I think they really put the girls in a box this way. But of course, to have the goals and what tools we use, we can use different things. Obviously, I believe that doesn't make any sense. Actually, contrary, it would harm a lot women chess if, let's say, you would just delete ladies competitions. So you cannot do that. But for example, such an event like this one, it's a fantastic event, the conditions, the circumstances and everything. And I think it's a really great treat to ladies that they get such an opportunity to compete and play and show their strengths and their knowledge. But still, I believe it's very important to make steps for the ladies who are on the top also, to encourage girls and teachers, and especially parents, that what do you expect from your daughter? And don't go below the maximum. I mean, if you have a daughter, just think if she would be a boy. And try to give the maximum possibilities. I think this was one of the biggest key in my career, that my parents were always thinking that I'm able to reach the maximum in chess itself, in the sport. And I believe if I wouldn't be raised this way, I would never be number one between the ladies for 26 years. You always have to have the bar higher. But obviously, you have to be very happy with small steps and small successes. It's only that I'm very upset when I see the parents or coaches, when they want to limit a girl, what are their potentials. And it is something very small, but trust me, it is very huge when you just say that you can really do it and do the best and learn the maximum you can about the game, and not to think about the different levels of ladies or men.
Wise words indeed,
Great
Judith.
advice.
I just want to say, we're so happy and grateful, and thank you for coming on our show and sharing your thoughts and taking a look at the games. And now that we all know it, We want you to come and visit St. Louis anytime. 12
Thank
months.
you. I hope I will reach the club one day, and you're welcome at the Global Chess Festival, which is every year October 2nd Saturday.
Wonderful.
I'm
One
penciling
day
it
you
in
will
now.
Hashtag Chess Connects us.
There you go.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much, Judith.
Thanks and congrats for your work.
Oh, that's wonderful. Thank you so much. What a joy to have the one and only Judit Polgár on our show. I love that advice for the parents out there. You know, in America, I've read a lot of books about how they encourage parents to focus less on, and teachers to focus less on the appearances of girls. Because oftentimes you don't always see what Judith's talking about I think in America, about the maximum potential, but instead it's like these little things where people will often compliment the clothes or the hairstyle of a girl, whereas for a boy they might compliment
his good work or something.
Exactly.
Like that. Or you're a young genius prodigy, aren't you? Oh, by the way, I really like your shoes.
Yeah, there's a guy who wrote a book. Seth, his last name's escaping me right now, but he did a big study of data and Google searches, and apparently one of the top Google searches for "Is my boy a genius?"
Right.
And for girls, it was stuff like, "Could my girl be like top ballerina?" Things like that. So just the searches that parents were putting in for girl versus boy was kind of showing that they had different goals for each of them.
Exactly.
And yeah, maybe that ends up, those tiny little effects add up to not having a player who's 2,700 plus since Judit Polgár.
Exactly. Alejandro, in our pause, a wonderful pause, by the way, bringing us up to date, what has taken place amongst our two co-leaders?
Those are the games we have to focus on, and Gonnina, after a very long thing, 18 minutes, did play the move knight f7. It was hitting the queen and the bishop, so Koneru immediately brought the queen back to h4 so as to defend both. And guys, what do you do as black? You're down an exchange, you're also down a pawn, your position's even not that great, your king's still in the center. You could castle, but no, that's not castling. You could castling, but you still give up a pawn again on f6. She'll probably take that, doesn't even have to. If you trade off some pieces, well, you don't want to trade pieces because you're running out of them. Any endgame is completely hopeless. If you castle, well, thank you. I'll play rook d1. I'll take over the file. I'm going to exchange that rook. Where is the activity? Where is the counterplay? Where is the attack? It doesn't exist. It's +5. This engine is reaching the 7th rank and going all the way to the 8th. There's so much white bar here. Look, if this was any other position, I'd just be dead. Resigning is kind of an option depending on who you are. I don't think Peter Svidler would play this position on.
You'd be so disgusted. Again, this just looks like horrifyingly bad preparation by Valentina. Unfortunately for her, as she stepped right into a variation that Koneru knew very, very well, and it looks like Koneru is being gifted a point. Is the same true in the game of Carissa Yip? What has happened in that game of our women's world champion, Alejandro?
Well, gifted would be a strong word in this case, but it is a position where Ju Wenjun is outplaying her opponent.
Okay.
And I didn't like the last moves by Ju Wenjun as much, but they're still okay. Queen b7, the engine's loving the idea of b4. We had thrown out that idea with Judith, and before she joined the show, saying this destabilizes the center, destabilizes the queen, so you don't want to play c4 because it gives the knight the access to the d4 square. Instead, she chose to play the move queen a2. A little bit slower, actually a lot slower, taking over the file here. You can't play rook a8 and play against it, but it doesn't have a great penetration square because Carissa has gone knight c8, preventing this queen from coming to a7. It also holds down d6 pawn if you need to. You probably should still play b4 in this position. You can't do that much with the file, which is why I'm not in love with the move queen a2. But it's still a little bit of an edge for white. You can see the bar. You can play b4, and I still think this should be the main idea for Ju Wenjun, especially with the queen on a2. You have some x-ray possibilities down on the king. So b4 really calls my attention in this position. I would have rather played it before the move queen a2, but still a little bit of a pull for the world champion. Definitely a completely different scenario than what we're seeing in Koneru against Gonnina.
Thank you for the update there, Alejandro. Another game that's actually very important for our podium standing is a game between Maria and Harika. That was the Sicilian, the A3 variation of the Najdorf, and things went pretty okay until we saw this move d6, d5 by Harika. Now, if you're a Sicilian player and you can play d5 and recapture with a piece, that's fine. When you're forced to recapture with the pawn, as happened, a lot of pieces traded off, it was all about this isolated queen pawn, and my spidey sense is telling me that white is for choice, as Maria is going to try to double up against that d pawn, and it just feels like this is just a more comfortable position for white.
Absolutely, but how big do you rate the edge as? Is that knight on f5 looks juicy? The potential of doubling the rooks on the d file looks good. I mean, to me, it looks great for white, but I noticed that on your bar, it only looks, they're saying it's only a slight edge for white.
Exactly.
I'm wondering why that is.
Well, if we go down this very natural number of trades, captures, I mean to say, black does have this move d5, d4, and keep in mind that, okay, this knight looks good, but okay, if it's forced to go backwards, the f4 pawn could be potentially hit, and black may also just simply try to dissolve her weakness by going d4, d3. So I'm not 100% sure I like this move f4 by Maria. Still think that white is slightly better, but this is a key game that we have to keep our eye on as well.
Yeah, that's a weakness. And by the way, I did get some more concrete information about those things I was citing earlier. The name of the author of that book is Saf Stevens Davidovitz, and the key stat is that people Google, is my son a genius, 3 times more than they Google, is my daughter a genius, and they Google, is my daughter overweight, 3 times as much as they Google, is my son overweight, when actually it's young boys who are more likely to be, have that bigger BMI to be concerned about. So that's kind of telling that you can see even by people's private searches some of the dreams and hopes they have for their boys as opposed to their girls.
Exactly. The boys are supposed to be priests and geniuses and doctors, and the daughters are supposed to, just have nice, supportive lives. What about this game of, I wanted to say...
He's criticizing that, though, because I see Alejandro making a face.
That was a criticism, right?
That's a criticism.
Okay, the Kostyniuk's game. She's grabbed the pawn. Was that a good decision by her?
Kostyniuk, she's doing all right. She decided to destroy her structure slightly.
Exactly,
so,
but for a pawn.
In this position, after pawn takes, pawn takes, pawn takes, this pawn is pretty dead. You'll eventually grab it at some point. And what you're worried about, Yasser, I'm sure, is that once you take this pawn, that b6 will be very weak.
Right.
Unfortunately, things are not so easy.
Yeah.
Takes, 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 takes. And if this pawn can be regained, then I agree, the structure is actually pretty terrible. But it's going to take a while to regain this pawn.
Exactly.
And I don't really know how you do it. The edges are preferring white very slightly, but they're not going after the pawn because they also don't see a way where you can really corral the pawn. If you start with queen b1 or something along those lines, well, I'll play rook a4. I'll keep this pawn defended. And there's no reason to just give it up. It's weak, but it's not dead. And you can follow up with rook c1, and we just play chess. But it's going to revolve around, can I keep the pawn alive for a very long time? And if I can, well, I have good squares for my pieces. The rook on a4 is fine. This knight would, in a dream, jump to a5 and help the pawn push. So the pawn on b4 is doing a good job. The edges are approving of what she's doing so far and saying here, position's about equal, maybe a little bit better for white. Just play rook b2, which I think is a very strange move. But the point is being that you want to play queen b3, attack d5, attack b4. I think Anana's doing a decent job of putting pressure, but Kostyniuk's reactions seem to be entirely appropriate in the situation. An even game so far, important for the standings, but nothing really that exciting. Let's take a look at another game which we have not really talked about so often. It's Katerina Lagno against Irina Krush. The game changed dramatically since we just saw it last. We talked about this bishop d3 plan by Lagno instead of g4, g5, and crushing your opponent on the king side. And after a6, she played this very rare move, knight a4, targeting the b6 square, but it's not such a weakness in this Sicilian specifically, because you always have this move, knight d7, to cover your hole on b6. The game proceeded with c4. She decided to play a more or less a Maroczy type of bind. And after b6, castles, knight c5, we had another change in the structure. Here, knight takes c5, pawn takes c5, weaken the dark squares for the white side. I wasn't a big fan of this. The edge is saying it's fine, but you have to throw in a very quick b4 and, again, destabilize this side of the board. Instead, after f5, which is a move I really am hesitant to play as white because it gives up so many dark squares around the center. Knight e5 came immediately. Thank you for that position for my knight. Knight c3 came. And queen d8, which I also find a little bit strange. I didn't understand queen d8. I understand bishop g5 wants to be played, but if it's not like white has to take on g5. She'll probably just retreat the bishop. And I'm not sure what the bishop is doing there. I thought the bishop would have a very comfortable home in the square f6 on the diagonal, reinforcing the knight. Hard to get to the bishop. I thought that was the natural move in this scenario. But queen d8, it's not the end of the world. Bishop e2. It prevents bishop g5 in a roundabout way because now the d6 pawn will be hanging. So if you do this, thank you, I'll take this, and I'll take that, and your position simply collapses. You can't exchange that anymore. So Irina has played the move castles. Seems like a double-edged Sicilian. I think black is fine because of her dark square domination, but white's not out of it. She has b4 ideas. She has a lot of space. She's played the move queen d2, which looks pretty natural to me. About even, I would say, is the current position for both sides. Queen d8 I really didn't like, but I don't think it spoils anything.
Well, for me, if you gave me this position as black, I'd probably be tempted to play queen c7. So queen d8 is a real head-scratcher for me. I agree with you. I think the bishop belongs on f6, not necessarily on g5. I like the queen on c7, and I would have liked Irina to have developed her queen side already. So, okay, we'll keep a close, watchful eye over on that one. And again, this game of Nana is very important. Should she play this, I think, actually very important move, rook b2, followed by queen b3. And she's done it. Very nice, well understood that what she needs to do is stop this rook on a8 from coming to a4, which supports the pawn. So in other words, if white had just from the very beginning doubled up against the pawn, this move rook a4 comes down and you go, oh my goodness, now I better really work very hard to figure out how to capture this pawn, maybe moving my knight all around the board. But this move, rook b2, is a really cute little move. Stops rook a4. It prepares the move queen b3, as Alejandro says, hitting the pawns. Should white ever win the pawn on b4 back, then I think white's structure really gives her a big advantage. We'll see if Kostanyu can hold what might be a difficult.
It might be tough, but you know, this is just so huge for Nana. If she can squeeze a victory out and keep her chances in the tournament alive.
Well, considering what happened to her yesterday, again, that was one of the big plot turns in the tournament because she was 2 pawns down against Ju Wenjun, the women's world champion, and she had no time on her clock. And she swindled a magnificent draw there. That was really something special.
Huge save, no doubt.
Huge save.
That was definitely a massive turnaround, as now it looks like Humpy Koneru is the one that's getting the easier time of it today. I mean,
the gifted point.
She's
My goodness,
dominating in this position. As poor Valentina, last year's champion, she got 7 out of 9 last year.
The wheels have fallen off completely. It's the worst tournament she's. I mean, from hero last year, first place in the tournament to the lowliest on the cross table, and just. Everything's gone wrong. It's not like she's played terrible. The problem is she's played terrible at crucial moments. And her position, she's a pawn in an exchange down, and she's done this in less than 2 dozen moves.
Yeah, it really is. It's sad to see it happening. But, you know, it is a much stronger tournament this year than last year. So that's the one thing. It's a much stronger tournament. And even last year, people were telling us Valentina is either going to come in first or last because she's crazy. When she gets on a roll, she just goes.
Right.
When the wheels come off, they really come off. So even last year, people were saying that about her as they remarked about some of her astonishing astonishing results, like that event in London where she just demolished a mixed field of grandmasters.
Unbelievable, right? She scored like 10.5 out of 11 or something.
Exactly.
Ridiculous score where she took down some of the world's very, very best grandmasters at the London.
Streaky players, you got to wonder though, are they fulfilling their full potential? Because if you have it in you to play really well, that means you have it in you. So maybe it's a confidence issue when they're not doing as well, right?
Right. I mean, at one time I thought of Alexei Shirov as kind of like the Valentina, so to speak. I mean, his results were just like through the roof, outstanding, or, you know, terrible. I remember, now that you mentioned it, one rapid chess tournament where I think, I'm not joking, I mean, he may have lost all of his games, like all of his games.
But what about Veselin? I feel like he's also someone who sometimes has these big streaks, partly because of his super aggressive style.
That's right. But somehow he doesn't really have this total disasters like Valentina is experiencing right now.
And now we have the big question of the day, the counts corner. What game is he going to analyze? Guys, I'm going to go with... Oh, God, I don't know yet. I need to think about this for a second.
I have so lost my confidence. I mean, it's hurtful for me, but I'm going to
go with Carissa and Ju Wenjun.
I'm going to go with Humpy.
Muzychuk.
Okay, let's get it, guys.
We can't fail.
We can't lose again. We can't. We got to get this one.
All right.
I think the odds are going to be like
Christian.
1% for us to lose so many times in a row.
Come on, Christian.
All right, if it's an honor.
You guys lose again. I'm actually going to talk about one of my favorite openings, the one that occurred in the game between Katerina Lagno and Irina Krush, and that is the Queen B6 Sicilian. A very bad opening. Don't play this at home. But I did play it when I was a kid. Then I stopped playing it. I started playing E5 at move number 1. And recently I got back into it just because I was kind of bored of 1E5. So let's look at this. I will show you how to win against this Queen B6, or at least how to get quite a decent advantage as white. And hint, it is not how Ekaterina Lagno played. In this position, she played the move A3. This obviously does obtain a small advantage, maybe a plus over equal, but it doesn't pose as many problems for black. I think the critical continuation at this point is this move, Queen to E2, preserving the chance of going long castle. Bishop to B4, Bishop to D2, castle. And now white has a couple of options. Usually A3 is being played. Black has the option of taking on C3 or going to E7. If he goes to E7, after castle, D5 or D6, if you go D6, you're simply going to get checkmated first after G4. The position is really, really bad. The computers definitely like white. D5 is the main line. The problem is that after this, knight takes D5, knight takes D5, E takes D5, you're just going to get the isolated queen pawn, and strategically you're going to be worse. You're going to be worse for a very long time. So recently, after A3, black players decided to go bishop takes C3. Bishop takes C3, and now, of course, you have to close this diagonal. You have to play the move E5, castle, and now the recent attempt was rook to E8. I actually played this in 2019 in the span of 2 weeks, I think at the National Open and at the World Open, with quite good results. I actually won both of my games, because in the first game, my player, the player I was facing, was tempted to go G4 immediately. This rook to E8 obviously hinders the knight. I cannot go back to E8. I cannot go D6 to retreat to D7. So this G5 is a big threat. And unfortunately, at this point, for white, we will see why this move is so important. Rook to E8. D5, opening up the center. Bishop takes G4, F3. And it looks like the position is already lost for black, because I have two of my pieces attacked. If I move one of them, I'm going to lose the other. But now we understand why this rook E8 is here. I'm going to go knight to D4, force the opening of the E file. E takes D4, queen to F2, and now I can just simply retreat my bishop anywhere I want. Bishop to F5. If you take with the rook, now we see this spin with the queen on B6, on the queen on F2, I can go simply knight to D5. My pieces are much better than yours. I'm going to go rook to C8. Your knight on B3 is not very good. This knight landing on E3 could potentially become a problem. My structure on the king side is better. Black's position is simply better, and I went on to win the game. But white has an extra option, and that is all the way here after rook to E8. bishop to c3. Pawn is still on d7, and we have a knight on c6. I think I'm missing a bishop on c8. So in this position, the simple move king to b1 is extremely strong because black simply doesn't have any way to improve the position. Queen to c7 is generally considered to be the best option, but now we will see a big difference between the queen on b6 and the queen on c7. g4 comes on the board, we get the same variation, e takes d5, bishop takes g4, f3, knight to d4, bishop takes d4, c takes d4, but now after queen to f2, we no longer have the queen on b6, so whatever piece is going to land on d4 is not going to be pinned. And after bishop to f5, you can simply just take rook takes d4, defend the pawn on d5, and now you're going to be a pawn up. Of course, black has some compensation, but unfortunately is not enough. So instead of bishop f5, you have this extra option with the queen on c7 to go queen to f4. And this was the position I faced. My opponent played the move bishop to g2, and after bishop f5, he had some big problems on the h7 b1 diagonal. The best move at this point is to go bishop e2. It looks a bit counterintuitive because you put the bishop on the open file, but after bishop to f5, rook takes d4. This bishop is ready to block this diagonal with bishop d3. Once again, white is going to be a pawn up. Black does have some compensation, but not enough. So this is the best way for white to combat this queen b6 line. Guys, back to you.
Wow, thank you, Christian, for that insight. I mean, my
Way
goodness.
to ruin queen b6 for everybody else.
I thought I was going to catch somebody in a trap there for just a moment until you spilled the beans and made everybody aware of how you're supposed to play that line. Very insightful, but I think I was tricked on the question. I didn't realize it was a Christian Chirilla game that I had to guess. But I mean, how could I have known?
Don't worry, guys.
Foul play.
I've calculated, and the chances of us all being wrong so many rounds in a row is only like 2%. So we're running bad, guys. We're running.
They did the math.
Running out of
One
rounds.
of these
There's only
days.
5 games. I mean, come on. Oh my word.
We're running bad, as is, well, apparently Gonnina is running bad, guys, as she looks in just desperate shape in this game against Humpy Koneru, and that's going to give Humpy excellent chances to at least tie for first in this tournament and potentially win it clear. I mean,
it just looks completely dead. King on e8 is permanently there. Can't even castle anymore. There's a rook on d1 cutting you.
Yes, this rook d1 stops any kingside, any
is it really
queenside
fair
castling.
that you can't castle without a rook, guys? Come on, you should be allowed to play king g8.
It's sort of like black has given up a rook odds so that she could still play king g8. By the way, a very important point that in certain variations, of course, you would like to play knight takes e4, but the pawn's being defended by the knight. So you'd like to play a move like b4, just simply drive the knight away. Oopsie. It goes to show how bad the position is. When I make a blunder like b4, the chessometer only went up a little bit.
It can only go up a little. That's the limit.
Bishop a4 will win the queen as it's pinned to the king, but the position's so bad that b5, b4, bishop a4 is a killer answer.
And so as we see Valentina continue to suffer,
right,
and the front runners try to win their games, we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back for more for the exciting penultimate round of the Cairns Cup.
The St. Louis Chess Club hosts the 2020 U.S. Championship and U.S. Women's Championship, April 8th through the 25th. These national championship events feature 12 of the strongest chess players in America. Competitors will battle for a combined prize fund of nearly $300,000, qualification into the World Championship cycle, and the coveted title of U.S. Champion. First round of play begins April 10th at the St. Louis Chess Club. Watch live at the club or at uschesschamps.com.
If you have kids, you already know St. Louis has a ton of fun stuff for families to do, like the Magic House or the Science Center. And if you really want to be a stellar parent, come see all the new stuff there is to discover at St. Louis Union Station. With a new mirror maze, light shows, and the 20-story high St. Louis wheel, it's enough to make any parent feel like a star. St. Louis is always exploring.
And we are back at our coverage of the Cairns Cup, and here are our standings. Humpy Koneru with 4.5 points, but looking really good to get 5.5 today, as her position is just dominant against the defending champion. Well, our world women's champion, Ju Wenjun, we also thought she enjoyed a very nice position against the youngster Carissa Yip. But we'll dig into that in just a few minutes, because right now we have a very special guest, international master Dorsa Derakhshani, SLU student, is with Grandmaster Alejandro Ramirez, who also happens to be her coach.
Exactly.
Can't say I interview my students very often, but of course, very relevant to the world of women's chess. Welcome to the show, Dorsa.
Thank you. It's nice to be here.
Well, pleasure to have you. Tell us a little bit about your history. A lot of people perhaps are not familiar with your story, how you ended up coming to SLU, where you're from. Tell us a little bit of your story.
I was born in Iran. I moved to Spain in 2016 after I won a few Asian Youth Championships. And I got my Women Grandmaster and International Master approved while I was in Spain, in Baku, 2016. And from early on in childhood, I knew I didn't want to live in Iran and I wanted to study somewhere else and grow old somewhere else. And I gave Spain a try, but it wasn't the right fit. So I moved here for college to SLU.
Yeah, certainly happy to have you, but you did have your choices to go to universities here. You're a talented international master yourself. Tell us a little bit about your career.
Well, I think one of the big things that I chose SLU for was that I knew the coach and the teammates before I came here, whereas for example, UTD, I wasn't that familiar with them. Also, SLU is 5 minutes away from St. Louis Chess Club, so I can't say that's not a benefit. Also, SLU has a very nice biology and health sciences department that I'm majoring in, both of them. So those were my big factors to choose SLU. My chess history. Where do I start?
Well, we're seeing some of the tournaments you've played here for SLU. This was the Collegiate Rapid and Blitz
yeah.
that we're going to be hosting again, actually, next month in March. Well, you have a lot of tournament successes. You mentioned yourself, you won quite a bit of Asian Youth Championships. And now tell us a little bit about what the controversy was. We know that you had a TED Talk that you gave in Germany about, well, explain it yourself.
Yeah, so last summer, 2019 summer, I was invited to do a TEDx talk in Munich, and they left it completely up to me what I wanted to cover. And I immediately knew I wanted to talk about the freedom of choice, because it's one of those things that sometimes it's taken for granted, but like sometimes where I'm from, you don't necessarily have the freedom to make your choices. And for me, that was always a big thing, that I didn't understand some of the reasons behind the rules, and I tried to understand them and I couldn't. And yes, I'm referring to the government, Iranian government. And so for me, not understanding the rules was not having the freedom of choice to do what I wanted. And that's what I talked about in my talk. And I did talk about the difference in women's and men's chess, because there is a lot of thinkings and talks that between genders' brains, but I talked to SLU Neuroscience Department, the hospital, and I shadowed the neurosurgery department, and I tried to gather as much information as I could. And even though, yes, the brains are different, but the anatomy is the same, the physiology is different, and the differences are not that big to just say we make like better decisions, we drive better, or like men play better chess or do better math. It's not about that. It's not about the gender. It's more about how you think by yourself, and it's personal. Yeah, it is genetics, but not genders. Yeah.
Dorsa, I interviewed you for Ladies' Night, and we went all the way back to a 2-year-old Dorsa.
2-year-old?
And when she was 2, she already knew how to read, and she was on talk shows all over the country, talking, just showing off her incredible brain. And I wanted you to tell us a little bit about that and how supportive your parents were to, encourage you just as much as anyone.
Thank you. Yeah, that was a very fun interview. So as soon as I was born, actually before I was born, my parents had this plan. They read books on how to raise children because I was their firstborn. And the way they planned it was that they wanted me to have as much as knowledge possible about as much as they could give me. So they taught me different skills. They taught me swimming, painting, sports. They wanted to just give me all the information and teach me to make choices, difficult choices. And so one of the things that they wanted me to move forward with was knowing science and just reading and writing. And they started doing that when I was 1. So my mom would make this cards, and she would write on them in Farsi and in English when she could. And she would teach me the word, and she would work all day to create stories around that word. And then the next day we would review all those words, the previous ones and the new one. And we did these for a while. And by the time I was 2.5, I could read full books, first grade books, and I could do math. And so when I was 2.5, we finished the first grade material. By the time I was 4, we finished the 4th grade material. And then I wanted to go to school when I was 5, and we met with some government officials, and they were all like, yeah, we don't have any protocol for that. We would recommend that she starts first grade at when she's 6.5, 7, and my parents are like, oh, cool, so now we need to find stuff to fill her time. That's kind of where chess came along.
Wow.
Well, certainly filled up a lot of your time dedicated. How many years to it?
Yeah, I started actually getting into it when I was 5.5, 6, and I'm 21 now.
You're still here. And I still make you play chess, so you're still going to be there for a while.
Yeah.
You've had a lot of experiences both in women's chess and university chess. Tell us a little bit about the challenges of both.
I think university chess is a little different because when you play collegiate tournaments, everybody is busy with school, so not necessarily everybody is updated on their theory. So that's something that I like to take advantage of.
This is not an excuse for the next tournament. Just
I know. But, so for example, when you're playing women's chess, especially higher level tournaments, everybody is prepared, everybody has coaches and helps, and yeah, it's, I feel like it's a little bit more serious when you're not playing university tournaments. Sorry, coach. But yeah, I feel like with team tournaments, it's more like you can also rely a lot on your teammates to help you when you have a game and when you need help on that certain opening, or if this position, it's not much that I can get out of, you can rely on your teammates to get their advantage to where it needs to go. And yeah, I think both of them are fine, just a little different.
Makes sense. Have you been following this tournament, by the way?
Yes, as best as I can.
Anything that's impressed you?
Well, I thought that Carissa Yip's the engine starting a little late was quite interesting, but she's one of the most talented girls I've ever seen. So I think she is going to be very well known in future, and it's still pretty close to decide to try and make a decision who will win, but I don't know why, but my bet is still on Ju Wenjun. It was beginning, and still keeping it.
It's a close tournament still,
Yeah.
definitely. A lot of action to be had. Well, Dorsa, thank you for joining us. I'm sure you have books to study and apparently openings to review.
I just have one question, Dorsa. Sure. Much like your career as an athlete and leaving Iran, you've probably followed the career of Alireza Firouzja. And the 16-year-old, enormously talented Iranian chess player like yourself has decided to leave Iran and no longer represent Iran. He may be watching. If you had any advice for him, what would your advice be?
It's not going to be easy.
It's not gonna be easy.
I really enjoy seeing that people want their freedom of choice, and that they do anything to get it. Some people stay in, they fight. Some people can't, they leave. And one thing that I think he's already got it better than I do is that his family is with him. So I hope he enjoys that.
Yeah, I mean, Dorsa, I think you're incredibly brave. You know, you came to the United States without your family, and especially when you talk to you more, you understand how huge of a family person you are.
I am, yeah.
So, yeah.
I was talking to my mom just before I walked in.
We actually had Judit Polgár on earlier today, and of course her family, you know, famously brought her up to become a chess prodigy at such a young age. Did the Polgár sisters or Laszlo Polgár influence your career, or your parents work with you at all?
Yeah, when I was growing up, the three Polgár sisters were definitely my role model. The fact that they were so strong. I don't have a sister, but the fact that they were so strong and they did so much together, and they broke chains and they broke barriers, and they made so much history. Growing up, I loved that. They were definitely my role model.
Well, thank you for joining us on the show, Dorsa, and of course joining us in the United States. It's wonderful to have you.
Thank you. And just turning to the game of Ju Wenjun, I'm looking at the game between her and Carissa, and White has just played this move, rook on A1 to E1, indirectly protecting the pawn on E4. But really, to my mind, this is setting up the great big idea of playing the move H4, H5. If White can get an H5, that square F5 is just like a dagger in Black's position. So a lot is going to revolve upon whether or not Carissa can play the move F6, F5, or does she have to play H6, H5? How do the engines evaluate this position, Alejandro? It's a double-edged, even though not so much has been traded off. Oh, more moves have been made, sorry.
Yeah, we have a couple more moves. Let's update the board here. After the move, Queen E7, Rook E1, Knight B6, you can see Black trying to take over the file, and actually the move Rook A8 is obviously a big danger. The edges are saying throw the queen forward, you have to play for Queen A5, try to get some squares. They're not a huge fan of Queen A1 and playing so passively. And this has been really a mark of Ju Wenjun this tournament, where she gets a good position, but somehow she starts playing these moves that don't go forward. She did it against Gonnina, she did it against Krush, and she starts letting go of any hope for an advantage and actually starts getting herself into trouble. And she's doing that right now. After the move Rook A2, the edges are saying that this isn't very good for White. It's not terrible. You can see it's about equal. But it feels like White's getting pushed back into position. Carissa instead has chosen move H5, which also seems fine. And it's asking White, what are you doing? Why are your knights here? This bishop is coming to H6 as well. Right. Look at how annoying this kind of diagonal can be. So from what I can see, Carissa is outplaying Ju Wenjun and has the superior position. The engines are saying it's about equal. You should play G3 so that on bishop H6 you can go knight G2. Maybe hope one day to put the knight on F4. Just move out of the pin, take control over some dark squares. I'm not fully convinced about the plan, but they're not really finding anything else to do. You put your knight basically to play knight C4, but you can't play knight C4 in a successful way. So what to do in this position? The engines are trying to remaneuver the knights because they don't like how they're being posted right now.
Wow. Well, I mean, I must say that G3, knight G2 is a little bit off what I would be looking at myself. Yeah, Ju Wenjun not playing very accurately with what I thought was an advantage. How about Humpy? How is she doing? I mean, obviously she was material ahead when we left.
And she's been trying to crack open the position for that knight on C3, the bishop on C2, the rook's coming into the game. She hasn't been able to play the move e5, which is very desirable for a while because with the queen on c6, of course, there would be a mate on g2.
Right.
But now
she just
gets
tossed
in
her
this
pawn
mood.
up.
She just tossed it in. And
Right.
I mean, I guess I'm assuming the idea is that if knight takes c5, rook e1, and you have that pawn, but it's not going to be the tastiest, as it's going to be just very difficult for you to move anything. You can't castle, and the pawn on e6, again, as was the theme for quite a while in this game, is a goner.
Exactly.
Now, I mean, I can't imagine taking with the queen is going to do you much better.
No, bishop g6 is on tap for white, and as you say, once the rook just shifts over to the e file, the rooks are ideal. I mean, they're on the open file. She's an exchange up. My goodness, this game has been a disaster. The strangest part is that e5 I didn't find was absolutely necessary. I mean, maybe it's a good strong move. I'm not questioning the ideas behind it. I would probably, because I'm a pawn grabber, just held on to things with played bishop e3. But she did go ahead. Did Humpy e5, knight takes e5 is on the board.
And I was suggesting just something like rook e1, and
Exactly.
then later you're, you don't have to attack the knight right away, but next time when we attack it, it's going to just be very difficult.
Exactly.
We're getting a suggestion from
Varuzhin. Wants
there
to
is a way
suggest
to
bishop
end
e4.
Gunina's misery in this position. The move bishop e4 wins a huge amount of material.
Okay, so
It wins material.
So bishop e4, of course, the threat is bishop takes b7, the prosaic threat.
That indeed.
So we assume that you have to capture that bishop somehow.
Yeah.
But if you capture with the knight, there is that nasty possibilities here.
Just take back.
Just-
Nothing.
I'll just start with taking back.
Right.
And
now
now
you're threatening maybe you
you're
have to
threatening
be
bishop
aware.
e7 and knight d6 check, right?
Yeah.
Also just
Exactly.
threatening the queen. You probably have to
Yeah.
fix that first.
So yeah, take.
I take.
And now we're threatening the rook on a8, and if the rook on a8 moves,
If you move the rook, I have bishop e3, and I don't think you can keep holding on to the knight.
that's
You
a
would
nice
have to
one.
play queen,
Queen
c7,
c7.
bishop f4. That must lose material.
I see. So just this little switcheroo here until we get the bishop on the desired square. And now if you play bishop to f6,
Oops, I'm sorry.
Yeah, Koneru will definitely find bishop
just rook
e4.
e1, yeah.
And just pile up the pressure against the pin piece.
And yeah, that's the name of the game. You can't defend it enough times.
So we think
Well-
that bishop e4. Do you think that was her? I must say, it looks. It's a surprise look, right? That you play e5, bishop e2, because the knight still does exist on f6. But tactically, it just works incredibly well for white.
Right, and
Clearance tactic, yeah.
your question is this Koneru's plan? That's also a little. It's difficult to say
Unclear.
because the simple move rook fe1 is also so crushing.
Very
Yeah, that's what
That-
I thought what she was after, because bishop e4 is like not the most intuitive tactic at first, because
Exactly.
you're thinking that bishop on c2 is going to land on g6.
g6.
Like maybe I'm even threatening rook e5, and I am threatening rook e5 and bishop g6 right
Check.
here.
Yeah.
And then I'm mating you, right?
Right.
I think.
I think
mean,
so too. I think
it's
so
not
too.
good.
I think
It's not good.
I think you're doing really, really good. Let's leave it at that.
But bishop e4 is kind of a cool tactic because it's so forcing, and
Right.
it goes to show that even getting rid of like two prime pieces makes sense when we're getting rid of your two big defenders.
But again, if she plays rook fe1, it's not in the sense that Koneru is letting go of her advantage.
No.
It's just that, do I want to checkmate my opponent or do I want to win material at this point?
So what happens if, for instance, bishop e4, if the queen moves or something, like say like queen c7 right away? Do we have just, before you were trying bishop f4,
Right.
which I can't imagine is too terrible here either, but if there's something better.
No, you just go back basically to the same idea as you take rook e1, but now the knight is actually attacked.
Right.
You probably have to move it. There's no
then-
good way of defending it, and then I'll
if-
take on e6.
Yeah, and if you do move it, rook takes e6, white's pieces are crashing through. This looks like a disaster making.
Yeah, this is
As-
not.
This game for poor Valentina has
Yeah.
been nothing but suffering.
It's been a misery. It's true.
And
But
if-
imagining that Humpy were to win.
If Humpy wins, then tomorrow it's this Indian battle. Joanna Valley with the white pieces, Humpy Koneru with the black pieces. Unclear what Humpy will need. She will likely
need a draw to get it to a playoff.
And yeah, possibly, and maybe a win will give her clear, but maybe a draw will give her clear. It really all depends on what happens with Ju Wenjun today.
And here's our standings coming into round 8 as round 8 is underway. After 7, we had a tie for first. By the way, that was the first matchup between Humpy and her countrywoman, Harika, that it was even, that they had an even score, 1 win apiece and lots of draws, because Humpy has had a big result against almost all of her rivals.
Yeah, it's incredible. Like,
wow.
And it's also a bit surprising that she's only played that 1 game against Joanna Valley, right? I mean, 3 games. Wasn't that 3? I think it was.
No, I think they had a bunch of draws.
Oh,
right?
can I see
1-1 against.
Oh, it was
7.
1-1. Okay, so just 2 decisive and 7 draws. Got
right,
it. Yeah.
Right. That's what I was saying. Against Valentina, I believe.
Oh, here it is again. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the 1-1-7. That's the only time that Humpy hasn't had a huge edge over one of her rivals, Alejandro.
It's 5-0 against Koneru. She's a plus score against Ju Wenjun.
Like, hello, why isn't she world champion for the last 15 years or something like that, right? Amazing. And their individual matchup between these two, was it 3 games, 3?
It was 5 games to 3 with 0 draws in favor of Koneru.
Exactly. 8 games, 8 decisive games, no draws.
Man, this one will be decisive as well.
It sure looks like it's heading in that direction.
Well, I have one answer for you guys. The woman
coming into today's game. This was their scores.
About Humpy Koneru is that she was very active at the time that Ho Yifan played a lot of women's chess, right?
Yeah, that's the problem. Right?
And
that was the problem.
And Ho Yifan has a massive score against Humpy, 11-3. So that's where perhaps some of the
that is a massive score.
A very surprising score. Because, I mean, Ho Yifan's a great player, but probably about 80 points higher. You don't expect 11-3.
Yeah, mathematically,
also
definitely Ho Yifan's
Yifan is considerably younger than Koneru, right? So there's a lot of times we see those matchups at the top level of chess, and you can see a big score sometimes for the older player, and you start thinking, well, yeah, Anand played Fabi when Fabi was 12 years old. He wasn't 2700.
Right.
All right, I'm exaggerating a little bit, but of course there are some games in which one player is just considerably younger than the other when there's a big age difference. And I'm not saying Yifan and Koneru have a huge age difference, but it is considerable at the top level of chess. Yifan making it to 2500 so young.
Right.
But it was that World Championship match between them that looked so one-sided. Koneru just never had a chance in that entire match, and Yifan took advantage of all the situations she had. I don't actually remember if Koneru won a game. I think she might have won 1 in the entirety of the match. She might have not scored a single win.
Well,
I don't actually remember.
That explains how this remarkable lady has not been world champion, is because of Ho Yifan at the table. And she's got a winning position at this moment. She's got choices: Bishop E4, that's a winner; Rook on F1 to E1, that's a winner. And she has to choose one of the two. By the way, I'm getting told that she didn't get a single victory against Ho Yifan in that World Championship match that you were citing.
I'm actually trying to remember if anybody has beaten Ho Yifan in a World Championship match.
A game?
Yeah.
You mean won a game?
Because Koneru didn't, Yushenina didn't, and I'm pretty sure that Maria didn't in their match.
Right.
I might be wrong about the last one, but I want to say that's true.
Maybe Maria had a winning moment.
Yes, she had.
But she didn't seize it.
I don't remember if she seized it. Anyway, let's go back to our tournament because there's this huge developments in the Carissa game. Carissa's just outplaying Ju Wenjun. Wow. I don't know what's happening with the world champion. Something's not clicking. But every move played, Carissa's advantage increases.
Wow.
And it increases. Take a look at what's going on the board. Ju Wenjun decided she hates her knights, wants to put them on c4. She's done that. Knight c4, knight takes c4, knight takes c4. Also, Carissa's pretty happy. This knight on b6 wasn't going anywhere, so she's happy to trade that guy off. Leave this bishop on d3 alive. Then boom, this rook is now on a2. You would love to extricate this rook, attack it somehow, say, you're in my territory, get out of here. But how? How do you do it? This queen can't attack. This rook can't go to a1. You can't attack this rook. It's just stuck on a2
and I
for
can't
you.
move I can't try to rearrange with like queen e3 because you just have bishop takes c4 and the bishop is hanging.
This bishop's hanging. You need to keep the defense of the bishop, so you're really running out of moves. Actually, the edges are saying you kind of have to start being creative. Put the knight on b6, maybe even on a4 to defend this.
We can't even play rook e3 because of bishop h6.
Yeah, rook e3, bishop.
This is like
Bishop h6 is one of the problems, right? You can also take on c4. It's not like that is a bad position for you. Right. But of course, bishop h6. Now that you have the inclusion of h5, even more uncomfortable for Ju Wenjun. She's not particularly in time trouble. She does have 20 minutes for the next 8 moves, but Carissa has been playing really, really well with her time. 42 minutes still left, and it's difficult to find moves here for white. She's not dead by any means, but black's position pretty much plays itself, and white is just trying to survive, not losing any material in the next few moves.
Yeah, this is an incredible position, and it is notable that we've had so much time pressure in this event, and this game actually they're playing pretty quickly and not in a good way for Ju Wenjun. Unfortunately, like she's gotten, maybe that's part of it. She's gotten into such deep time pressure in these other games. She told herself going into the game, just don't get into time pressure. But unfortunately, it hasn't worked out for her.
Well, one of the things that makes the Benoni as an opening, a defense, still attractive to amateur players is that they know that as black they're taking a risk when they play Benoni, but if things work out really well and they get literally this position that we have on the board where they've managed to push their queen side forward, their structure is intact from d6 to c5 to b4, like we can imagine Carissa capturing the knight on c4 and forcing b3 takes c4. Now you've got a protected pass pawn, an advantage for black, no question about it. So the Benoni continues to have its champions, and they do it for reasons right like this position. Also, the very fact that black, if she ever arranges f5 in a nice way, I can just imagine horrifyingly bad things happening to white. Like, I'm going to just put a bad move on the board for a moment, just a bad series of moves. f3 just to protect this, and then we're going to go rook here to more or less force a situation like this. And I was just thinking that, I can imagine a rook, hold on, let me do it so that we can all see it. Probably I should have put the rook somewhere else. But I've seen so many games of Michael Tal where he's managed to play in a Benoni an exchange sacrifice that gets him the pass pawn, that gets him bishop d4 check. And, again, I've done it wrongly, but it's got a disaster written all over it for Ju Wenjun. And my goodness, would that blow this tournament wide open? It's not that Ju Wenjun has played such a great tournament, right? She's been the recipient of some great fortune.
But she fights back so well, so do not count Ju Wenjun out. I mean,
I've stopped doing that, that's for sure.
If there's a chance, she's going to snatch it. But I don't know if her losing will blow this tournament wide open yet. I think it might
just
create a primrose path for Humpy Koneru, because
good point.
She will be just doing fantastically. And depending on how the other 4 pointers do, as Nana is playing Kostanuka, if that game is a draw and Humpy wins, and Maria fails to win, then, Humpy just has to get a draw in the final round to clinch the thing. Exactly. But that's a lot of ifs. There's a lot of ifs. We'll see if one of these ladies with 4 points can win. That will keep the tournament open. But can they? Let's check it out.
Some of those games, because they're important.
Right.
Let's take a look at Maria Muzychuk's game against Harika. We're talking about what if Muzychuk wins? Can she put some pressure? She'll be behind Koneru still. Well, guys, it's very simplified. We saw this endgame and we liked white, but this pawn's already on d4. The knight's perfectly posted on e6. There's a check on the board. I can simply go up. And this bishop, it doesn't cause a great impression. You don't have a lot of moves with your rook that are going to attack too much. The edges are saying dead even. I also find it about dead even. I can't imagine creating such a strong idea here for Muzychuk that she's going to win. She is a fighter, and we saw yesterday she was able to turn an absolutely nothing position into a win. So I wouldn't be surprised that she's able to create problems for her opponent. But so far, it looks like an even game between these two players. Meanwhile, Zagnidze against Kostenyuk, also an important one. I don't like the way Kostenyuk handled this position too much. I think she's focused on the king side excessively. This cool move, rook b2, came for Zagnidze, trying to play queen b3. Kostenyuk decided rook a3. Let's avoid this queen coming to b3 and queen e2. I really like this move. Rook coming to b1, queen coming to b5, giving a lot of breathing room to the pieces. And f5. F5, I think, it's a little too desperate. You didn't need to do this strategically right away. It commits you to basically creating counterplay on the king side because you're going to weaken your king, you're going to weaken your structure. You want to play f4 and create counterplay, but is it enough? Queen b5 played, rook a5 to avoid queen takes d5 with check. You could take on b4, and I think a lot of people here would take on b4, trade the queens, try to play the slightly better endgame. Nana's not all about that. She says queen c6, this pawn is dead. I'd rather have the queens on the board now that you weakened your king. A stylistic choice, I think both of them were absolutely fine, but she decided queen c6 is stronger, f4, pawn takes f4. This is the current position on the board. If rook takes, I'm pretty sure that we'll see this knight move, both knight b3 hitting the rook, defending the pawn, and just blockading here seems tempting, but I think knight f3 is even stronger. Sacrificing the exchange does not give enough compensation, not by a long shot, and you have to worry about this rook at some point coming to e1 and harassing your queen. You have this weakness, you have this weakness. The king also needs to be facing a lot of checks. So I like the way that Nana has played the last few moves more than Alexandra. An important game there for the standings, well, especially after Nana saved that half point yesterday.
Yeah, this is huge. In this game, unlike some of the other games that we mentioned, better time management. This one still looks like, with a lot of richness left in the position, it could come down to some crazy time scrambles. And yeah, all results are possible.
It's still better use by Nana over time. And that position, by the way, with the queen on b5, again, we were talking about how we would make basic tests for Magnus and others. If this position was shown, one of the questions that always happens, amateur players ask me is, when should I trade queens? When should I trade queens? When should I trade queens?
I wish they asked me that more. I feel like they just do it and then ask questions later.
Trade first, ask questions later. My answer is always, whose king is more vulnerable? That's it. If neither king is vulnerable, then you can trade queens, no harm, no foul. But if one side's king is more vulnerable than the other, trading queens is a relief. After black has played f5 and f4, it's actually a relief for Alexandra to have the queens off the board. And in my view, Nana correctly judged that the queens with white actually wants to keep the queens on the board because this move f7, f5 has made black's king that much more vulnerable. And even though knight b3 might be an attractive move here, and I like that move too because it does attack the rook, I think, like Alejandro is pointing out, knight f3 is even much better because that introduces the threat of going after the king. And it's actually Alexandra's king that is super vulnerable. We've already given up ideas of taking a mare pawn on b4. We want to sack the
Wow,
mare.
yes.
Yeah.
What's getting into you? Yes.
Exactly.
You're ready to forget about the pawn?
Well, these women play so aggressively. I mean, I picked up the feelings from the playing hall, and I do like Nana's position. Over to you, Alejandro.
It's a do or die moment, I think, for Ju Wenjun. Couple of moves were played. G3, the computer actually liked G3, mainly because it wants to defend H4 in so many of the variations you were giving, Yasser. With the move F5, this queen protecting H4. Very quickly here, Carissa played the move King H7, putting pressure on the board and on time. And in this moment, the engines are saying, play rook E3 or your position is hopeless.
Wow.
They don't see another move. This has to be calculated pretty accurately, though. The problem is you're running out of moves, basically, as white. Black wants to eventually take on c4, and when the time is right, play f5. More than that, there is actually a sense of a slight zugzwang in this position. You don't really have a lot of moves with the rook. You still have to defend the pawn on e4. Can't really play f3. You basically make your position worse. You could play a move like king h2, but again, the king on h2, it's not necessarily better than the king on g1. The bishop if it moves, is now going to be revealing a weakness on f2. So the engines are saying you have to force matters here. You must play the move rook e3. Okay. This forces bishop h6. Now, unlike the other variation, I do have the option of going f4. And if bishop takes e4, this is the hard part. This is something you have to see ahead of time if you get into this position. It's this move, queen b1. It attacks. It's a very visual move. It attacks the rook on a2 and attacks the bishop on e4. Takes advantage of the pin down the e file. If you take on b1, you don't have a lot of choices. You could give up the exchange with rook takes b2, but talking about an advantage would be something else. If you want to keep an advantage, the engines are saying take on b1. I imagine rook takes e6, e7, king g8 would be played quickly in that case. And here white has the opportunity to grab a pawn, move out of the problems with the bishop on b2, and suddenly you're taking on d6. The engine's still thinking this is better for Carissa. The pair of bishops, maybe this king on g1 is still a little bit loose, but definitely a position that's anybody's game and much freer for white than the current situation on the board. A crucial moment here for Ju Wenjun. She has this resource of rook e3, and anything else, the engines are saying just kaput.
Wow, what a visual move that is, queen b1.
And look at how Carissa got here with this tremendous chance against the world champion. With 4 losses, guys, now this is a great example of grit and confidence regained. For those of you watching this, you have a horrible tournament. What do? Do you give up? No, you keep going. And that's what Carissa did. And that's why she's sitting pretty right now against the world champion. And we'll see if she can make it happen. And oh my God, 3.5 out of 4. If you were to get that score, people would be like, well, make the Cairns Cup a double round robin, and maybe she can stand on the podium or get that GM norm. Now let's take a look and see how Humpy Koneru is trying to reel in this point, because she did not choose the bishop e4 idea that Alejandro demonstrated, but she is using that same square to try to propel her to quick victory. As she did put a bishop on e4, but she interpolated a couple of moves first, So she played bishop takes.
So from the start, she didn't play bishop e4 at 1 or rook e1, she took.
So another forcing idea, bishop takes f6 played, and now after queen h5, king
that
e7.
came with a check, of course. Oops. Yeah.
Now she played bishop e4, so she's trying to remove these defensive pieces so she can play rook e1 and knight d5 and finish the game.
It was important for her to sidestep knight f3 check as well. That was actually the one threat that existed.
So you can't do queen knight f3 winning the queen on h5
would be an oopsie daisy. So that was one of the reasons why Humpy chose bishop. Now, I don't know if this is the most accurate play. It's still, she's a full exchange up and...
Well, what happened actually was bishop c6 played. So
that's on the board.
So now taking a knight f3 no longer works because you can simply take back with the queen on f3, right?
Absolutely.
So at this point, though, like suppose I just take on c6. Note that you can't take with the knight because that pin exists for me, too.
Right.
Now the pin working in my favor.
So I would have to recapture with the...
And just forcing chess, rook on f to e1.
Okay, this looks really nice when you think your knight is about to go to d5. Oh, maybe your knight is still going to go to d5. I beg your pardon.
Yeah, because I've got the queen on
h5 is supporting. Oh my goodness, that's a real shocker that you could withstand.
So
this knight d5.
I'm
not happy. I'm not happy. Hey, look, it's not my game. I did not do this, and I would not recommend it either. King in the center of the board, 2 rooks eyeballing the king. Sure, of course, I think that
and let's look
Valentina would lose dreadfully.
By the way, bishop c6, queen c6 on the board. So let's see if we do see this rook fe1 move. I mean, the only other option would be to play queen c7 and keep the protection.
I was giving g6 a consideration,
g6,
but no. Queen h7. I'm dead. Queen c7. Okay, that looks like.
Well, I can still play just f4, right? Simple chess, huh?
That looks terrible, unfortunately. Valentina in a world of hurt right here as she's facing knight d5 and rook
e1 has been played. And Valentina, what will she find? We've seen her try to extend the game as far as she can. She does not like to give up. But how can she stop immediate demise here, Yaz? Is she going to try knight d3? Or
you're asking, I think, the impossible, unfortunately, for Valentina.
But let's go to...
As it looks really bad. Back over to you, Alejandro, and what's happening in our Women's World Champion?
That's a lot of black bar here. She did not find that continuation. She instead moved back her knight. Carissa immediately played the move bishop h6. And now what do? She's played the move f4. And now the important scenario, bring this queen into the attack. If she plays queen a7, white is just losing material. Queen a7, c4, c3 as an idea. I just don't see how you cover from this. You could play knight f3, but the engines are saying c4, you have other moves. But c4 check, bishop d4, what else can you do? You need to cover here. And Carissa will play queen d7, queen h3 coming. This is dead. You don't have time to defend anything in this position. This just collapses for Ju Wenjun. And only 10 minutes for Ju Wenjun against Carissa's 40. If she finds queen a7 in this position, I have no idea how the world champion will survive. This might be 3.5 out of 4 for Carissa Yip. Would be a huge game for the standings. We're looking potentially at Koneru going into the last round with a full point ahead.
Wow, that would be amazing, guys.
Especially when you think about yesterday when we expected Ju Wenjun to be going into the round 8 a full point ahead. What's going on?
Well, Nana will hope that it's only a half a point ahead, right? She still has those chances. But okay, show us why f4 queen a7 Yaz is just so bad, because technically material still equal, but I mean, God, it's just all of Black's pieces are dominant. So say queen a7. I see that you're trying to play c4 and just crush me on the long diagonal. So suppose I just move my king after queen a7.
Right. So, I mean, this is really, just to set the stage once again, it's like a Benoni dream, Benoni, where Black has a queenside play or active pieces, especially the bishop on d3. A move like queen a7 is a natural move for a Benoni player who knows they have an advantage. And as Alejandro is saying, you're setting up for a c4 discover check followed by c3, and you wanted to suggest...
I wanted to try king g2, and I mean...
King g2, okay.
Well, I mean, it doesn't look good, but...
Yeah, of course.
I don't want to stop me from playing c4. But
well, yeah, that's a good point.
But the question is, can you play c4 anyway? Good point, because you're trying to say that if knight c4, you've opened the terrible file for me, and that you might have bishop c4 and like queen a3, right? Queen
a3 maybe allows you to hang in there a little bit with rook e2.
You wanted to play queen d4 or something?
I was thinking more of the queen d4.
Bring in that big gun.
Yeah, bringing in. But I thought that, well, I wasn't very happy. I thought after queen a7 I was going to be forced to play knight c4 to stop c4. Now how would you... And now let's turn the tables for a second. I'm sure you're going to figure out some ways to kill me terribly. Keep in mind, I'm missing a light squared bishop now.
Well, I feel like my bishop on h6 is no longer doing much. So I'm wondering about... Because I keep finding like variations where I can go like bishop c4, and then if pawn c4, maybe like... I want to get my bishop rerouted somehow, you know, maybe, queen a4, that looks like a good idea, or even bringing my bishop back to g7 to threaten rook b2 in some situations.
Exactly.
But maybe I should hold off on taking on c4.
Well, one of the things
because my bishop's not threatened yet on d3, right?
Yeah, one of the things that's really happening, at least, I mean, my eyes would be drawn to the fact that there's a pawn on f4 and there's a pawn on h4. I'm seeing a lot of light square weaknesses.
So queen d7?
Queen David 7, absolutely.
Yeah, that looks like a good idea.
Bring the queen over, and I start thinking about, okay, if I can penetrate with queen g4 and queen h3. Also, don't forget, the light squared bishop is still on the board.
And you're jettisoning that pawn on f6, but you don't care.
I don't care.
You just have that big gun coming in with devastating effect, because
that
you're threatening,
be just like
you're threatening like 5 checkmates. I mean, really.
Remember, all you need is one checkmate per game, Jennifer. I keep telling you, you know, master class, you know, only one checkmate game and you got it. But yeah, I'm just seeing a lot of...
You want to reroute to D7. Yeah, that looks dangerous. I mean, that looks dangerous against, okay, so if
almost anything, actually.
Against almost anything, huh? But why not do queen D7 immediately instead of queen A7?
Yeah, that was a question I really wanted to ask Alejandro right off the bat. Is there some wonderful finesse, Alejandro, that you want to go queen a7, get white to commit to something, and then go queen d7?
I think the knight on c4 is an important tempo. If you go queen d7 immediately, I believe rook e3 doesn't fully solve white's problems.
Okay.
But now I'm kicking out your bishop.
I see. And any bishop move? Well, then...
Again, I haven't solved your issues.
Right.
Now the bishop's not on d3. I can play queen b1. I can kick out your rook.
Good.
Now I start crawling out of my little hole that I am. But
So
if you have a knight on c4, that's a tempo. That's a very important tempo.
Right. So queen a7, trying to lure the knight to c4 means that if we get a position like this, black can actually... she has the time to simply capture, probably just come zooming in so that you can make a move like bishop takes f4, maybe even bishop takes f4 right away.
Oh boy.
Holy smokes. That would be terrible if that was to win. But again, queen g4. It's all bad for Ju Wenjun. Really bad.
But let's see what Carissa comes up with, because
and she has 40, you said 34
minutes. She's got tons of time, 34
versus
minutes.
10.
What great time management she's shown. She's given herself the chance to really study this position.
Well, remember, they came from this opening tabia position where it really seemed to me like Carissa, she flicked out the move f7, f6 early in the opening, like, hey, I know this position, I have had it in my study. And then the world champion went into a think, came up with h4, and it just seems to me like Carissa is really benefiting from great prep for this game.
All this time we've been talking as Gonnina is still in the tank. Is she going to throw in the towel right now? Is she going to find some way to hang on?
She's only got that Gonnina will not resign.
Will never throw in the towel. I'll answer that for you. If you have any doubts, she is not the lady that gives up lightly.
Yeah, that's right. And she's also ticking down her time, but it's not really going to matter here, guys. These threats and her king in the center of the board.
I used to carry around a quote in a wallet until I lost the wallet. But the quote was, those that never admit defeat are seldom ever defeated. Those that never admit defeat are seldom ever defeated. And this is a lady that never admits defeat. Valentina, our defending champion. Alejandro, what do you have for us?
Well, let's take a look at the other games while we wait for moves in those crucial ones. This one is between Irina Krush on the black pieces against Katerina Lagno. Lagno just went all out. Not very much her style, but she decided that after b4, takes, rook takes b4, knight d5, rook b3, she was going to sacrifice yet another pawn. She took on e7, take on e7, take on e7, and f6, deciding I'm going to destroy this pawn structure on the king side. It's going to cost me some material, but she's happy with the position. She played bishop d4. The engine's saying actually bishop f2, bishop h4 as a more natural way of attacking this pawn. Here the bishop is kind of hitting the knight that's really never going to move. And after a long think, Krush has played the move rook g8. It's 2 extra pawns, but of course the position remains entirely unclear. White has the advantage of having good rooks, good bishops, but no clear target just yet. She might have to bring the bishop back and start attacking the pawn on d6. You can see the engines just give it this incredibly unclear, unbalanced position. So everything to play for Katerina with not a lot of time. Move 25 already, 8 minutes and 30 seconds left until time control. That is going to be a wild game. Lots of action here today.
Yeah, seriously, the penultimate round, living
up. I mean, 5 decisive games in one round. That's still stuck with me. By the way, in the game of Nana and Alexandra, after f4 takes, rook takes, I was pining for knight f3. I thought that was a really, really nice move, as white would be ready to introduce her rooks along the e-file. Nana, lady after my own heart, went for the d5 pawn. She played knight b3, rook a3, queen takes d5, check, queen f7, and once again, when should we trade queens? Well, when your king is vulnerable, let's avoid a queen trade. And that's what she did. She played the move queen d6, and I think that was the right move in the position. And I think Alexandra is the one who's in trouble here, as she's facing the loss of a pawn on the queen side. You can't take twice the knight on b3. I'm not going to take the knight on d7. I'm going to take the rook on f4. So Alexandra, in my view, is in real trouble in this game.
It seems to me as well. you have this discoordinated rooks, one on f4 and one on a3 that just moved to a4, but she's still hanging on. This pawn's still important, material balance still even, so it's still going to take some work from white to prove any kind of advantage. Queen c6 is the engine recommendation, saying this rook on a3 has always been a thorn. Just move it out of the way. It'll go back to a3, but then you can double rooks and start piling on this pawn on b4. The king is weak, but I don't have a lot of squares. Now that I played the knight to b3, I kind of gave up on the idea of destroying the king. I'm actually going to go for the queen side a little bit. So she can play queen c6. She can also bring the knight back to d2. She can play queen c7. A lot of moves that maintain the advantage, but it's still a game where Alexander has opportunities. So unlike some of the other games in which it's just one-sided affair, she does have some counterplay. She will have some tricks on rook takes f2. She will have some tricks with rook g4 and a potential queen f3. So Alexander is definitely not out of the game the way that, for example, Gonnina is just completely dead, or Ju Wenjun is if queen a7 is found. This is a double-edged affair. Of course, we like Nana better. She does have the safer king and she has the better structure, but still a lot of work to prove the advantage.
Alejandro, we got breaking news for you, because Jennifer, guess what Carissa did?
She played queen to a7,
yes,
and
she
still
did.
she enjoys that half hour on the clock. Wow, she is just playing all the right moves and quickly. Can you imagine if Carissa had started the tournament with this type of score?
Well, that's the whole point. That 0-4 start really humbled her greatly. And I mean, she was probably in a deep, deep funk. And she turned it around with a win before the free day. She felt good about it. Then she got another win. And ever since, you know, she's been playing really, really well, and she's just outplayed the women's world champion terribly.
Look at the camera. I mean, and this is Carissa's road, her 7 games. She's now at 2.5 points, looking to get to 3.5 points. But look at her confidence as she's playing, as you watch the women's world champion suffering. Carissa is just so focused. She's monstrous. I mean, she's just doing amazing.
Chill.
She actually annotated some games from that Women's World Championship match that Ju Wenjun just won against Goryachkina for U.S. Chess. And she is so lucid, spent so much time studying those games. And now to imagine just a few weeks later, she's sitting here with a winning position against the world champion with black. I mean, this is historic. This is amazing. If we see some great things from Carissa in the future, we might go back to this game and say, hey, this is the incredible start to her rise.
Well, you provoked me with a question. So who is the youngest woman to defeat the reigning women's world champion?
So has Irina, an American, you mean? Oh, you mean ever? Well,
like ever.
Well, I'm sure Ho Yifan probably
defeated a reigning women's
world before
world
she won her championship, I would imagine. But like,
she was such a fast up-and-comer, yeah.
But I mean, I know that certainly this would set some kind of record, American-wise.
Yifan was playing the world championship at 15. So.
No, that's right.
It's like true. Yeah. Good point.
Maya Chibernitsi was also a very young women's world champion. Maya, the great Maya Chibernitsi from Georgia. But for an American fans, I mean, that would send an electric shock.
Knight c4 played by Ju Wenjun. Let's see if she finds queen d7. That is the cruncher.
That's the nice switcheroo.
That is the nice switcheroo. She also has good moves. She could play bishop g7, which is winning. Not much else, actually.
Bishop g7 just, well, I mean, bishop g7 protects the f6 pawn, and then you play queen d7 next.
Right. So. I like that move as a chill move, because what you were saying too, Jennifer, like your bishop on h6, look to improve the pieces that aren't working. Bishop on g7 is preparing f5. The problem is queen d7 is just such a massively powerful move. As this queen switches over to the king side, suddenly you can see, for example, in a position after rook e3 takes, crazy enough, that bishop on h6 might actually play a really cool role.
One of many reasons why you like the queen d7 immediately. And
exactly.
What a monster move that would be. And as we've seen, Carissa, when it comes to these aggressive attacking positions, she is capable of finding just these moves. She looks like she might be ready to move. I did see that.
Me too.
Hand motion. I mean, sometimes people fake us out.
Yeah, from out of the hoodie comes the move queen a7 to d7.
And there it is. Yeah. Queen d7. She's played it.
Yeah.
Wow, Carissa is on fire.
Boss.
I mean, she's just in the zone, guys.
She's pushing around the women's world champion like anything else you would like me to show you as to why your position is terrible? Oh my goodness. And Ju Wenjun, I mean, one thing's for sure, she's a study in contrast because she absolutely knows her position is going down in flames. I mean, too many weaknesses in white camp, and her king is exposed. But the real problem is the rook on a2, the bishop on d3 are just beautiful.
Wow. Well, this is a breathtaking battle. So let's take a quick break before we get into Power Hour. And while we're at that, go to the St. Louis Chess Club Q Boutique and check out this quarter zipper jacket. This is a gorgeous one. I think this is a men's style, but could be unisex as well. And we also have our cardigans, which are so popular.
I thought I saw the ladies were wearing some of them in today's round.
You betcha.
Yeah.
Irina Krush actually
They've
said
got the swag.
Irina was wearing this the other night at dinner, and she says she loves this one. So take a cue from the 7-time U.S. Women's Champion and pick it up at QBoutiqueSt.Louis.com, and let's be right back for these crucial moments with Humpy Koneru and Carissa Yip looking like they might score victory.
Okay.
Be surprised, be intrigued, be delighted. The World Chess Hall of Fame in St. Louis is nothing you'd expect and everything you love. 3 galleries highlight the history, culture, and creativity behind the game. Explore chess in ways you never imagined. It's a one-of-a-kind cultural institution where rare artifacts and world-class art play together. The World Chess Hall of Fame. Mind, art, experience.
Obviously, in the martial itself, I've never been over it again. She's reaching 5 hours. One big line to one other. You say you'll show
And we are back at the 2020 Cairns Cup as Carissa Yip is looking like she is going to crush the women's world champion, and that is an astonishing event. Let's take a look at what happened the last few moves. Well, after she played Queen A7, she did this nice switcheroo, Queen G4, targeting that King
Queen
on
G7,
G1, which is so airy because of these moves, H4 and F4. A terrible combination to have when your King is resting on G1, but not so restful indeed, as Queen G4 was played, threatening the very subtle Bishop takes F4, winning the house. So King H1 played by...
To get out of that pin?
But look at these tactics with everything hanging. You got to sense there's a tactic, and we were just discussing combinations of Bishop F4, Queen H4, and Rook B2, and apparently the right move order is to start with Queen H3, and now after King G1...
There's no right or wrong move order at this point. Just do whatever you want.
Do whatever you want, okay.
I mean, you can play
Rook
G5.
B2.
You don't really need to... No, this is
sacrifice.
Why are you sacrificing here?
Well, I thought that I was going to be able to play Bishop E5 with a tempo and Bishop to D4, and you were going to have to give the exchange back anyway. But you were about to say, Alejandro, that you can just play the subtle or even not so subtle move G6, G5.
No, not in
this
sorry. particular position, but
you mean originally, instead of Queen H3?
Yeah.
Like from the start.
Right, in this position.
G5, just blasting open.
Just blast through, right. The queen's already in G4. It's a great square for the queen. Don't move it to H3. It's probably a worse square.
Where it could be a potential target to a tactical target. No, G5, can't argue with that. That looks really, really good. If I have to do something like this, I can see why I'm going down in a blaze of
guys,
glory.
I know this is key, but let's focus our cameras on the Gonnina game. I think that one, it's done. Koneru has won against Valentina Gunina. Terrible game from the Russian player, just going down in flames from the opening. And Koneru, full point ahead of the field right now.
Well, let's see what happened. When we left it, we saw the move Rook F1 to E1, Jen. And
Knight D3 as you expected, and Knight D5 check.
That was the star move right there, because the queen on H5 helps protect the knight. Queen takes D5, queen takes D5. So Valentina was forced to draw back with her king. A series of checks. The rook stepped up to avoid knight takes E1, and basically Valentina was given the move and said, go ahead, find a move for yourself. Knight F4, at least she did have a threat of checkmate. Queen check, king up, queen check, king back, and rook D4. That's another very nice rook lift. Now that the pawn on G2 has been defended, the rook attacks the knight. C3, last gasp attempt, takes, and Valentina, a lady who does not give up easily, threw in the towel. There's simply nothing that she could do.
Well, yeah,
I mean,
because Knight D5, like you can just play a rook lift for that matter. The only trap that you can fall into is allowing trying to play rook takes D5 and allowing a mate on D1, right?
Right.
That's the only thing that could possibly go wrong.
What else could go wrong? You can play rook H4 and your opponent castles.
Oh yeah, and neither player realizes that. Oops, just because that's actually a worthy one. You go rook H4 with the idea of back rank mate in your opponent castles. Well, strangely enough, the program will not allow me to make an illegal move.
Let's get Leonard. The board is broken.
Exactly.
We need to fix that.
Right. So a very, very impressive finish by Humpy, no question about it. This was her game, I really want to say, from start to finish, Jen, because I don't think Valentina had a shout.
That's right, and this will leave her a full point ahead for the moment, although it is possible that somebody could reach within half a point. That means if the Zagnidze-Kostinuk game is a victory for Nana, or if Muzychuk can win. But a lot of play left. But here she is, our tournament leader, Humpy Koneru, is with Alejandro.
Thank you, Jen. Must have brought happy memories to see this move Queen C6 on the board.
Yeah.
It's opening mistake. I think I even played this Queen of 3, Queen H3 game long ago against Anatoly Karpov.
we didn't doubt that you would forget a win against Karpov, right?
No, I remember it because it was Karpov, I remember.
And it seems like she just fell straight into the same variations. You must have been thrilled.
I didn't expect her to fall in that opening trap because you can just see my games in the database and it was clear. So it was just it was completely over after the opening.
Yeah, I mean, we tried to analyze, do something for it. It just had no hope.
Yeah.
You must be happy with your result, but also it seems like your closest competitor might be going down in flames.
Okay, it's all part of the game. We don't know what will happen.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a look. How is the position right now, guys, between
Carissa and Ju Wenjun? Very, very. Carissa. This was where we were expecting Carissa to make the move G6 to G5 to open up her bishop. Carissa, I think, has calculated. Well, she sacrificed, but she's calculated something.
Well,
she's taken
that you're just all tied up, and we're threatening rook takes b2.
Okay.
And what do you do? Let's see. You play rook e1.
Can't imagine there's a defense here.
Rook e1. No, that will just allow me to check and to take the bishop.
Yeah, there's always going to be
next turn.
Every tricks are coming. Even rook b3 take on c1 and rook a1. Yeah, it's lost.
Yeah, you're just losing the full piece. Nice calculation there for Carissa.
Just to say what...
just rook a1.
Yeah, this was Humpi's variation, and that looks like a winner again. The pawn on d4 playing a decisive role.
How do you feel about this result, Humpi?
Of course, I was aiming to win the game, but I didn't expect it to be very easy, to frankly speaking.
Right.
It was not tough because of the opening, yeah.
Oh, I meant the Yip Ju Wenjun game, actually, because, of course, that takes out one of your major competitors.
Sorry, can you come again?
The Ju Wenjun game, if she loses this game, indeed, it takes out one of your key competitors.
Okay, let's see, one more game.
You do have one more game here, unless there's a tiebreak. You're playing against Harika. You must know this player very well.
Yeah, we know very well. We played several games. Yeah.
And what's your approach going to be tomorrow?
I'll just decide after seeing all the results.
Well, of course, we still have plenty of chess left. Congratulations on your victory. Huge for the standings. Current tournament leader, Humpi Koneru, here with us. Well, see you tomorrow.
Humpi, a quick question for you, because one of the things that we do on the show as we present yourselves, and we have individual matchups, like how have you done against your rivals in the past? And you have these monster scores with so many of the players. You have 5-0, 5-3. You always seem to have a big advantage, a big score, I should say, against your opponents. And then we looked at your score with Harika. It was 1-1 and like 7-8 draw. So she's actually got the best score of anybody against you in this tournament.
Yeah, it's true.
Remarkable. How come you haven't been world champion for 20 years with such a score against the greatest players in the world?
Because every time I lost with Hoi Fan, I had a bad score with her.
I see.
She's the only one who had a clear score against me.
Well,
speaking of the great legends of women in chess, we had Judit Polgár on the show today, who famously broke Bobby Fischer's record for the youngest grandmaster of all time. You ended up beating Judit Polgár's record. How did that rank in your accomplishments?
Well, that was a really unexpected one, because when I started off playing chess, I never had a dream of becoming a grandmaster in men. I was only looking at women tournaments, and I got my first grandmaster norm when I was hunting for women grandmaster thing. And that's how I got an aim that I should become a grandmaster.
Right.
Wow.
So it was never a thought before, but later on, when I started showing up the results, then I got that ambition.
That's amazing, because there's a philosophy that if girls growing up have the ambition for like the WGM title, it's going to hold them back.
Yeah.
And that didn't prove true at all in your case.
Yeah.
But of course, it was like my dream always to become a world champion.
Right.
But I never managed to do it in the classical format.
Right.
So I'm still trying to play some good chess. I hope I can make it one day.
Well, keep chasing the dream. I'm sure it's going to come true. Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Everything to play for. And let's turn again to the game for tomorrow, Jennifer.
Yes, we have Drona Valley versus Humpy Koneru, crucial game as it will determine potentially the Cairns Cup champion. And it's possible that if Ju Wenjun does lose and if Nana doesn't win her game,
right,
that she'll literally only need a draw to clinch first. I mean, it all depends on the results. I like how Humpy was honest with us, though. Some people say, I'll take it one game at a time. And she's like, yeah, I'm going to look at the results and see what I need to play for.
Exactly.
An honest woman is right now, she's a full point ahead of the field. And as we know, if you're in a round robin and you enter the last round a full point ahead of the field, you're in great shape.
Exactly.
I mean, we've had historic moments like Nazi Bikidze who overcame that, but it's very rare. Usually that point is going to be huge, and that's why this battle is so important. I think Alejandro's actually bringing us the other Americans game we haven't looked at as much today.
Well, a big result also could be it's not going to be Carissa beating Ju Wenjun with the black pieces, but it's also an amazing one if Irina Krush can convert her position against Katerina Lagno. Here after rook takes b1, rook takes b1, I didn't really understand the Russians' decision to simplify the game when you're down 2 pawns. I felt she had to really up the ante, and Irina decided this is a good time to rearrange my pieces, put this pawn on e5, stifle this bishop on the d4 square, make it go back. The bishop had to retreat to e3. Let's defend this pawn. It's a bit passive for the black pieces, but it's 2 extra pawns. If I'm able to consolidate, if Irina is able to consolidate the position, then she's going to be up 2 pawns. Rook b8, knight f4 played, say, okay, you can take this one, but check out queen a7 check. I'm not really sure if Katya missed this one, but Irina immediately played queen a7, said, this is not checkers. I don't have to take this bishop. That rook is hanging. Queen e3, queen takes b8, bishop g3, rook g8, queen h6 is the current position. That's an exchange and 2 extra pawns for Irina Krush. This is absolutely and completely winning. All she needs to do is avoid some of the perpetual check possibilities. She can do this in a couple of ways. She can, for example, play queen a7 and queen e7 just to hold on to this pawn, and then play the move rook g6, consolidate her position. And that's too much material, guys. Irina Krush in a winning position against Katerina Lagno after a huge blunder, taking on f4 and letting that rook on b8 be unguarded.
Exactly.
Wow.
Queen a7 check, very perceptive, hitting that double attack against the rook on b8, and Irina in cruise control. Funny, I saw queen b6 check and queen d8, but queen a7, queen e7 looks really good. That's just I mean, black's king's going to be very, very safe and material to the good. Alejandro, what's
other updates in key matchups, because we were talking about Zagnidze and Kostenjuk. Can Zagnidze win? Can Kostenjuk win is the question.
What?
Queen d6, rook a4, rook a1. Let's just go quickly through the moves because we have so much action. Queen c7, knight f8 was played, and we're talking about the weakness of the king. We went over it, and Nana, for some reason, decided things have changed. Let's trade the queens. I don't agree with the decision. You probably should put the queen on c2. At least that's what I would have done, because I still see this king as a weakness. She decided, let's trade and go knight d2, and her trouble started here after rook d6. Knight f3, not a good move here. The knight came to e6, and now it's attacking the pawn in d4. Perhaps in some time pressure, she played the move rook d1. She must have thought that this pawn is defended, but guess what? This is a tactic that afflicts everybody from amateur to grandmaster. That's a background checkmate. This is not defended. Knight takes d4 came on the board, and it's a bit embarrassing for white's pieces, because now that you put the rook on d1, black is the one with threats. Knight takes f3 is threatened. If you take on d4, thank you for the trade of knights. This is actually an extra pawn, and it's dangerous. You might be able to create a drawn position from this, but it's going to take a lot of technique from white to be able to draw this. Instead, she's playing king f1, knight b5, saying, let's trade this rooks. This is a pass, extra pawn on that side of the board. Not completely winning for Kostenjuk, but she's the one seeking victory now.
What a turnaround. I mean, every time we think we understand the plot of the tournament, we get a huge change like this, Jennifer, and
Well,
it's just
yeah.
it's remarkable
Yes.
turnaround.
If Alexander were to win this game, that would
From
mean
such a difficult position.
she would be playing Ju Wenjun in the final round, and a victory.
Alexandra would be.
Yes, and a victory could put her right there at the top.
No way.
Yes.
That's just a remarkable. That she could be playing for a podium finish as well. Wow.
Well, she'll
okay.
be playing for a podium finish, but
Sure.
even potentially for first, right?
Oh my goodness, that's remarkable. Rook D1 to B1. At first, I thought there was going to be a tactical miss because Knight C3 attacks the rook, but more importantly, it stops the king, and I had this horrible feeling that Nana was going to be falling into a checkmate until I noticed that actually Knight E1 was legal. But it was like, for just the briefest of moments, I saw this move Knight C3, and I thought, oh my gosh, when it rains, it pours, and that Rook B1 was a blunder. Actually, turns out that it's okay. That's a good move for Nana and her fans.
Now I gotta ask though, is Ju Wenjun gonna resign?
Let's take a look.
I can't find a move for her as.
Look at that expression.
It just looks like. I mean, Humpy Koneru pointed out the variation Rook B3, Queen C1, Rook A1.
She saw that the moment she walked into the studio. She said, "Uh-oh." And again,
I don't know if she was saying "uh-oh."
Yeah.
She must be like,
saw the win.
Way to go, Carissa.
Yeah. She was cheering the pom-poms, no question. The pawn on B4, again, is a real hero in this variation, as there's no Rook B3, C3 to defend the bishop. And if there's no Rook B3, we already refuted this one. This one is actually even much easier, as we get to take this bishop with a check. And by the way, you take my rook, I take yours, and look at how many pawns I'm up. And Ju Wenjun is just looking at her position and going, oh my goodness, just tell me what
if you do nothing, then...
Rook takes B2 is on tap.
If you do nothing, Rook takes B2 is on tap. Rook D3 allows just Queen takes E4, picking up the rook. It just looks like there's no move that doesn't just lose gobs of material immediately.
Right.
Maybe she'll try, maybe she'll play Rook B3 and then resign after Queen C1, Rook A1, but, or play that endgame for a couple of moves. But I think that we are just on the precipice of an absolutely astonishing result that changes everything. Now, I don't want to overstate it. Of course, Humpy Koneru is a great player who welcomes challenges, and she probably wasn't paying any attention to this game while she was playing because she was focused on her own. But still, removing the possibility of playing the world champion in a grueling playoff on Monday, that's not bad news.
No, I'm taking Carissa out to dinner.
That is a tremendous series of events for Humpy Koneru, who still might have to reckon with some of the other players, particularly Alexander Kostyanyuk, but Ju Wenjun might just get knocked out right here.
Well, again, while I had personally picked Ju Wenjun as the winner of the tournament, and the fact that she had come into today's round as the tournament leader was indisputable. However, what was also shocking was, well, not so shocking, sorry, I meant to say it in a different way, was that her play was not convincing. Like, her result is great. She came in first place in first, but she was in real trouble in a number of her games, and maybe it was the tiredness of the World Championship match and she played really, really hard and turned around a lot of games that she was in difficulty.
And rating-wise, she's up a couple points, so a little above par. Of course, after this, she'll be down.
And she just played a move.
And this is where she's at. She's got those two back-to-back victories in round 4 and round 5, but some trouble against Irina Krush, a missed win against Nana Zagnizi. Wow. So there was all sorts of things about this that made her less happy than she could have been.
Exactly.
And here we see that Carissa has taken on E3.
Well, we started with Queen B1.
And now all of Ju Wenjun's pawns are coming off. And in fact...
Queen takes F6, Queen takes E4. That's a check.
King H2 played.
King H2 on the board.
There are no perpetuals, so you don't have to worry about that if you're black. There's no even.
Well, you don't trade queens.
Well, even trading queens is probably winning.
You mean Queen E5 check might? might just
I
be
think
winning?
it's winning. I mean, it looks silly, but I don't.
Oh,
see
because your pawn, you're just racing your pawn faster.
Exactly.
Yeah,
I
there's no check. Yeah.
I was thinking that you might, Carissa might just start with B3 and just say.
Now
okay,
we're threading Queen E5 check.
You're welcome to take this pawn on D6, but there, as Alejandro says, there's no perpetuals. My queen, you can check me up to G5, but my queen's stopping you from playing Queen F4 check. So no perpetuals, and the B pawn can just roll.
Yeah, I mean, B3 certainly looks like a tempting way to get it done, yes.
No question about it.
But Carissa has her options here as she is smelling this incredible victory. And I noticed that her first victory, she seemed relieved. Her second victory, she seemed happy.
Right.
Her third victory is going to be like euphoric.
Right.
This is going to be a cool moment.
And it's one of, when you play a world champion, it's like one of those feelings that you have that you've really accomplished something extraordinary, and, your career, is looking really, really good. Because if you can beat the world champion as a team, you're one of the greatest talents in the world.
And by the way, we have a tweet from NVA Mia who says that Ju Wenjun never lost in classical chess to Irina or Anna, so Carissa might be the first American woman to ever beat her.
That
so we'll
was
have
the
to check
question I was asking in classical chess.
So we'll have to check that record, but indeed, that would be...
No, this is an electrifying moment for American chess fans. Can our teen sensation upset the reigning women's world champion and keep her poise? She's played a beautiful game to this moment, but boy, we have just seen, like yesterday, so many endgames turn around that we don't want to call anything. But B3, just pushing the pass pawn. Push him, baby.
Well, that's the fun part about it, that a game's not over until the score sheets are signed and the hands shake. But this one, just look at the body language. Look at Ju Wenjun trying to look at anything else but the chessboard, even though
that has her full attention.
Yeah, I mean, look at her. She's looking at the pieces. She knows she doesn't want to resign. She's not ready to resign yet because with queens on the board, she always wants to, check about those checks.
Exactly.
But she certainly feels like she's looking just absolutely miserable right now.
Right.
As her tournament chances to become the Cairns Cup fade away.
Exactly.
To become the Cairns Cup champion.
Now, like if you really, really want to be like Grandmaster Alejandro Ramirez and a party pooper, one of the things you could do is you could go not play B3. You could go queen check, king over, and you say, I'm just a lot of pawns up. I'm not even going to allow you a spike check.
No checks. Wow.
I mean, a real party pooper.
Oh, I love
that's one way of winning.
I love it.
I love it. that would do you good.
She just played your move, yes. Push him, baby.
Push him, baby.
B3. She calculated it. She's getting that pawn home. Queen takes D6.
No,
Does
this is
not
where
save the day.
This is where an opponent like Garry Kasparov would very loudly call the arbiter over and say, "I need a queen." Okay, some spike checks are on the board. Queen F7
and there
check.
goes the king. King to G5.
As the king sprints.
As Ju Wenjun is wasting no time. She wants to get out of here. She's throwing in the checks, but
just
not so spiteful in terms of time management. I mean, the real spiteful is tanking for the 20 minutes you have left.
Exactly, and we're expecting King G4 by Carissa. She worms her king up the board, carefully avoiding anything like a king F4 would be egregious. Likely winning, by the way. Queen takes D6, but there's no reason why you would want to lose your pawn with check. King G4, just.
And now King F3, and now if you ever play a Queen F6 check, there's a Queen F4 cross check.
Right.
Those are the death of you in
that's a body blow.
In Queen endgames.
Right.
So
those cross checks.
Carissa considers, but she's ready to play King G4.
Exactly.
And white will run out of checks.
Precisely. That's what I'm thinking. King G4. You were about to say King F4 is also really good, Alejandro?
Yeah, it's very forcing because Queen D6, Queen E5 is either you trade queens or you get mated.
Right, and in fact, the king is actually ready to go king to f3, just as you were saying, and participating in his checkmating attack.
Well, it looks pretty good.
Looks pretty good.
I mean, you can't trade queens and promote a pawn here as white, so...
No. So it just actually turns out to be a position where both king f4, king g4 win. I would choose the king g4 because I don't like losing pawns with check, and giving my opponent a passer would just be anathema to me. I don't want to do that. So king g4 would be my choice, but definitely both moves are winning.
Well, Carissa puzzles it out, and meanwhile, it seems like a lot of people have accidentally hit the caps lock bar when they're tweeting about the Cairns Cup, as I see Carissa Yip in all caps everywhere.
Exactly.
Triple X,
I've been watching you look at the tweet feed there.
Yes, as Charlie Surfer says, having watching these St. Louis tournaments for the past several years, I feel confident the USA has a bright chess future. Carissa Yip, just amazing.
And don't forget what Jennifer Yu has been doing too. Jennifer, our women's champion, is just an amazing talent as well. I feel very happy. It's a golden age period for American chess.
They push each other forward.
Exactly.
I interviewed Jennifer Yu, and that's what she said. She said that they're great friends. She's really good friends with Carissa, but also these different accomplishments that they're all achieving push each other forward.
Right.
So one of them wins the U.S. Women's Championship, and then Carissa breaks the record for the youngest IM, and you see this propelling forward. In order to get attention, you got to do something even more amazing.
Well, I tell you, I mean, there's nothing like competition to spur you on.
That's right. As we see Carissa Yip studying the board, just trying to make sure she's been pretty confident and quick. Look, we see that little tell. She's about ready to make a move. By the way, her teammate, Irina Krush, or future Olympic teammate, Irina Krush, right behind her. And what a day it looks like it's going to be for the Americans, both with the black pieces.
King F5.
And she played king to F5.
King to F5.
Most legal moves won, just one didn't, so.
Right, the king H6 was just like, yeah.
No, Queen E7 is the only one that didn't win.
Queen E7, yeah, because you could always just reverse with King
You can
E6.
always reverse.
Yeah.
Right.
King F5 is fine. There are no perpetual setups.
Okay.
And there are no stalemate setups because G1 will always be available for the white king.
Right. And by the way, just checking in on the game of Irina Krush, as Irina did bring her queen back to D8, making sure her king is nice and safe, tucked in, and once that was achieved, Irina decided now is the time to go on the attack. She's played rook g4, bishop b7. She's in cruise control as she's looking to wrap up her game as well.
Too much material.
Too much material.
Way too much material.
Let's go
30 seconds left for Irina. Oh no, they've made time control. Oh no, this is the other one.
Yeah, we're just going to go back to the game of Carissa because this is such an incredible moment for American chess.
For American chess and for the Cairns Cup.
Exactly.
And, I mean, we were so delighted to have Ju Wenjun come to this tournament. So nobody should get it twisted. If Ju Wenjun was winning this game beautifully, we'd also be excited for the drama of the tournament. That said, we do cover the U.S. Women's Championships. It's one of our favorite events. We've been seeing Carissa play for years. So there's some special energy to this moment here as we see Carissa Yip putting on quite a show.
Okay, we don't have to apologize for being biased. Right?
No.
Tournaments in St. Louis.
And again, I mean, I played a lot of the world champions of the past, and I tell you, every time I played a world champion, I felt like, the sun was shining on my board in particular. It's your moment in the sun, and for Carissa.
That's an optimistic way to look at it, yes?
Absolutely. In fact, Boris Spassky said that to me. We were walking together to a Phillips and Drew tournament where I was going to play the world champion Anatoly Karpov, and he said to me in a very Russian way, Yasser, enjoy your day in the sun.
That's right. Well, all eyes are on Carissa now. And actually, you're right, Yaz, because before the tournament, Carissa tweeted at Carissa Chess that she was really excited to play in the Cairns Cup and particularly to face the world champion.
Exactly. That's what it's all about.
That she was looking forward to this game, and that is a sign of a champion. You're not scared or fearful, but instead you're relishing in the chance to make history and play such a great figure.
Absolutely. It's in the anticipation of playing You know, it's the dream. You know, you play the #1 seed in the tournament, the world champion. Everybody's watching you, and you play the best game of your career.
That's amazing.
That's
How's
fantastic.
this going to shake up the standings? I just wanted to see them very quickly as Carissa is taking her time thinking about the check. Because that means Koneru is going to be
a point ahead,
Well,
depending on the outcome of the other two games.
Kostyaniuk is
Maria.
winning.
Kostyaniuk is winning.
So then
okay.
Kostyaniuk, Ju Wenjun will be a critical last round game as Kostyaniuk has the white pieces, I believe, and therefore she'll be playing all out for the win to try to catch Humpy if Humpy only draws her game.
And also Harika, don't forget,
Has a chance to make
has a
destiny.
yeah, exactly.
Put her mark on the tournament. If she
As
were to
well.
win, that would obviously blow things open and there would be a definite tie at the top. Well, not a definite tie. Kostyaniuk could win and then actually win the event clear with 6, which is an unlikely scenario, but could happen. But what about the Muzychuk game? That one looks more likely to be drawn, right?
It's still up in the air. Muzychuk is pressing. Muzychuk is definitely pressing.
Okay.
She has the more active pieces. If you just as we flash in on that game.
And Yasser, count them. Just count them.
Well, that's huge because then there's
pawn. How did
a lot.
Maria?
There's more
Maria's
people.
endgames is really putting.
It's an extra pawn.
There's more people in the mix then, and you know, Carissa Yip plays Muzychuk in the final round. Muzychuk playing with the black pieces, and Carissa playing so well, but also being such a combative player. Certainly, Muzychuk will get her chances to mix it up.
No question about it. And here we are expecting
King. What are we expecting? King Anywhere wins.
I was about to say, what are we expecting? Are we expecting King E5? Are we
E5 looks
expecting
good.
That
King?
looks like a nice idea, trying to worm that king over to the D4 square.
Yeah, you kind of
take some pawns.
Yes,
there
and
you
she's
have
done it. She's done it.
This is a nice technical way to deal with things. I like this.
Yeah, the king will jump to D4. You always know that if Ju Wenjun takes on D6, you trade queens with check, then the B pawn promotes.
Exactly. Also, it's just nice when you, as black, you're trying to avoid perpetual checks. Well, one of the simplest ways to do that is go to where there's a cluster of pawns. That cluster of pawns and is going to protect the black king. So if we imagine Queen E6 check, King D4, Queen F6 check, well, this cluster of pawns is going to ensure there's no perpetuals, and in fact, you're going to run out of checks really, really fast. That was why we've just seen Queen G7 check by the world champion, and now King F4 and King E3 seems like the way to scurry away from the white queen. Now, bringing up the game of Maria for just a moment, because it looks like she...
Maria, bring up Kostyaniuk's game first.
Okay, sorry.
That was an important one for the standings, and just check out the current position. She played exactly how you did, Yasser, as King F4 has been played by Carissa. That's important.
Okay, and that was the Arena Krush game. And she's just bringing her king over to escort this pawn up the board.
Yeah.
Well, let's keep our eye, as Kostyaniuk looks like her pawn is very strong, but let's keep our eye on the Carissa game, as that might end any moment.
Right.
Look at this. Look at Ju Wenjun very
And
frustrated.
she has just played, oh, sorry, just to be clear, after King E5, Queen G7 check, King F4, Queen F6 check is on the board. We're expecting King E3 as Carissa's king is taking a friendly walk right up the board.
Well, it's very romantic because once the queen and the king join each other on the day after Valentine's Day, it's going to be brutal to defend because your checks are going to be hit with cross checks everywhere.
Exactly.
Queen G5, Queen F4 check, must resign. At some point you play, you know, Queen B2 check and I'll have a Queen C2.
Precisely.
It's just, these cross checks will be the end of the game.
Exactly. So the one cross check that I'm visualizing is a check on C3. Carissa will bring her king nicely to E2. There's only one other check, and you mentioned it, that cross check, Queen C2, and now well, there is no more checks. What am I saying? I was about to say Queen E5 check, and she, whoa.
Yeah, that's fine.
She played King G4.
Okay, so how does that change things, Alejandro? You said it was fine?
Well, we're threatening
Queen
F4, and there's no more checks right now except for Queen E6, and we queen first, right?
So queen e6 check, trade queens, and we're fast. That is true.
And our
both
king
sides queen, but our black king is actually in the thick of things.
And we're up 20 pawns also.
20? That sounds like a lot, if you ask me. Uh-oh. Okay, but also our king might participate.
Yeah, we might participate in some mating action. And the cross checks are back, too, so.
Right. So we could have some situation where the king ends up participating in a checkmating action as well.
Right, similar to some of those theoretical endgames where you queen and you have no defense against the mating construction, right?
Right. So the other thing, I personally, I wouldn't trade queens. I'd probably.
Oh, that too, yeah.
I like this king f3.
Nice, yeah. That looks nice too. Then you don't even have to calculate the endgame at all.
Right. And Alejandro mentioned if black were to get her, if Carissa's king gets close, like to the f3 square, close to the king, that will participate in a checkmating attack. For example, let me just put a very quick checkmate on the board. Thank you to the king on f3.
And another checkmating, you also have checkmating ideas that if queen h3 check in this position, again, you're cozying up to the king with king to f2.
And I could take the pawn, but...
There we go.
Ouch. Ouch. That's very nice.
So yeah, I think you're right though. After queen e6, both moves might win, but I think Carissa will choose the king f3. It's even prettier looking.
Right.
King f2. No, queen f1 doesn't work. You still have g3.
No stalemates. You have to be aware of the fact that White's king.
How do you set up one though? Like,
how could we configure it?
It's going to be hard because you always have the h3 square, right? Yeah. And if we move the queen to protect the h3 square, then you have the h1 square.
Yeah, I think I don't know. No miracle stalemates.
So what do you guys think? Is she going to play queen e6 or king f3? I mean,
I'm in favor of king f3.
I'm saying prediction, not which move you would play. You're saying king f3.
Both.
Yeah,
I'm in favor of king f3, and I predict that Carissa is going to play king f3. Let's see if I am right. So far, I'm batting like...
Okay, so I'm doing queen e6 just because you picked it.
I'm batting like 0 for 22 here, you know.
We should cover our bases. I'll play queen f5.
One of the commentators...
One of us has to be right.
I don't know.
Oh, God!
Alejandro.
Covering our bases.
Oh, how did you do it?
How did I even guess that move?
You genius, you. Queen f5.
I actually was kind of joking.
You just wanted to make sure that every legal move had a supporter.
Queen takes d6 as a real threat, guys.
I beg your pardon?
Queen takes d6 if by Ju Wenjun would have a real threat in the position.
Oh, checkmate in one.
Checkmate in one.
So don't play queen d6, b2.
Or don't play b2.
Don't play b2.
Don't play b2. Please play something like queen c2 check and then b2. That I can get behind. But okay, funnily enough, of the three moves, king f4, king f3, queen f5, I would have. Queen f5 would have been probably my third choice. And Alejandro wins.
Wow.
Oh.
This time somebody had to win.
Somebody.
Unlike the contest where we try to guess Carilla's game choice.
Christian, I mean,
we need two more commentators so that we can get it right.
I'm telling you.
I saw Christian has 5 different boards, and he's just listening to the program and jumps to the one we didn't choose.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, I'm telling you, it's rigged.
It's rigged. I'm telling you, this is just rigged.
I don't believe it. It's rigged.
It's rigged.
That's what everybody at home
That's the story. My story. I'm sticking to it. Okay, queen f5 on the board. Ju Wenjun is thinking about
queen d6
as well as queen e2 check.
I like queen d6 because it threatens mate in one. Come on, like we're losing. Let's do that.
True. Okay, that's a seriously good point. But queen d, it wins a pawn.
If you want to be really tricky with white,
yes,
and you probably do,
and I really do.
you play king g2, but I mean at this point I think she kind of gave up.
She did play queen to d6.
Yeah, king g2 is because b2 queen e2 check.
Ah,
kind of.
That's a tricky move.
It's a tricky move, right?
I mean, you got to give that. Yeah.
Well, let's see what
she
actually
played
happened.
queen takes d6 already.
She
it's on
played
the
queen
board.
d6, and now we have queen f2.
So she'll check.
Covering that key square.
Yeah. Queen
King h1. You were about to say she
was playing, I think, queen f1, king h2, queen h3,
Yes.
king g1, queen g3. Takes, you promote with checkmate.
That is so simple, so right
Yeah,
on.
that's what she'll do. Yeah. And there she has it. She's
Okay, she did it the other way around.
She's planning it,
Yeah.
queen
Right.
h3 to start.
Yeah.
And when the king goes to g1 and you play the queen trade.
The queen trade. We're both making queens.
Oh, there it is. Queen g3, and Ju Wenjun will probably resign.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think she's going to resign here.
What a beautiful finish
What a
by
game.
Carissa.
Look at that technique.
That's
and
it.
there it
There
is.
is it.
Carissa Yip has
Wow.
won against the women's world champion, Ju Wenjun, knocking Ju Wenjun out of almost all contention for the Cairns Cup. She has a mathematical chance. It'll be a full point behind. But almost any permutation now, she will not win this event. And there we have Carissa Yip with her 3rd out of 4 games victory.
3.5 out of 4.
Can you believe it? If
No.
this tournament was a little longer, she'd be sitting there looking at her first GM norm.
Well, if you had told me this, 10 days ago what was going to happen, I would have given you thousands to 1 hour. Guys, I have to make a confession. Not only have my predictive skills, lost me completely, but our executive producer, Jennifer Hummer, today came in and said, guys, I think Carissa is going to do really, really well. And we all went like, nah, come on, Jen. Work on the cameras, work on the microphone, leave it to the experts. And Jen's over there doing a little jig herself. She called it. She called it.
No more cookies for you, Yaz. They all went into Jenny's pot now.
Oh, man.
But let's take a look at the standings after this critical game. Well, this is the story.
Smokes.
Humpy Koneru with 5.5 points. Ju Wenjun to play Alexandra Kosteniuk tomorrow. Kosteniuk looking like she's going to win her game. That would give her 5 points. Maria Muzychuk, if she were to win, she'd also have 5 points.
And
then they'd
Maria is doing really well in her game with Harika. Sorry to interfere with you. Go on,
No
Jen.
way, and that's exactly it. Yeah, as if one of these players, if both of these players win, then Humpy Koneru does have to watch her back. She is looking at a potential playoff if she only draws her game.
Exactly. So big result for Maria if she were to win. Let's just check in on Alexandra Kosteniuk for a moment. This was that rook ending, and Alexandra's king is really in prime position to support this pawn going up the board. The rook is ready to come behind the pawn, and then b4, b3, and the king is ready to escort as well. So that looks like Alexandra is doing incredibly well. And there, if you hear the applause, Carissa Yip is in studio next door. She's coming in, getting set up. But Alexandra looks good, and Maria looks good. So, again, so many plots in this tournament, the Cairns Cup. It's impossible to call.
Yeah, it's going to leave us a lot of different permutations tomorrow, Yaz.
Right.
But don't forget, Humpy Koneru, it's not like she's going to draw the game. I mean,
no.
She could win the game, and
Absolutely.
obviously then she'd win clear, or
Right.
she could lose the game, and then it's going to be insane.
Yeah, exactly.
So lots of things could happen, but one player who contributed to all this insanity, we have Carissa Yip, who just won against the women's world champion.
She might not be the leader, but she's the story of the tournament. 0 out of 4, and then 3.5 out of 4. How did you turn it around?
I really don't know. I guess starting back kind of helped my mentality in a way, because I sort of like resigned myself to having 0 out of 9, So with going to each game, I didn't really have any expectations.
Well, tell us about your expectation today. You had already won a couple of games. You made a draw yesterday, and you're playing the world champion.
I mean, I was mostly excited to play her because it was going to be my first time, and then I was just sort of chilling, I was hoping for a draw. I was hoping not to lose, and then somehow I managed to like turn things around.
At what point did you think, this draw, forget about it, I'm going to play for a win?
I think after I saw like b4 and bishop b5, I liked my position. Just because like her pieces are misplaced on the a file and she needs to like move them all back, and I gain a lot of space.
Right, we didn't like this doubling of hers on the a file. It didn't achieve very much.
Yeah. And then I guess around like here, I was pretty sure I was better.
Yeah, definitely better. This move rook a2 was very powerful. At what point did you think, wow, this is it, I'm just going to crush her, there's no defense?
After bishop h6. And then I missed, well, I guess I sort of underestimated f4, and I thought I had like queen d7 stuff.
Right away.
But I couldn't really find anything against like rook e3. Yeah.
So you found this queen a7 move crucial here in this position, forcing knight c4 and then queen d7.
Yeah. And then here, okay, so like initially I missed, so like I saw this bishop takes f4 idea, right? But it's like at the very end of the variation, the queen takes f4. Okay, so I thought she had rook b3, but then I realized I could just take on c1 and then rook a1, and then here I was like, I knew I was winning. Yeah.
Well, certainly up 3 pawns. I'm glad you thought you were winning.
Trying to keep it realistic, no expectations.
No expectations, but you have a very decent position in the tournament now. 3.5 points, only on -1. How's it feel?
I mean, feels great, especially after that terrible start. Feels good to like sort of get back in the game. You know what I'm saying?
Back in the game, you're doing pretty well. What were your expectations before the tournament?
I mean, I thought I would get like 3 out of 9-ish. I was hoping for like 4.5 or like maybe 5.5 if I got lucky for that GM norm, But then after that terrible start, I was like, oh, I guess I'll be lucky to get like 1 out of 9.
No, you got a lot more than 1 out of 9, young lady. You got 3.5 out of 8. Still more chances to increase your score. Are you going for that 50% tomorrow?
I mean, we'll see. Just trying to keep it chill, keep it realistic, no expectations still.
No expectations. It's worked so far in the last few games.
Yeah.
So what have you learned in this tournament? What has been something that you are facing grandmaster level players, some of the top women in chess? What have you really learned so far here?
I guess what I learned about myself is that confidence is like really important. And like I said at the beginning of the tournament, I had like no confidence, and then after like my first win really brought that back up, and I think I started playing better too.
And this confidence, well, it doesn't come from a vacuum. You can't win games without any confidence. How did you were able to dig yourself out from 0 out of 4?
I really don't know. It was just like that one win that got me going, when I just like played a couple bad moves. Yeah.
Well, Carissa, this has been really a historic moment. Jennifer, I'm sure you have questions for the young one.
I do. Well, tomorrow you play against Maria Muzychuk, but I just want to ask you how this ranks among your all-time highlights. You're only 16, but you already have so many accomplishments. You're the youngest IM ever, female IM in America ever. You've broken so many records. How does this victory rank in your memories in chess?
Pretty high. Top 10, I would say.
10? You have 9 others you can think.
Yeah.
You know what? Go for it.
What, you want me to tell you my 9?
The other 9.
I mean, Ju Wenjun with black pieces. Sorry?
Well, I've like,
yes.
I just feel like maybe top 5, like barely.
Okay, give us one of the other top ones. Not all.
Titles.
I guess when I became IM, and then also when I beat Darius at US Masters.
Darius Schwirtz, one of my students.
Top grandmaster.
You also won, you won that one with black or with white?
Black.
With the black pieces, and he is a strong 26-61 grandmaster.
Yeah.
So that must have felt good.
And then I feel like there are more, but I can't really remember off the top of my head.
What about ones from when you were like really little? Are there any that like pop out from then? Like
yeah. The first time I beat my dad.
Wait, how good is he?
He's like 1600-ish. But like when we both started, we were like both beginners, you know. And then I remember I used to get like really mad all the time because I couldn't beat him. I would try to convince him to like throw a game, and he would be like, nah, you gotta like do it on your own merit. So maybe he did throw that first game, but hopefully not.
How old were you when you beat him?
7. It was like a couple months after I first started.
How does it feel, Carissa, to affect the destiny of the tournament?
You know, feels pretty good, you know. I like being a ruiner. So, yeah.
Well, tomorrow you can continue to affect the destiny of the tournament as you play Maria Muzychuk, who very well may be in the hunt for first place.
Well, Carissa, for me, congratulations on your victory. It wasn't so much that you beat Ju Wenjun, in my opinion. I go back through this game, and this was actually a really good game, so congratulations. Guys, we have a couple of more important games here for the standings. Prodigy with us, Carissa Yip, is back in the tournament. What else do we got?
Thank you. I'll just echo our congratulations. Very well done, Carissa. Very, very nice. Hearty congratulations.
And two of her key victories, by the way, did you notice? Bishop takes f4, bam. Bishop takes f5, bam.
Yeah, that was a kind of an echo, right? Bishop takes f5 against Valentina, our defending champion, and then suddenly Bishop takes f4 today.
Guard your f4 or f5 square against Carissa, yeah. That's
Absolutely.
what we've learned.
That's what we have learned indeed. Let's just check in on the game of Irina Krush, because Irina Krush was an exchange ahead against Katya, and looks like she was reeling in the whole point. Let's pick up where we left off. Just at this moment, we've seen the move c5 takes d6 by white. Irina, bishop takes e4. Again, Irina's king so safe on h8. Probably is going to come to g7. Queen e2 is played, f5. That's such a move. I love such moves as f7, f6, f5. I cannot state it boldly enough. Defend your pieces. The rook on g4, the bishop on e4 defended. No tactics for white. Katya captured on a6, rook back, and we are up to date with the play right here. Time is not a factor. Both players have about 20 minutes for the game position.
Yeah, the edge is just evaluated as completely winning. I don't think it's as obvious for human players because there's still problems with the d6 pawn. The king on g7 will be safe, but it is on the dark square. You can imagine there will be some annoying checks, possibilities on f8, some tactics. So I think there's still a lot of work to be done.
Well, the big question is, like, can I do something like bishop takes g2 and f4, f3?
Yes, and I think you have to. At this point, I don't see
just to
another
break
plan.
up the black, break up the white king side structure.
I like f4. Queen g5 to start might also make sense. You are threatening. Bishop takes g2. The pawn on the d6 square can't move because I'll take your queen on a6. And remember that d8 is being held by the queen on g5. So you don't have this promotion square, rook takes g6 by Irina, rook takes a6 by Irina, which just win the game.
Right.
So I would expect Lagno to play g3 and Irina to respond with a move f4, just crushing the position over.
G3, f4. And something like queen c8 check. If rook g8, can I possibly
The problem is you still don't have a threat, right?
Yeah,
that's
because
a big deal.
the queen covers nicely the d8 square, so there is no threat. Okay, so it looks very, very good for Irina. And what about Maria?
You still have a pawn, but it's the game of Kostenyuk that we have to keep going back.
Okay.
And this is the current position. It's a pawn race, full-on pawn race between white and black, but you don't have to analyze very deeply to know who's faster. The only question is white fast enough to make a draw?
Okay.
The answer is not even remotely close. This pawns and the existence of the H pawns is something that you must consider every time you analyze this kind of situations, because of the existence of the pawns, I have extra resources as black. One of them is to capture this pawn after I win your rook, and then sacrifice my rook for the incoming pawn. So if these pawns don't exist, it's usually a little bit more difficult to calculate these kind of endgames. But right now, the engines are saying completely hopeless, but it's also not very difficult, I think, to calculate this endgame out. You can just make out the moves on the board and see where you land. Here, Koseni played king c4. Another way of winning, I thought, was rook e6, running the move rook b6, putting the rook behind the pawn. The Indians are giving the nod as winning to both ideas. So Zagnitsin looks like she's going down against Kostenyuk. Let's take a look at the Maria game, because, of course, also important for the standings. Here in this position, white is still up a pawn, but black, tons of counterplay. This rook on f3 is holding this bishop back to defending this pawn on f4. So you don't have a lot of mobility. The rook is also defending a bunch of weak pawns. You probably want to play c4, but it sheds some pawns off the board. You're only left with 3 defensive resources still for Harika. I think this one is way, way too early to call. This one, I think, will be keeping us on the edge of our seats for a long time, because it's crucial to the standings. Will Muzychuk be within striking distance of Koneru coming into tomorrow's round? Harika is doing the best she can to defend this position, but she is down a pawn.
All right. Well, thank you very much for that, Alejandro. And I think we're getting ready for a break as the time control has been made. But my goodness, there's so much chess still to go in this round as championship weekend continues. Jennifer.
Stay with us, as we have had the most memorable round yet, but there's still a lot of juice left in it. And we'll be back for the finale of the penultimate round here of the Cairns Cup.
All righty.
Founded in 1839, the University of Missouri is steeped in tradition. With more than 30,000 students, Missouri is known for its high academic standards, music program, and athletic tradition. This fall, another competitive team will be added to the campus and its long-standing tradition of excellence. I'm Cristian Kirilla, the head coach of Mizzou's chess team, and we will compete against the nation's top collegiate programs and represent the Tigers all around the country. Mizzou Chess, coming fall 2019.
Can you hear it? It's the sound of hope and health and strength. It's the sound of compassion, of open doors, where people and machines are in tune and miracles occur. It's the sound of personalized healthcare and active communities. It sounds like life, and it's what you hear when you really listen.
And welcome back to the Cairns Cup, where we've had our most dramatic round so far, with the lowest rated player in the event, Carissa Yip, defeating the women's world champion, just making the standings completely crazy compared to what we thought it would be this morning. Humpy Koneru now a full point ahead at this moment, but Alexander Kostyanyuk on top. Maria Muzychuk pressing. One of these players needs to get a half a point ahead between Humpy Koneru to make the tournament very dramatic going into the last round. Yeah,
of course. And if Alexandra was to win what we think is a winning rook and pawn endgame, she will jump to 5 points, and she plays Humpy in the last round.
No. She plays Ju Wenjun.
Ju Wenjun in the last
that
round.
would be much better for her.
Harika, of course, is playing against Humpy in the last round.
For Kostyanyuk, it would be much better if she was playing Humpy, right? Because then she would have the full destiny in her hands.
Precisely.
Yeah.
The crazy part is, I mean, there's been so many twists in the plot to this year's 2020 Cairns Cup. I just don't know what's going on. I've been looking at this game of Arena and trying to fathom what she was thinking about. She, in this position, we were looking at what we thought were excellent moves. Queen G5, attacking G2, F5, F4. Instead, she dropped a whole rook on the position, because after Queen G5, she's looking at playing for Queen C1 check, and Queen takes C5. But I think that after a move like, Queen F1, Bishop takes, H4 could turn things upside down.
She probably
what do we
H4.
got? What do you think, Alejandro? Sorry.
Well, she finds that it's just a dead draw.
Wait,
that is just that she's missed H4.
We should continue the variation. So
okay,
after H4, and the point of H4 is that you're distracting the queen from G5. That will allow me to take on G2 with the queen, and you can't play Queen C1 check. So this is Irina's point, right? That if you don't play H4, Queen takes G2 is met with Queen C1. I'll take your bishop with check, and I'll take your pawn on D6.
Right. This is the combination that she is calculating to a victory for herself. That she would be able to take this. She's transposed into a queen and pawn endgame, 2 pawns to the good. How sweet it is, right?
Yeah, it's absolutely hopeless for white. But the problem is this H4 move. And if H4 happens, then you can't really take on H4. Then I'll take your bishop for free.
And there's no Queen C1 check to deal to pick up the bishop.
So at this point, you really have to take the queen on F1. You would like some geometry that allows you to keep the attack on the bishop. So you might want to play Queen D2.
Okay.
The problem with this is that after Queen takes G2, just to give an example, Queen C1 check, I have King H2, and you're not taking C5 with check like you are in the other variations, and actually you end up losing this one because I think D7 or some combination
Queen
of Queen A8 and D7.
yeah.
I think Queen A8, D7 was enough.
Yeah.
Just directly, yeah.
Yeah, Queen A8 and D7 looks like it's completely lost because Queen G2 is always check.
Those cross checks.
Those cross checks, yeah.
They hurt.
So let's continue the variation after H4.
Okay.
And that's surely what Lagno is looking at. You take on B1, you take on G5, and now we have an opposite colored bishop endgame. And, well, it might be winning because you have a bunch of extra pawns, right?
Right.
But unfortunately, this is very important. After this happens, you play D7 as white. This shows incredible understanding.
No.
Yeah.
Oh no, D7. That's beautiful because now you blockade all the pawns.
All the pawns. You have to play E4. There's nothing else.
Right.
Bishop E5 check, so the king doesn't get out. King G8, King F2. Everything's blocked.
Just a total dark square blockade. Nothing. No chances whatsoever for black, despite her many pawns to the good. White's king is simply going to go to F4, where it can't be harassed, and the bishop will go to E3, and you can't do anything.
Yeah, you have to be perhaps a bit more careful than that, because F6 would win if I can make that breakthrough happen. I should be able to use my H-pawn as a distract. Even then, I'm not 100% it's winning.
Okay.
But F6 would give you some hope. But I think there is a way for white to avoid ever even allowing the move F6 to be played.
Right. Okay, but that is that's a beautiful.
D7 is gorgeous.
Yeah.
Well, the whole line with H4
Wow.
and D7. Yeah.
Wow, what a miracle save! And really, the move Rook takes G2. Oh,
so unnecessary.
Right.
And so Katarina is still thinking, right?
Right.
Yes.
So we have
Yeah.
rook g2, bishop
still-
g2, queen g5 is on the board. We're anticipating that Katja will go queen f1.
Oh boy, this is just, if Irina fails to win this game, it's going to be so upsetting to her because, I mean, just to make an
It goes to show
understatement, she's
how
had so
difficult-
many great positions.
How difficult it is to win.
And how badly she wants to just win a game in this event because
Right.
she's had, she's had a lot of draws.
She's had her chances, no question.
And she knows she's not going to finish on the podium, but just like with Carissa, the feeling of winning a game is so significant. Queen
And she's
f1 is
done it.
played.
Queen f1 is logical. I
Yeah.
think everything else pretty much got mated. So queen f1 is the good start.
Right.
Bishop takes g2 looks forced. What else are you going to do? You're down a piece.
And by the way, d7 is threatening for white. So bishop takes g. This is the current situation. Queen f1 has just been played. We think that bishop takes g2 is basically forced and only move. And then unfortunately for white, white has no choice. She has to find h4.
Yeah.
If she plays queen takes g2, that's akin to resigning.
It's basically you force your opponent to win.
And there it is. Now the question is, can you tell by Irina's face and
Yes.
pace that she has seen h4?
Yes.
Because she looks, you're noticing she looks a little red, or just the fact that she didn't do it immediately?
She didn't play bishop g2 immediately.
Yeah.
Right. She's hesitated because she's recognized that there was a flaw in the ointment.
I mean, I agree with you guys. I was thinking the same thing. And also, I mean, it could just be it could be something else, but it does look like her cheeks are a little red as well. It could just be the angle we're looking at it from. But yeah, there's something that feels like she notices that move. And we'll find out now because h4 has been played.
Wow.
What a miss.
this-
What
I mean,
say?
this one's so painful.
This is sad.
Exactly.
I
What's really painful is that d7 move because you thinking that you're getting into a bishops of opposite color ending, and yeah, maybe you still have some chances, but once you see this move, d7.
I mean, it's still winning without that move. That's what's so upsetting. If you can play king g7, king g6, the game is over.
Yeah, king g7, f6.
Because you're not going to be able to. You're not going to be able to hold on to that.
Exactly.
I start marching on the dark squares. I play f4.
Right.
Don't play e4 ever, but you're just going to force me.
Exactly. But this move d7 is just like, oh, this is too painful.
So
Bishop takes
instructive,
bishop.
though.
And
It looks like something from an endgame manual, right?
And suddenly, out of nowhere, an absolutely stone cold dark square blockade. It's just too painful for Irina. I mean, she'll just look and she says, there is a God and he hates my guts.
Yeah. Let's take a look at the Koneru game. Important for the standings, and I think this one is closing in. Look at this pawn. Is just marching forward. Is this one enough counterplay? No, certainly not. Not even close. So expect a resignation very soon here from Stagnice, who's going to be down a rook. Plenty of ways for Koneru to finish off that game. Wow, guys, what a shakeup in the standings today is going to be. Koneru winning a very crucial game here, putting pressure on Koneru until the very last day.
Exactly. Well, we talked about it. Nana was leading the tournament, but we all said, well, wait a minute. She's got to face a murderer's row of competitors, and that's exactly what happened. She went up against the best of the best, and the field caught her. And we have it on the board. H takes g5 now, and Irina's only move,
bishop b5. You
And
don't want to
now
let that
here-
pawn go any further.
Yeah, and now here comes a star move, I'm afraid. She's found h4. Will she find d7, Jennifer?
I think at this point.
I think so, yes.
Yeah.
Because it
It just begs to be played, right?
Well-
You're not trying to win the game with white. You're trying to make a blockade.
yeah.
And you just don't want to see king g7, f6.
No, king g7, f6, so dangerous.
Right.
Yeah, and she has time on her clock, and
Right.
it's a question of whether I'm not sure she saw it earlier because the whole h4 idea was the only way to
forced.
save yourself.
Right, exactly.
But now that she's sitting here thinking,
Right.
I mean, this is such a great instructive idea.
It really is.
I mean, I love to see it. I don't love to see it against Irina Krush, who's been struggling this tournament, because I think, hey, it's an instructive moment, and that's what's sometimes hard. People always call us in to ask how to get better at chess, and we can say, with openings, there's books, there's training modules, with tactics, there's tactics online. There's so many great books that you can study with. There's endgame studies, but how to get better at strategic chess. It's not that easy. That's the one that we really struggle to give as many clear answers for.
Right.
Of course, you can study the games of the greats, but it's not an overnight story.
Not at
but
all.
Some of these
It's work.
clear moments in the games that we've had here in the Cairns Cup, from Humpy Koneru's first victory to this moment right here with D7, you know, with your moments that you've mentioned with the queen trade today, with
Right.
queen C6.
And the game between Nana and
Kostyanyuk. Yeah, which has turned around since then, but you made a
Right.
very elegant point about how important it was to keep queens on the board for Nana back when she was better.
Right, and Kostyanyuk's king was vulnerable. Here, the beautiful part about this ending with bishops of opposite colors is with bishops of opposite colors, you can be several pawns down and still manage to draw the game thanks to the fact that your bishop, whether it be a dark square or a light square, you can set up a blockade. And that's why D7 is so instructive. After bishop takes, you're forcing the pawn on E5 to move forward. And after the pawn moves forward to E4, now white, despite her severe material deficit of several pawns, cannot be stopped from blockading king. What did we say?
It's particularly annoying that your king's on H8, right? Because if your king was on G8, could you have played like H6 or something like that, trying to play F6?
Okay, let's do it from the start. So bishop D6, E4. I think we went bishop E5 check. Sorry, king, and now was you want?
Oh,
to
I was
play
saying
H6?
if in the original position my king was on G8, would this line have worked? Because then I'd have extra possibilities like H6 with the idea after bishop.
I'm giving you the extra move, and the difference was that now you could play F6 or something.
I was thinking maybe I could play like H6 with the idea of F6 instead of, or even H6 immediately maybe after bishop D6.
I see. So here, right. So then you're thinking, okay, but now you have 3 passed pawns, right?
Exactly. So the point of the king being on H8, allowing you to take it with check, is like an important detail as well. Because I have all sorts of different ideas here that I don't have when my king's on H8.
Right. So from the starting position, if I go bishop D6...
I don't think you can really stop this idea as white.
You can't. If your king was in G8, right?
No, even with the initial position, the king can go all the way around. Go to E6, then play F6.
So let's just say your king can go. Should I be annoying? Let me be annoying.
You can be annoying, but I'll still go king E8 and king D7, and I'll crawl out.
So it's impossible for me to stop your king from getting to E6. But then once you get to E6, Alejandro.
Well, you can now play F6. And on bishop takes F6, which I think you're kind of hoping for, you can think that H5 will give me a third passed pawn.
Right.
The problem is that apparently this is still not enough to win.
Because, well, I've got G6 maybe as an irritant too, huh?
You're only up 2 pawns now, yeah. So if you need to use your king at some point to usher the D pawn forward, and I can distract you.
Yeah, it's easy with engines, but I wouldn't have 100% bet that was
certainty.
a draw.
Yes, exactly. Oh boy.
Well, that's why this game is going to continue. Certainly, Irina will play
for sure.
around with these ideas, look for some possibilities.
And Alejandro, how is Maria doing? Because that game also.
And there it is, D7. We caught it as Katerina Lana plays a star endgame move, showing her understanding.
Wow.
This is the best way to play for that draw.
Seriously, what an instructional moment. And again, I mean, I should one day just capture all of these marvelous moments that we're seeing in the Sinquefield Cup, in the Grand Chess Tour, in the Cairns Cup. I mean, in the words of Yogi Berra, you can learn a lot just by observing.
You know what's crazy? I have this memory of Irina Krush wearing the same shirt that Katerina Lana was wearing right now from an old U.S. championship.
No,
This
really?
like yellow, the yellow with the black.
Okay.
The black marks.
And who won that game? What do you got for us, Alejandro?
Muzychuk is trying, but I don't think she's going to get very far. Look at this last move by Dronavali, rook a1. She's targeting this pawn on a3. That's a dead pawn. That will regain material parity. And what are you going to do in the meantime? You don't have the coordination of the pieces to really attack the only weakness, which is f5. Rook a1. Computers are saying triple zeros. Not surprised about that at all. This game should be headed to a draw.
How about bishop
Another
f6,
game.
bishop e5?
Very nice idea. Bishop f6. Unfortunately, first of all, I could take on a3. I could play knight c4 check. There's a lot of options here already. She's played that one, actually, Yasser. But after knight c4 check, I'm going to make your king a little bit uncomfortable. Remember that if you play king e2 or something like this, I can take on a3. Don't have time to take on f5 because king e6 is an ugly fork. Ooh. So you're doing okay here, but you're not going to win this pawn. You don't have the time for it.
That's a fun fork. Well, fun for black.
A fun fork.
I mean,
That's
it's not
easy
something
for
you
you to say.
see every day, right?
Oh, but that would be huge for the tournament if Harika hangs on and denies Maria a victory today, because Maria is really hoping to follow up on her victory from yesterday.
No doubt. That's the only way to win the Cairns Cup.
Exactly.
As Alexander Kostenyuk looked like she's really in her victory. Look, as Alejandro said, it's a race, but it's not particularly close.
Okay.
Usain Bolt here.
Yeah. Well, indeed, we do see that Alexandra has won Nana's rook, but okay, I think we're caught up to the play now with king takes b1 and f6 is on the board. Okay,
That's right, g6 played.
G6. So the nice point about G6 is obviously white needs to play king e5 and king e6 in order to win this rook. But the problem with the immediate king e5 is check.
And that's what she did, yeah.
And we are even in time to simply snip this pawn off the board.
And you're just up so many tempos here, ready to just make a queen.
Exactly.
And there it is, where it takes g5 on the board. And
okay, they're following the line. That unfortunately for Nana, her king is just, her king is behind the pawns.
Now look at this record for Alexander Kostenyuk. This is going to be her third victory with the black pieces, guys.
No kidding. Wow. Okay. Winning is tough. Winning with black is really, really tough. Winning 3 times with black, she's doing it the hard way.
And by the way, she'll have only had 2 draws in this tournament. 6 decisive results and 2 draws.
I think
decisive. My gosh, this is
look
the
at her.
dramatic result by Alexander Kostenyuk.
Roller coaster ride, huh?
A draw against Krush and a draw against Lagno, but in between, blood spilled in every direction. She beat Gonnina, she lost to Harika, beat Yip and Muzychuk, and then lost to Koneru. And now looking like she's just about to beat Nana Zagnidze.
Wow.
With a great score, but will it be enough to win the Cairns Cup? Well, likely she'll have to defeat Ju Wenjun tomorrow with the white pieces to make that happen.
Exactly.
The Krush game is going to be easy for Lagno. I don't know why, but Krush decided to give up her e-pawn. I thought if she at least went around with the king and tried f6 and h5 or something like that, but she just gave up the pawn. And now this is a very basic draw. You play
bishop f4.
Well, it's
sorry. Oh yeah, because of the split pawns.
Yeah, it's the split pawns. The split pawns are hopeless.
Yeah, that makes it very, very easy for the defender in this case. Gotcha. So king g3, king takes bishop f4.
Right.
Yeah.
That's it.
That's it.
And she has played king g3 instantly.
By the way,
once the king gets to f4, and you can't avoid it, white's king's going to get to f4, and that's it.
Yeah, there was some Fred Reinfeld book, I read it as a kid, where it thrilled me that one player had 3 connected pass pawns, but the blockade of the bishop, you couldn't even win with 3 connected pawns. Here, 3 split pawns, it's terrible.
And what's your favorite endgame book these days, Yaz?
Wow. I remember actually a book from the Czech Republic that I'd read, and also there was a Shereshevsky book that I really liked.
Strategy?
Yeah, I really liked that book a lot. I thought that was extra special. But of course, I was raised on Reuben Fine's chess endgames, right? That was the Bible for American players.
So what came first, the chicken or the egg? Were you always really kind of gifted at the end game, or did you study it a lot?
I didn't. No. I was the least gifted chess player on the planet. I mean,
yeah, right.
I lost to just like everybody who walked in the house. I think the mailman even beat me up. You know, I mean, it was pretty bad. But then, you know, Jeffrey Parsons, he was a Class A player who was really a gifted problemist. He said, Yasser, you know, you're so bad. You know, I'm just going to sit you down, and you're going to have to beat me in, you know, 2 bishops versus king. And I learned how to do it. Beat me with bishop and knight versus king, and I learned how to coordinate the pieces. So I think that was the start of something really special, some coaching, some really good coaching advice. And over the years, I've been really lucky. I've had a lot of really good teachers.
That's very gracious of you, Yaz.
Not at all. It's the truth.
Wow. Well,
it really is.
So be patient with your young ones. We've had actually a theme today of people talking about educating young children, starting, of course, with the great Grandmaster Judit Polgár, who encouraged people to make sure that they're teaching their daughters and their sons with the same amount of ambition.
Right.
And now Yaz saying he wasn't talented as a kid. I don't know. I find that hard to believe with your ridiculous memory, Yaz, but I'll take your word for it.
These ladies really don't like reciting.
They really don't.
This pawn is queening, right?
Okay, Nana,
this is
if
what
you
I know
take
about chess.
the pawn on g5, okay, I was about to say, if you take the pawn on g5, what are you hoping for? It's a 50-50.
I mean, okay, this is not much better, right?
Yeah, this is really easy. Now,
I mean, you're down, I want to say 3-10.
Showing the fans at home why this is completely winning for black. Come on, don't forget, there might be a little Yasser somewhere there in the world who
little Yasser
doesn't
should know an extra queen is good.
Extra queen is really good. Now, so long as she doesn't play the sink fill blunder. No, she didn't.
That wouldn't lose the game anymore.
Okay, G5, let's go home.
Queen G5, and can we stop?
Yes.
Yes.
There we have it, winning the pawn. Look at that technique as Alexander Kostenyuk gives herself a shot to win this Cairns Cup.
She
the
sure
second
does.
year in a row, guys.
And we're about to have another result. We can go to the Muzychuk game. That's about to end in a perpetual as Harika has the option of going knight c4, knight d2 back, then knight c4 checked, and you can't escape as Muzychuk. You can see the coordination of the pieces that black has here after knight c4. Only move is king f3, of course, because king d3 actually gets mated, and you definitely don't want to go into an endgame down the exchange after rook takes c4. So you'll have to play, and there you go, knight c4. King f3 is the only move.
Right.
Then you play knight d2. And again, you can't play anything but king e3 because knight e4 check will win an exchange if you. And there you go.
And the
draw between Maria Muzychuk and Harika Dornavala.
Wow, big result for Harika. She saves what was a difficult ending, a pawn down, and for Maria, that really that kills her chances of playing for the title.
That's right, and that Harika thus helping her compatriot, knocking out one of the potential competitors for Humpy Koneru for this Cairns Cup throne.
And by the way, that also means that we don't have a 5-0 decisive round, because we saw some amazing decisive games today, including the game of the round, maybe the game of the tournament, as Carissa Yip wins with the black pieces against the reigning world champion. What a result.
The dramatic round. In fact, but our first 3 results of the round were decisive, so at least we have that, yeah.
We do have that.
But we wanted this one to be decisive so badly, right?
Right. To make it tomorrow even more exciting. And tomorrow, of course, will be our 9th and championship round.
Okay, to be fair, this game doesn't really have a bearing on the podium, but you know, just seeing Irina get so many great positions and show some great strategic understanding in this game, more tactical, and not win a game, it's a little hard to watch for her many fans.
Exactly.
It does seem like unlucky. I mean, obviously you can say her technique could have been better, but there is some luck in chess in that I mean, people like to say there's none, but there is some in that sometimes there's these hidden variations that if they didn't exist, you know, if this possibility of playing bishop d2 and queen c1 never existed, she would have just played some normal move that won very easily, right? But then unfortunately there was this h4 idea embedded within it, followed by d7, which one of those moves escaped her and led to this scenario.
Exactly so. And we see that...
That's why you got to be careful with liquidation, though, because the margin of error is so critical. Like, if you're wrong about a liquidation attempt, you're so screwed.
I believe you. And the amazing thing is really, if you give these elite players just that smallest porthole, this little tiny window of opportunity to escape, they'll find it. That h5, h4 is a great save by Katja, as well as d7. But we have a special guest in studio, Jen.
Yes, he has been the most decisive player who's aiming for the podium. Alexandra Kostyniuk, last year's runner-up, is taking another run for the title.
Well, she has a tough game ahead of her, but she's won today with the black pieces against Nana Zagnidze. It was a strange game, strategical, and then it kind of blew up. Tell us what happened.
Yeah, it was a very strange game. I mean, it started slowly, but then suddenly I started to miss little tactics from Nana's side, because I thought that I mean, I'm doing fine, but I completely missed her queen c6 move when I played rook a5. I thought that I'm kind of forcing her to go to an endgame, when I thought that it should be about equal. But then after, I was going to take and play a4, and well, I think I'm doing okay. But she played queen c6. I mean, instead of rook a5, I could have started with queen d6, and I thought that she needs to take on b4, and then we get the same opening, but with endgame with Maruk on this third rank. I think that was the way to go. I don't know. After queen c6, I didn't know what to do when she played queen c6. Yeah, I played f4 because if I play, for example, rook f6, I don't know why, but then she plays queen b7, I thought. And her rook can go via the c file, rook c1, rook c8. I mean, it looked very scary. So I decided to play 4, and give up the pawn on d5. But somehow I started missing her moves. I mean, e takes f4, I didn't consider, then queen takes d6, I didn't consider. And here, I mean, I didn't want to put my rook on the a4 square, but if I play rook a8, she can simply take on b4. So I decided, okay, it's not so beautifully placed on a4, but at least I have my pawn on still alive. So yeah, and here she has some bank rank problems. For example, if after queen c7, I mean, queen c7, knight f8, if she plays rook e7. Okay, I always have rook e6, but I think after rook e7 here, I also have queen takes b3.
Right.
Winning immediately. I hoped so. Yeah, and then checkmate. So she exchanged the queens, and I thought that we're, heading to a draw, because she took, knight d2, rook d6, knight f3. I thought that she needs to play rook b to e2. And here I have a choice, either to take on d4 immediately, and it's a draw, I believe. Knight takes d4, rook e7, king f6, rook, knight takes d4, and then it's a perpetual, at least.
At least, right?
At least.
Why might even be thinking.
I hope that I was hoping. But instead of this line, I can also go after rook b to e2. I was considering the move b3, which I liked very much, because if she takes on e6, I take on e6, and after knight g5, king f6, suddenly my, b2. Maybe king f6 is not the precise move.
Maybe because it allows taking with check.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know, maybe I can go somewhere else, but I don't know where. King g6.
I'm actually kind of curious on where.
Yeah.
Because King G8, maybe King G8 actually.
King G8 and she
cannot
cannot take on
with the
E6
rook.
with the rook.
That's
yeah,
actually
because
beautiful.
Yeah, well.
How does it go? Sorry.
So because if
King
you play the
G8.
king to a check with rook takes e6, you allow some kind of draws with h4, rook takes
Yeah,
b6.
it should be a draw. H4. Or...
Right. But if you play the king to g8, there are no checks. And you cannot take with the rook.
Because of this bank rank. Yeah. Yeah.
Nice.
But so, still, somehow I believe that rook b2 e2
Was the right decision.
because here she's giving up a pawn, but then I thought, okay, maybe she calculated and saw that she wins the pawn back. And here, I don't know. I mean, I went here instead of rook takes b4. I think another it was a critical moment, and I had not enough time. b5 was a very interesting move. With the idea after rook takes a4 to take with the pawn on a4, b takes a4, and if she plays rook a1.
Oh, sorry.
I mean, if she gives check, I just go away to f6, and she still has this rook d1. And I could not evaluate this knight endgame. I mean, I don't know. Yes.
Certainly in your favor, though.
Yes,
It's not easy, right?
But
Knight e5, knight c4.
Yeah, then I go king e6.
Knight c4 though.
King d5.
No.
No, it's not possible.
Yeah.
Okay, then knight c3 probably is first, and then king d5. I'm not in a hurry here. It
Well,
yeah, it was
yeah.
a very interesting moment, but I decided to go to the positions that happened in the game. I was surprised that she played g3, because I thought that it's just losing. Somehow I thought that this endgame is just completely winning for me that we had. But then I realized that it's not so easy.
Not so easy, but still within winning range after king g2, rook takes e1, and you played that very well. Every move perfect.
I mean, hopefully. I don't know, because the first few moves I blitzed out because I was sure that I'm completely winning. But then I realized that actually she has counterplay and I need to calculate some lines, and it was, well, you know, when these pawn races start, you can never be sure.
Well, you calculated well, and tomorrow you have a big game, white pieces against Ju Wenjun. She just lost a crucial game. How are you going to be approaching this one?
Well, you know, I'm happy that I'm doing fine. I mean, in terms of results, although I did lose some games, and especially with Hampi, I mean, just one move and it was a draw, and I created problems for myself, and it's a bit unfortunate because it was a very good game, I think, a very solid one, and I just gave it away in one move, in two moves, okay. But I cannot complain. I mean, I won.
Yeah, you're clear
won.
second place,
Yeah,
playing for the championship tomorrow. Well, good luck, get
Thank
some
you.
rest, and we'll see that game.
Alexandra, for you, it seems like you're on this roller coaster ride of ups and downs. Is this common for you? I kind of think of you as this very solid, decent player.
Common. I mean, for the last year, it's starting from May 2009. Somehow, I had such a roller coaster. I mean, the candidates. Then the Russian super final, it was also, I scored 50%. I mean, making just one draw, I think. And losing and winning, and it's a bit too much. But as I said, I mean, I don't complain if I'm still able to win, to score some points. It's fine. I mean, I know that there are a lot of things to work on, and well, I still have this, desire to work on this thing, so I'm feeling fine.
Okay, thank you, and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
And how is Arena doing? We think we left it looked like pretty drawn because of the blockade. Has anything changed, Jennifer?
No, it looks like she's actually just losing a lot of time trying to puzzle out a way to make some chances here, Yaz. Okay. Oh, by the way, I just wanted to point out, for those of you who are sympathizing with Alexandra's dramatic
ups and downs
of the last year, she said she meant May 2019. Because I was like, May 2009, that's...
wow, that's a lot of roller coaster
years.
riding, right. Yeah, no, she meant last year when something switched or flipped or what have you, that she started having these ups and downs.
Hey, but in this tournament situation, it's probably good to be winning and losing a lot of games, right? Because I think she needs that win tomorrow to get herself in a potential playoff or a clear win, and, or almost. It all depends on Humpy Koneru's game against Harika.
Exactly.
But the point is, in order to give herself that chance of the Cairns Cup trophy and crown, she will need to win.
Exactly.
To give herself a good chance. And we're getting set up with another interview as we watch Irina using her last minute here, trying to come up with ideas. And she plays King G6. She's going to play to the last drop, guys, as we have Harika Dronavali with Alejandro.
A fascinating game here in the penultimate round, but it was a bit overshadowed by some of the victories of the top ladies, especially Carissa beating Ju Wenjun. Tell us about your game. What did you feel some of the key aspects were?
No, I think early in the opening, I equalized very comfortably. And I felt when I got this knight versus bishop, I have some chances. And maybe I overestimated my position, I'm not sure. I really liked my position, but I had to be always careful with my, like some tricks like mates and all these things. And okay, I'm not really well, so I couldn't like be totally focused. I couldn't calculate accurately. I think I made some inaccuracies and gave her this chance to take my pawn in the bishop and knight. But still, my knight is so much better that I managed to find a fortress. I think at some point I should have definitely had more chances to try for more.
For more, not just for playing for a draw.
Yeah. No, I even wanted to try, but I missed a couple of moves in like direct calculations, so that was the problem. Like let's say here, this position looks so good. Maybe I can even do a5 first. I'm not sure. I don't know. Maybe knight c5 is fine.
a5, and your point is just to play b4, then eventually knight c5 and transfer the knight.
Maybe. I mean, I can't be 100% sure because I was checking like many variations, and it's very tricky here. After b4, knight e4, bishop e1, already this got complicated. I think here I should be more accurate, but maybe I should do rook d6 instead of rook d8. I'm not sure because I was more worried about this rook h7. Rook d6 also should be fine for white maybe.
Yeah, you do have some problems with the king. It's not so easy to extricate it. Well, so far, how do you evaluate the tournament?
No, I think I played some decent games. Just one bad game messed up my whole tournament. But somewhere down the line, I'm satisfied because I'm really not well from day one. I've been suffering, like I've been like completely tired. I'm on antibiotics, and I think compared to that, like what I'm doing is not so bad. At least I'm not getting killed here. So that way, I will see positive point here. So that way, it's fine. Like just one bad game, I think overall, and it could have changed the whole tournament scenario. So that's it.
Well, tomorrow you have a crucial game for the standings. You'll be playing your compatriot. How are you going to be approaching this one?
Anyway, I don't have any chances. I'll just try to sit there and try my best, and that's it.
How do you feel your games in the past against Koneru have gone? We know that your score is even at the moment 1-1 with 7 draws.
Yeah, it's almost like equal, I think, in all rapid blitz and classical.
Well, very even between these two ladies. Let's see what you bring tomorrow because we're going to be focusing heavily on that game.
Yeah, let's see.
Well done, Harika. Very nice save indeed. So good luck in your game tomorrow.
Thank you.
Well, it's going to be a critical game, as our eyes are going to be peeled on it, as we'll have Harika facing her compatriot, Humpy Koneru, who will be playing for all the marbles, yes.
Absolutely.
And let's take a look at our predictions. Well, my prediction's looking pretty great. Humpy Koneru, of course, is just finished winning a phenomenal game, as Christian also had the foresight. Now, me and Christian should be kind of thinking in parallel here, so how come I can't predict any of his counts corners?
I tell you, nobody could predict his games that that he's attracted to.
But Kostyniuk would have been a great pick right now. She's the other player with serious chances. I mean, mathematically, there's a couple other players who could win in a tiebreak, but the only other player with serious chances right now is Alexandra Kostyniuk.
Exactly. And remember, it was last year that Alexandra was actually that close. If she had won that crucial last round game against Valentina, she would be the defending champion. And as for our defending champion, Valentina Gunina, I mean, the wheels just fell off. And today, I'm really feel very bad for her, but I would scold her and say, you know, it's impossible today that you can win the same game twice. And it felt like Koneru not only beat Anatoly Karpov in that variation, she won as well against Valentina in the exact same way. And that's really egregiously bad.
Let's take a look at the standings.
As a coach, Alejandro, that must really annoy you because your players can't win the same game twice.
I think it must be that Valentina was upset about her tournament, and she took advice that sometimes people give, sound advice often, that maybe just take a rest, maybe take a little rest from chess because
don't prepare.
And unfortunately, in this case, that would have been terrible advice. Sometimes it's not bad advice.
Exactly.
I guess it just depends on how rock solid your opening repertoire and who you're playing against.
For sure. And you were going to say, let's take a look at our standings.
I wanted to look at the standings because I had pointed out that there's a mathematical possibility for other players to get back into the fray. But realistically, there are two players who are likely to wear the crown now, and that is Hampi Koneru or Alexander Kostyniuk. And if you take a look, well, we can just, does this game look like it's going to end any? No, I don't think so. I think Irene is going to play it out even further. But if you look at the standings, you'll see that there are other players who have a chance to get back in, but it all hinges on one key thing. Hampi Koneru will have to lose her game.
Exactly.
Right?
Harika will have to pull off an upset.
That's right. Harika will have to win. She does have the white pieces, and as we've seen, Harika is very dangerous with the white pieces. But if she were to beat Hampi Koneru, then a whole bunch of other players pop back into the contention, including the world champion Ju Wenjun and Maria Muzychuk. So actually only two other players. But
well, you could have all kinds of, imagining that Hampi were to lose, you could have all kinds of playoff scenarios that aren't.
You couldn't have a four-way because Alexander and Ju Wenjun play each other. So you could have three-way tie if Koneru loses. Yeah, right. Muzychuk could win, and then either Kostyniuk or Ju Wenjun will.
Gotcha. So a three-way tie is possible, not a four-way.
A three-way. So suddenly Tony Rich, our executive director, who drew out the rules, is breathing a sigh of relief.
Exactly.
Although honestly, three is just as complicated, if not more than four.
So from Hampi's point of view, a draw clinches her at least a tie, and Alexandra would then have to win
to get the playoff
against Ju Wenjun, the world champion, to get the playoff.
And then the other two players, Ju Wenjun and Muzychuk, would have no chance, right? So Hampi Koneru, it does seem like it's not like Harika's just going to give her a draw, but it does seem like it's actually probably not a bad result for her. It's probably the best in terms of like the mathematical permutations.
And I didn't know that Harika was suffering from a cold and needed to take some antibiotics. So that can really put a damper on your enthusiasm when you're not feeling good.
Yeah, that's really sorry to hear because Harika, you know, just in addition to being such a great player, I mean, she's a great interviewer. It's just like she's so refreshing and interesting. It's really great to have her here at the tournament. So I'm sorry to hear that is kind of holding her back from reaching her full potential in the Cairns Cup. But still, not bombing out, and when you're not feeling well, like that's your first goal. You know, don't start getting whitewashed.
Right. Turning to you, Alejandro, you're already shaking your head like there's nothing, there's no tricks. Arena's got no way of breaking this blockade. No, thank you. 0-0-0s.
Yeah, of course. I think the one trick she has right now is F4, maybe, if she could get that in, but it's white to move. And that's the end of that idea.
Bishop H2?
She played King D4. Of course.
Oh, she played King D4. Sorry, I don't have the updated board on my board. But what was it? Go ahead on your board. Show what Arena could possibly have done that might have given her victory.
No, if white is cooperative enough to keep the king on c5, perhaps you can play f4, sacrifice it, go king f5, king e4, and then rush the other pawn.
So, for example, bishop g3.
Sure, bishop g3, for example, just loses do f4, takes king f5, gain a tempo on the bishop. Bishop goes anywhere, king e4, and you run both pawns, and the bishop can't catch both of them.
Gotcha.
But, well, Katerina is a little too experienced for that, and you just keep the king on d4, and that's it. The idea is that if she plays king d7, there are a million ways to draw this. You actually can just keep the king near the king side. I don't see how you make any progress. Just put the king on f4, keep the bishop on g1. But I think what she's doing is she's just chasing the king. So that on the king c8, she'll probably, I guess, go king d6.
Right.
And she's just not allowing the king to go back. And if you
Cross
sacrifice here, you're always easily
in time.
And you just can't make any progress.
Gotcha.
So I think that's the defense that she decided on. Again, it's not the only one, but I think often in this bishop of opposite color endgames, you find one defense and you just stick to it.
Exactly. I have it in my mind that it was a game, Viswanathan Anand.
King b6.
Yeah, just as you suggest, that shouldering to stop her from switching over to the queen side. Viswanathan Anand against Peter Svidler. And Peter Svidler had his bishop and it all kind of blockade. Vichy made a surprising move and Peter was so flustered he resigned.
Right, I remember that.
It was like, what?
Poor Peter. That's the second time today that Peter Svidler's proclivity to resigning a little early has come up.
Well, exactly. You got to beat a man when he's down. And in Peter's case, he's a good man to beat when he's down.
We love you, Peter.
He'll be here. He'll get his sweet revenge for sure.
Oh yeah, Peter loves insulting people.
Exactly.
I don't think I've heard him say anything mean about anyone yet.
No, he's a sweetheart. He really is. Okay, well that leaves the clock.
No.
Is the clock an enemy of Katya?
What clock? There's 30-second increments.
That is a good point, of course.
And look at that, 21 seconds as...
Clock is completely irrelevant.
Okay. So no time trouble worries for
No, she's playing very
player.
confidently with her defensive strategy. After that, blunder from earlier, which got her into hot water, she's been playing great and showing us these great defensive ideas.
Mm-hmm. And bishop f4, just maintaining that rock-solid dark square blockade.
Because that's the hope a lot of the times with this 30-minute time control, that even if the position's a draw, if your opponent tanks, for instance, spends like 15 minutes instead of about 3 to play d7, that somehow you wear them down and they're playing in their increment and they get confused, right?
Exactly.
And so it's also a key part of the defense, how she's handling her time.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Bishop f3.
And bishop h2 we can expect.
Mm-hmm.
We've already seen it once.
It looks like she shot a look at Irina there, knowing that it's going to be a draw.
We're just waiting for Irina to give up, basically.
Right.
Yeah. It's hard because, normally I wouldn't feel as bad for Irina if this was just a game in a vacuum, right? Like, she made a mistake, her opponent made a mistake, like, whatever, it's a draw. But the fact that this is compounded upon, what was it, yesterday's game?
Right.
That's what's brutal.
It's been an
whole
awful tournament for her. So many chances.
If you think about her start with the first 4 games where she had so many great positions and scored the barest minimum that you could score from these positions, it was really brutal.
Not beating Ju Wenjun from one tactic away from doing so.
Right.
The game yesterday, her losses were both unnecessary.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Ju Wenjun game, complicated. I don't think she felt that bad about that. We interviewed her after.
No,
this one she'll feel much worse about.
Well, for sure, because again, she sacrificed a whole rook, and her position was so good that it was a mistake and sacrifice, but it was still enough to hold. She was even on the better side of a drawn position, even after the rook sacrifice. And if she had just played, I don't know, king g7, just a number of other, normal moves, I have no doubts whatsoever she would have had her first win in the tournament from this game.
It's hard to believe 8 rounds and Irina Krush hasn't picked up a single victory.
It's just, shocking.
Yeah, this one seems worse than, there it is. They have drawn. Right. They have drawn. Yesterday's, of course, was the moment where there was the 40th move with g5, where she let the win slip against Humpy, but this one seems even tougher.
Egregious.
This one seems like an even tougher one to handle.
Well, she's such a veteran and a wily veteran. She knows about, the final move of time control, 40th move, wrong move. And she knows that she could have just played rook c5 and repeated the position. But for some reason, she lashed out with the move g5 and she was just impatient, hoping to win. I don't know what was going on when she played the move g5. And then Koneru found the pawn sacrifice to cement the draw.
That's
nice
the problem.
Defense.
People aren't giving her second chances
at all.
when she made these 2 errors, back-to-back games. And this is where we stand after the last result of the day. We have Humpy Koneru half a point ahead of the field. We thought it might be a full point, but this is great for us as commentators and for you guys as viewers because it leaves plenty of tension for tomorrow's round. Sad days for the women's world champion. She has been knocked down by one Carissa Yip, and she now only has 4.5 points. She's joined with Maria Muzychuk, who also has so many chances to find herself with an even higher score in this event. And now a lot of things will have to go her way to find herself competing for the cup. Pretty much everyone else out of first place contention, but they do have a chance for some bigger chunks of money. And this is what we have tomorrow. These are the key games. Kostyaniukova against women's world champion Ju Wenjun and Dronavali versus Koneru. Those are the two that we have to pay the most attention to because those are the games that will determine our Cairns Cup champ.
Well, bring it home for us, Alejandro. Your final thoughts of a very eventful round 8.
10 years from now, people will remember 2 things about the Cairns Cup. Who won? And round 8 when Carissa Yip beat the reigning world champion.
That's a good explanation of what just happened. Absolutely, I couldn't agree with you more.
Brevity is a soul of wit. And indeed, that was the only other game that I think we'll be watching. We're going to watch all of them, but the other big one is Yip versus Muzychuk because it's just history. Starting with 0-4 and then getting 3.5 out of 4. Remarkable. I think this is a great thing, a tidbit for everybody at home to tell their students, to tell their loved ones when they're tanking.
Right.
Just show them that game where you beat the world champion.
Right.
And join us tomorrow for the final conclusion of the Cairns Cup. Although it's good that it's a long weekend because playoffs are looking relatively likely.
We'll see. You have to tune in. I'm not going to give anything away by prophesizing what's going to happen tomorrow.
Yes, that's right. Join us tomorrow, that's Sunday, 12:50 local time here in St. Louis for the thrilling conclusion of the Cairns Cup.
Thank you, everyone, for joining us. Good night.